Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Today is what? October 23rd. That makes it a Thursday. Y'all, I hope you're doing well this morning. I hope you had sleep. Grab your favorite cup of Java. Let's get ready for court. We are going to be kind of sharing court today. We got a fly that's going to be deceased at some point today if I get my ruthers. That time of year, y'all. And I don't have anything to hit the fly with. I've been having a rag on me. Hold on. My fly swatter. It works well. So anyway, that fly's already driving me crazy. So we were following and still will be following the Amber Alert. I keep wanting to say Amber Heard, the Amber Alert trial. We will be doing that, but we're going to, the main trial today is going to be the Julio trial. Julio Foolio trial. Alicia Andrews is on trial for unaliving a up-and-coming rap star. And so we are going to be following that. During breaks, we will be in the Amber Alert trial. I want to welcome first in chat, of course, Miss Angela. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. You don't smell like a zoo. Good morning to you. Miss June, fabulous June, one sunny day. Hello, honey. Hello, everybody. I get the rag out and the fly disappears. Go figure. You got your extra monitor and figured out how to get it running. Hallelujah. You become a mod with me and all of a sudden you gain monitors. All of a sudden you want to grow. It's kind of funny because I have 4 monitors and I'm getting ready to have 5 and a TV. You have no idea. You have no idea. I just got to figure out how to get the TV mounted and where I want the 5th monitor and still have lighting. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I am migraine Ada today. I woke up with a headache, hence the hat. It helps. I get light on me, but it shields me from the light a little bit. And the pressure on my head feels good. So I'm not bad right now. I took my meds and hallelujah, we here. So we're going to do a quick recap of the trial from yesterday, October 22nd. Prosecutors in the Florida versus Alicia Andrews trial, delivered an explosive and long opening statement alleging that Andrews helped orchestrate the ambush that unalived rapper Julio Foolio. Her defense pushed back, claiming she was merely in Tampa to visit a boyfriend. In the prosecution opening argument, Alicia Andrews, 22, is accused of helping plan a hellish onslaught that led to the Red Room of Jackson. Geez, y'all. Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio, birth name Charles Jones. Prosecutors presented text messages showing Andrews asking about booking an Airbnb in Tampa the night before the unaliving. The cell phone tower data allegedly tracked Andrews and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance Jr., traveling 500 miles from Jacksonville to Tampa in tandem with their suspects. Hours before Foolio was unalived, Andrews' phone pinged her near the Holiday Inn where the ambush occurred. Prosecutors described the attack as precisely coordinated violence of attack action. They did. With that, the shooter, taking a pre-planned position, unleashed a barrage of bullets. Defense response was that Andrew's attorney argued that the presence does not equal intent. They claimed she was in Tampa to spend time with her boyfriend, not participate in a red room, but the defense challenges the interpretation of phone data and messages, asserting they don't prove Andrews knew or supported the attack. Julio Foolio was unalived on June 23rd of 24 after being removed from an Airbnb for exceeding the occupancy. The homeowners had cameras and they realized that there was more people in their home than they were comfortable with and asked them to leave. He then relocated to a Holiday Inn where he was ambushed and fatally shot. The case involves 5 defendants, but Andrews is the first to stand trial. She is not alleged to have fired a weapon, but is accused of facilitating the setup. So this is where we are today in this trial, and hallelujah, we're not listening to opening statements again, because opening statements was forever long in the prosecution. Opening statements went through their entire case, hitting timeline after timeline, and it was long. Defense, short and sweet, got to the point. That was it. That was all, folks. Hello, Miss Courtney. Good morning, love. I hope you're able to get everything caught up. I'm so sorry. I felt bad for you the other day, but I hope you're doing well. We are going to get into court. We are already set up and ready to go. I have to live over here today in court, but it is what it is. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, court is getting ready to start.
Yesterday, we had a discussion about the requirement that all counsel call any individual by their surname, not by their first name. And I think Mr. McLyman asked if that was just a rule in this courtroom. Actually, it's pursuant to the Hillsborough County Standards of Professional Courtesy, and under subsection M that governs trial conduct and courtroom
Wow,
decorum.
why is that an issue?
Subparagraph 8 is, quote, counsel should refer to all adult persons, including witnesses, other counsel, and the parties by their surnames and not by their first or given names. Okay, so Mr. McLyman, I believe you practice in Miami, is that correct? Okay, I would just ask all counsel, and it's a good refresher for me too, to review the standards of professional courtesy, particularly paragraph M, which governs a lot of conduct as it occurs during the course of the trial, okay? The next thing I want to discuss, it was brought to my attention, I don't know if it's accurate or not, that Fox 13 is going to be airing an interview with defense counsel today. Is that accurate?
I don't know what Fox 13 is doing. If you're asking whether we did an interview with them this week, yesterday, we haven't.
Okay.
I don't know what interview they would be airing today. If it's not the same one they continuously air.
Okay. And you were interviewed by a reporter at Fox 13 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that? Okay, so we picked our jury Monday, so we're in relation to Monday. The week before trial.
Correct.
Okay. Did they tell you that they were going to air it during the trial?
They didn't say when they would, but they said if they did, they would probably air it that Friday, so that would have been the same week before trial.
Okay. So I don't know if it's airing tonight. I have no idea what's going on. I just heard that anecdotally. So if Fox 13 does air the interview of defense counsel at any point during the trial, if
I
there's,
can tell you, if it's Fox 13, whatever that would be airing today, I've already seen that. And it had to do what you were referring to yesterday.
It was, Judge, because it.
Okay, here's the problem.
so you've seen it.
I did not see it.
Okay, here's the problem. Apparently, he had an interview, and apparently, at some point, he didn't realize that in this interview that they were going to air the interview for in his assumption before trial. Well, guess what? They didn't, and apparently, they are going to be. Sorry, I was popping out I forgot to pop out YouTube chat. Apparently they are actually going to be probably airing it during the trial at some point, which can make the judge not too happy. Let's keep watching.
My legal assistant saw it and replayed.
Oh, it did air.
The substance of it.
Okay. All right, well, I'm just raising the issue. No one's filed a motion or requested any relief, so at this point, I'm just asking the question, okay? Okay, State, you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah,
Actually, there are a few things the defense would like to address.
sure.
First, Your Honor, regarding Ms. Andrews when she enters the courtroom, we just ask that the media not record her. She's kind of preparing,
Sure.
To get started.
Okay,
A little dehumanizing.
Yes,
To
it's
her
fine.
seen that way. Second, Your Honor, there was a motion, we filed a motion, I would say last night, it was more like early this morning, maybe like 1 or 2 this morning, related to exhibits that we expect the state to attempt to introduce today. We have objections to them, so I don't know.
listen, I'm not gonna do that right now.
I was gonna say, I believe the witness that it relates to is probably in the afternoon, based on what they said, so we'll do
Okay.
it later, but I just wanted to bring some court's attention.
Okay, do you have a copy for me?
Tempted, but I will give you one.
Okay.
I couldn't give you one, but
All right,
Judge, we do have 2 witnesses that do not want to be aired, and that's Audra Aguamante and Sathon Wadakarame. I know I didn't say that right.
when are you calling them?
They're both scheduled for today. Ms. Aguamante is first this morning.
Okay, very good. So again, I would just ask the media, don't broadcast the identities, including the names of these 2 witnesses due to the specific facts of this case.
Judge, if I can make an ordinance motion at this point, because this is kind of getting out of control. We're aware of all kinds of interviews that counsel has given now to podcasts, and now you're telling me about this Fox 13 thing, which I didn't even know about that.
Well, again, I don't know if it's accurate. I
No,
just
that's
heard
fine.
through the grapevine that it was going to air today.
Counsel's representations to the court this morning, I would ask for a gag order on all parties as far as any interviews with the media going forward until this trial is over.
Okay, do you object to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Not that we necessarily intend to do any other interviews, but I recall at the beginning of this case, their possibly supervisor doing a very extended interview with the news with evidence and names.
I know, but they're saying from this moment forward, no more. You object to that?
Your Honor, we don't necessarily intend to, but again, this is.
Okay, so are you telling me you object to it?
Yes.
Okay.
We would object to it.
So-
We haven't heard one juror say that they have seen any of these. Unfortunately, we can't control what has already been released or how they intend to re-release it. We don't believe that we've said anything in the media that is inappropriate or, would do anything.
So here's the deal. I'm just going to tell you, I don't know the answer because honestly, I've been on the bench for 23 years. Okay, I've tried over 200 jury trials. I've never, in a high-profile case in particular, had defense counsel do interviews about the case so close to jury selection. I'm not saying it's wrong. I honestly don't know. I've never confronted it before. So I do think it's potentially problematic for interviews from either the state or the defense. I mean, are you telling me if Ms. Lopez went on the news tonight and talked about how guilty your client was and all the evidence that was arrayed against her, you would be fine with that? You'd have no problem?
It would depend on what she's saying.
Okay,
It would-
but the problem is, if she gives the interview, the damage is done, right? Once it airs, the damage is done.
Again, Your Honor, like I said, we don't intend to do any interviews at this point, and we can't can't control, you know, how media are released, and no more than we can control what is released that's recorded in this courtroom.
Okay.
It's out of our control.
So at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's Ori tennis motion. I'm going to do some more research on this just because I've never had the issue arise ever in 23 years. And then, but for the time being, no one's going to be talking to the media about this case. Okay, we're in the middle of trial.
Your Honor, we, you know, obviously reserve the right to respond appropriately with
Yeah.
any support.
Sure. Absolutely.
Judge, if I can put on the record, I've just shown a text from one of our legal assistants who watched the news this morning. Apparently, when Fox 13 was reporting the opening statements yesterday, that they would start yesterday morning, they then went to an interview with Mr. Malcolm and Mr. McClymont talking about what evidence the state doesn't have and what they will prove. She indicates in this text message, which apparently was sent to Ms. Doherty, I don't know when they gave the interviewer statement, but it was shown yesterday morning. And then counsel was saying they will prove she, I'm assuming the defendant, came to Tampa unaware of what was happening. So anyway, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, well, like I said, at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's Ori tennis motion as far as gag order on both the state of Florida and the defense counsel. No one's to be talking about this case any further in the media. And I know we've said this before, and I just want to make sure, and I'm going to do an order to this effect just to make sure, the names and identities of the jurors are not to be disclosed to anybody outside of this courtroom. Nobody.
Well, the
Okay?
defense is certainly not disclosed it, however, we are aware of it.
I understand. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page regarding the identity of the jurors, so, okay. Anything else before we get going?
No, Your Honor, we did send everyone yesterday because we thought some of these witnesses were shorter and we might get to go through more, so we added some. So I
Okay.
sent that to all parties yesterday, I think a little bit after 6.
Okay, it's 9:13. Let's go. All right, bring in our jury.
Bring the jury. Okay, with that, we do have our bingo card up, everybody. I know I was waiting for the bring the jury moment to bring up the bingo card. Today, here's the bingo card. That's the witness, crime scene investigator. We can shorten that for CSI. I don't know why I like that. Airbnb, club, Troop 18, taser, cell tower, official birthday party, vehicles, license plate reader, phone call, mask, no further judge, sidebar, black Dodge Charger, live stream, social media, rap music, high powered pew pew, evidence, police interview, 911, timestamp, and cameras. So everybody starts off with one free space, and that's where we are. So welcome everybody to today's trial. Like I said, grab yourself a shovel and let's dive in.
All right, and you probably know what I'm going to ask you. So while we were on our evening recess, did anybody watch, listen, read any news accounts or social media posts about anything related to this case? Did you discuss this case with anybody? Did you do any independent investigation or research on your own about this case? No. Okay, very good. Thank you. We're ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
State calls Audra Agramante.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Who's the first
Please
witness?
state your full name for the record.
I hear next again.
And back in June of 2024, were you visiting Tampa, Florida?
Yes,
Why were you visiting Tampa?
because we were moving our daughter into the USF dorm. She was starting college for the first time.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024. But before I do that, you said you were moving in your daughter who was going to the University of South Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you come with?
I came
Who's
with
the
my
witness?
husband.
Okay, guys, I got to go back. I didn't even hear the witness. My hearing aids were wigging out. Sorry, guys. Need the witness's name.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will
There
be
it goes again. Grudge. Well, new crap this morning.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
I live in Lake Worth.
And back in June of 2024,
Oh,
you were
man.
visiting Tampa, Florida.
Yes.
Why were
So we have an unnamed. So what do I need to put as witness? No name? Oh, I know what I'll be. Name
you
withheld.
visiting Tampa?
Because we were moving our daughter into the USF dorm. She was starting college for the first time.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024. But before I do that, you said you were moving in your daughter who was going to the University of South Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you come with?
I came with my husband and my daughter's boyfriend, and of course my daughter.
And what was your daughter's boyfriend's name?
Braden Smith,
And your husband?
Nestor Agramonte.
Okay.
Oh,
And where were you?
so you are okay. Okay. Well, she gave a last name, your husband. I don't understand that. This is what we're going to call her. It's what it caption typed out.
And your husband?
Nestor Agramonte.
Okay. And where were you staying at when you came to Tampa that weekend?
The home suites across the street from USF campus.
Why would you withhold your name?
Do you remember what floor you were on?
Second floor.
And what was your room number?
230, I believe.
Now, I'm going to go to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Did anything unusual happen that night? Or I should say in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So I was woken up by some popping sounds. My daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, he threw me down to the ground and shielded me, and I was realizing these were gunshots I was hearing. My husband got up on the other side of the bed. He was closest to the window and looked at the window and saw a bullet hole through the window and yelled at us to get down. So we were all very scared and just stayed down until the bullet stopped.
What happened after the gunfire stopped?
We reached for our phones. We called 911. We called the hotel lobby, and I called USF campus security because I was really nervous about my daughter being there.
So who was in the hotel room that night?
Myself, my husband, and Braden Smith.
Where was your daughter at?
She was in the dorm at USF.
So going back to when you said you woke up, so were you sleeping at the time when all of this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How many gunshots did you think you heard?
Oh my gosh, there were so many, and it was so fast. I don't know, maybe 30, 40 at least. It was just rapid. Bum, 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 bum.
When you got up, did you also look to see where the bullet had come in through the room?
Yes, yeah. So we went over to the window, saw it came through. There were some bullet fragments on top of the, it's like the air conditioning vent, and it was on top of that.
At some point, did you make contact with officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes,
Did you provide an interview to an officer with the Tampa Police Department?
yes,
Did crime scene come and process the room?
yes.
How long were you in your room before you would say law enforcement was able to get to that room to process it?
You mean from the time of the shooting to when he came in?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a few hours.
I'm going to ask you about some photographs. Have I previously shown you photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 19A through G. No, E, I apologize, 19A through E. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Judge, I think I misordered them. I just want to make sure how many they are before I introduce them. It's actually A through G.
A through G?
Yes. At this time, we would introduce into evidence 19A through G.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
So Ms. Agramonte, I'm going to ask you to look at this. Is this a photograph of the door leading to your hotel room that night?
Yes.
And then what is this a photograph of?
That's the inside of our room.
And that is 19B for the record. I'm going to ask you about 19C, again, another room but a close-up.
Yes.
And where were you, and what bed was you and your husband in?
We were on the bed closest to the window.
This one right here?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, was he in the other bed at the time when all
Yes, he
this happened?
was.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 19D. Can you tell us what's in this photograph?
Yeah, that's our window where the bullet came through.
And that's what you saw after you were able to turn on the lights and look, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you a close-up. I'm going to go to 19F. You said that there were some items or some kind of particles on the AC unit. Is this the AC unit that you're referring to in 19D?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you a close-up of that. 19F, is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And is this also some broken glass up here in the top of the photograph?
Yes.
And then let me show, I'll do another close-up, 19G, or that close-up of the particles that were on the AC unit.
Yes.
And then 19E, is that a close-up of the bullet hole that was on your hotel room window?
Yes.
That's scary as hell.
What sort of vehicle did you come to Tampa to bring your daughter in?
We rented a minivan so we would have room for all of our stuff.
And when you were leaving at that point, let me ask you this, when did you leave from that hotel in Tampa?
We tried to leave maybe around 11:30, but the police officer said, they had to check all the vehicles first. Once they said they had been checked, we were going to leave, and then when we got in the car, we saw that there were bullet holes in our car.
Okay. And was it a rental vehicle, did you say?
Yes, it was.
At this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 16A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you tell us what is in 16A?
That's the minivan that we rented.
You said that there were bullet holes, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were the first bullet holes that you noticed?
We
Scary.
first noticed it in the passenger seat. As Braden Smith got in, he noticed there were holes in there through the back and the front. And then as I was climbing in, I noticed there was a hole in the back of my seat too, which is the front passenger side.
I'm going to show you some of the seats. I'm going to show you 16M. Do you see these holes in the seat?
Yes,
And then 16N is a close-up of that.
yes.
Was there, I think you mentioned there was also a hole in the license plate, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where we believe it entered through, and it actually went through the hand cart that we had, like to bring all of our stuff in. So it went through that and then through the 2 seats.
I'm going to show you. Can you point out for us in 16B where exactly the hole is?
Sure. Physically or just?
You can get up and show.
Okay, so it's the, it was in the queue, and it's
Yeah,
over
there goes their
on the
deposit.
side of the queue.
Insurance.
I'm going to show close-up 16D. Can you point it out for us?
Sure. It's right here. Side of the queue.
I'm going to show you. And you said that there was a hand cart, is that correct, that was inside of the van?
Yes, that's correct.
16J, is that what is being viewed there?
Yes.
Okay, I also want to show you a close-up of the back of that seat in 16K. Can you show where the damage was that wasn't there before the shooting?
Sure, it was in the back of the seat right here.
And I'm going to show you a close-up of the hand cart. 16I, is that what you noticed when you first got into the minivan?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Judge has no questions.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Oh, I forgot about the bingo card.
The state is
I've been
calling
grossed in this.
Blasini. Blasini, I believe. Miguel Blasini.
Okay, officer.
Officer, I apologize.
Stand and raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Please state your full name for the record.
Officer Miguel Blasini Franceschi, but I go by Officer Blasini. I work for the Tampa Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Tampa Police Department?
just shy of 8 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes,
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
There was an active investigation of a shooting at that morning when I arrived to work.
What time did you arrive there?
At approximately 5:55 in the morning.
Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene at that location when you arrived?
Yes,
What county is that hotel located in?
it's located in the Hillsborough County area.
Was perimeter tape already set up when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
What were you tasked to do when you first got there?
Upon arrival, they asked myself and other squad members to try to collect surveillance video from the local hotels. And at that point, I made my way to the Holiday Inn hotel, which is in the same vicinity of the other hotels in that area.
When a homicide occurs, is the case eventually assigned to a homicide detective in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, it is.
When you were assisting and made contact with the hotel manager, did you say it was, what hotel was it?
It was at the Holiday Inn hotel.
And where is the Holiday Inn placed in reference to the home to suites?
It's right next door. If you was to go to the intersection of Fowler and McKinley, there's a collection of 3 hotels in that area. Holiday Inn kind of sits in the middle next to the Home to Suites, which is on the corner of 40th, McKinley and Fowler.
Did the hotel manager of the Holiday Inn, did he give you access to their video surveillance system?
He did. He actually assisted by operating the surveillance video and just going hour by hour, minute by minute at my request.
Were you physically viewing that video footage as he was going through it?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything of note or relevance to this particular investigation while he was viewing it?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed was a dark color vehicle cross the path of the camera of the Holiday Inn. It looked of a dark color vehicle. There was a second camera by the main entrance, the Holiday, which looks to the east, and at approximately 0:49 hours, there was a plume of smoke coming from another dark vehicle. Not long after that, there was two males seen from the direction of a smoke plume running into the hotel.
Okay. Did you make any observations of those two males as they were running into the hotel?
One male was a heavy-set male, the other one was a thin. Both males. I'm reading my report, sir.
Okay, well, you can't do that, so you have to testify from your memory, and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to let us know, or let Ms. Doherty know. You just need then to look at the report, refresh your recollection. When it's refreshed, then you can continue testifying.
Yes, Your Honor, my apologies.
No worries.
Sorry, this was well over a year ago, so. There were two males that ran into the hotel. One was a heavy-set black male, the other one was a thin black male that ran into the hotel, the
What-
Holiday Inn specifically. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. What did they do after they ran into the Holiday Inn?
From what I recall, they ran past the front desk, down one of the hallways, and attempted to knock on one of the doors. From there, they made their way, when they weren't allowed entry into that room specifically. They then made their way to the elevators, got on the elevators, and then got off, I believe, on the third floor. Once they got off the third floor, one of the two males collapsed. It looked like he had been bleeding around the upper torso of his body. And the other male hung around but kind of paced back and forth next to his friend or the person that he was with.
And you have talked about two different areas, the first level, the third floor, as well as the elevator. Is there video footage of all of those places at the Holiday Inn?
Yes,
So you're able to see the full progression of when they were fleeing into that hotel and exactly where they went and what happened with them?
I can say that I saw the two males running from a direction of a vehicle with smoke coming out of it, running into the hotel, the Holiday Inn, and obviously their movement of travel, as I
So
described.
you're saying they were smoking. Too early for that?
And after you viewed that video footage, what did you do with that information?
That information was passed on to homicide detectives.
After you viewing the video footage, did you do anything else in further of this investigation to assist with the homicide investigation?
We just kind of maintained the perimeter for security, and while doing so, I noticed a vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And was that, I'm going to show you, it's already into evidence, States Exhibit 16B. Is that the vehicle you're referring to?
Yes, that's the vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And after you noticed that that was struck by a stray bullet, did you eventually contact the people that owned the vehicle or rented the vehicle?
Through research, we were able to locate who the renter was, and we were able to locate that person and notify them of the what occurred.
And who was the person that you notified and were able to determine were the registered user of the vehicle?
I'd have to look in my report. I don't remember their specific name.
Would that refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and review that?
The operator of the vehicle's name is Nestor Argamonte.
And after you made contact with him, did you also have the crime scene investigators respond to take photographs and collect any evidence that may be involved in the case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Cross?
Good morning, Miss Angela.
Yes.
Yes, you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Who's your next witness, Ms. Doherty?
I believe the next witness is Officer Craig Douglas? Craig Douglas.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a seat. Morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Craig Douglas.
How are you employed?
I'm with Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
for 6 years.
Were you working on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On that date, did you respond to the hotels located on McKinley Drive across from the University of South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
We started at 06, so probably like at 06:10 or so like that, because yeah, we started, so like 06.
Okay. Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you responded to that area?
When I arrived, my squad, we assist with trying to locate surveillance camera, because there was
Does Craig have an E in it? I don't know.
many officers there already. They already like have everything taped off and stuff, so our job was to go look for surveillance cameras and stuff like that.
Where did you go to look for surveillance cameras?
The home suite?
Is that the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other detectives from the homicide unit that also eventually arrived and were looking for surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am. Detective
Thank you, love.
Kirkpatrick.
Detective Kirkpatrick, is he assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate video footage from the home to suites?
We did.
And was that video footage eventually downloaded by the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other video surveillance that you assisted with?
Yes, there was a Tesla that parked right outside where the shooting occurred. I assisted locating the owner for that Tesla.
Were you able to locate the owner of the Tesla?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide that information to anyone?
To Detective Kirkpatrick.
Did you do anything else to assist in this investigation?
Yes, I checked the perimeter for additional casing, bullet casing, where there was possible shooter was shooting at, but we didn't find any on that fence line.
And what area were you specifically looking for or tasked with looking for when looking for shell casings?
There's a fence line to the southwest corner, like a small fence, because there's a retention pond, and we were checking that fence line.
Had you already viewed the video footage of the incident at the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you trying to locate shell casings in the different areas where it appeared that the shooters had crossed that path?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not able to find any shell casings in the area that you were looking in, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything else in furtherance of the investigation?
While we're there's a gentleman that came down from the hotel, and he said that his windows was shot. There was a shot came through his window. So I went up and talked to him and two other individuals that was also in that room.
Do you remember the individual, the man who came down and notified you about the window being shot out?
Yes, but I would have to check my report for his name.
Okay, you can go ahead and refresh your recollection.
Braden.
Okay. What was his full name, sir?
Um,
And sir, please don't read your answer. If I'll ask you if has your memory been refreshed by referring to your report?
yes, ma'am.
And who was it, sir?
Braden Smith.
Did you take a sworn statement from Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there two additional individuals that were staying with Mr. Smith, the Agramontes?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also take sworn statements from Nestor Agramonte and Audra Agramonte?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Ross?
Well, pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, officer. Free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, next.
This may be called Pablo Gabor, and Your Honor, this witness does not interpret.
Okay. And I think you indicated, the first witness who testified did not want her identity disclosed. And then there's another witness, it looks like later on in the day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just remind me when that comes up.
Judge, I will, he just please go dismissed as well. Judge, can we not publish his name or his face as well?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me, the interpreter, please identify yourself for the record.
David Cantillo, certified court interpreter.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate to the best of your ability from English to Spanish and Spanish to English.
I do.
Okay, very good. And I'm going to ask the media with regards to this witness as well, not to show his face or disclose his identity. Okay, you just let him know.
La jueza dice que...
Raise your right hand.
The testimony you're about to give,
El testimonio que va a dar,
so help you God.
con la ayuda de Dios.
Thank
Yes, I swear.
You can have a
Se
seat.
puede sentar ahí.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
My hearing aids are cracking in and out again. Or did the sound just stop?
Where do you reside? What city?
¿Dónde vive usted? ¿Qué ciudad?
En la ciudad de Ocala.
In the city of Ocala.
Were you visiting Tampa, Florida on June 23rd of 2024?
¿Usted estaba visitando a Tampa, Florida en junio 23, 2024?
Sí, vine de vacaciones a visitar el zoológico de Tampa.
Yes, I came on vacation to visit the zoo in Tampa.
Did you come on vacation with anyone?
¿Usted vino en vacaciones con alguien?
Sí, vine con mi familia, mi esposa, mi hija y mi hijo.
Yes, I came with my family, my wife, my daughter, and my son.
How old are your children that you came with?
¿Qué edad tienen sus hijos? ¿Con quiénes vino?
Mi hijo el varón tiene 12, mi hija tiene 8.
My son is 12 and my daughter is 8.
And where were you all staying in Tampa when you came to visit the zoo?
¿Y dónde se quedaron en Tampa cuando vino a visitar el zoológico?
Nos hospedamos en el Hotel La Hacienda.
We stayed at the Hotel La Hacienda.
Is that the La Hacienda La Cuenta?
Could you restate, Counsel?
Yes, is that the Hacienda La Cuenta?
Esa es la hacienda que es una quinta.
No, es hotel, se llama La Hacienda.
It's a hotel named La Hacienda.
Do you remember the area that it was located?
¿Se acuerda el área en que está localizado?
No, exactamente la dirección no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember the address exactly.
Was it around the college campus?
Era cerca de la universidad, el colegio.
Sí, sí.
Yes.
And did anything during the course of your stay in Tampa happen in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024 around 4 a.m.?
¿Alguna cosa sucedió durante su visita en Tampa en junio 23 en la noche alrededor de las 4 de la mañana?
Sí, efectivamente, a esa hora escuchamos un estruendo, un ruido demasiado fuerte en nuestra habitación.
At that moment, we heard a very loud noise, very strong sound in our room.
What were you doing before you heard the sound?
¿Qué estaban haciendo antes que escuchó el sonido?
Estábamos descansando, estábamos dormidos.
We were resting, we were asleep.
What did you first do when you heard the sound?
¿Qué fue lo primero que hizo cuando escuchó el ruido?
Estuve aturdido y lo primero que hice fue ver a mis hijos y a mi esposa.
At first, I was shaken, and then I looked to my children and my wife.
When you say you looked to them, were you doing something to them or helping them with something?
Cuando usted dice que los atendió, los estaba ayudando a hacer algo, o qué hizo exactamente?
Los recogí, los abracé y los puse a buen recaudo.
I went to them and I hugged them and I tried to place them in a safe place.
Did you know or could you tell at that time what caused that sound?
¿Usted sabía o pudo darse cuenta en aquel momento que estaba causando ese ruido?
No, yo me asusté mucho porque fue demasiado fuerte. Realmente pensé que era una bomba.
No, I became very afraid because it was very loud. At first, I thought it was a bomb.
Did you hear your wife or your children exclaim anything at the time that you all heard this noise?
¿Usted escuchó que su esposa o sus hijos dijeron algo cuando usted escuchó ese ruido?
Mi esposa, igual que yo, se puso nerviosa y a los pocos segundos ella se quejó de un dolor en su pierna derecha y una quemadura.
My wife, just as me, became very nervous, and very quickly she complained of a pain in her right leg. It was a burn.
Were you able to see the right leg of your wife at that time?
¿Pudo ver la pierna derecha de su esposa en ese momento?
Sí, la estuve revisando y tenía en su pierna una especie de quemadura.
Yes, I checked her, and on her leg there was a kind of burn.
What is it that you saw that you believed it to be a burn?
¿Y qué fue lo que vio que le causó que usted pensara que fuera una quemadura?
Estaba roja, parte de su pierna estaba rojo.
Part of her leg was red. It was red.
At that time, could you see anything that may have caused that injury to your wife?
Y en ese momento pudo ver algo que habría causado esa herida a su esposa.
Después que estuve revisando, vimos que el edredón se había quemado y encontramos un pedazo de metal.
After we checked, we saw that something had burned, and then we found a piece of metal.
Did any other members of your family complain of any injuries or pains after you had an opportunity to check with your wife?
¿Algún otro miembro de su familia dijo que tuvo dolor o de alguna herida después que chequeó a su esposa?
No, mis hijos estaban demasiado asustados y llorando.
No, my children were very afraid and they were crying.
At any point, did your son locate any particular items of potential evidence in the room?
En algún momento su hijo encontró alguna potencial evidencia dentro del cuarto.
Lo que estábamos buscando, mi hijo, él encontró el pedacito de metal.
What we were looking for, my son found a small piece of metal.
When you were looking for the item that may have caused the injury to your wife, your son found that?
Cuando estaban buscando a ver qué artículo había causado la herida a su esposa, su hijo encontró eso.
Sí, o sea, sí, él encontró ese metal, lo pisó y vimos que era eso.
Yes, he found that metal. He stepped on it, and we saw what it was.
At that time, could you hear anything outside of the hotel room?
En ese momento usted podía escuchar algo afuera del cuarto.
Se escuchaban patrullas y las sirenas de las patrullas.
You could hear police. You could hear the sirens of the police.
Did you and your family exit the hotel room at that time, or did you stay inside of that room?
¿Usted y su familia salieron del hotel en ese momento o se quedaron dentro del cuarto?
No salimos, nos quedamos ahí. no salimos.
No, we didn't leave, we stayed there, we didn't leave.
A few hours later, at the time of checkout, were you able to provide the items that you found to the hotel manager?
Cuando salieron del hotel y se regresaron para salir, le dieron el artículo que había encontrado al gerente del hotel.
Cuando bajamos al desayuno, informé que no tenía aire acondicionado y que había llegado ese metal a la habitación.
When we went down, we told them that the room didn't have air conditioning, and we gave them the piece of metal that we found.
And were you also subsequently contacted by law enforcement for them to ask you about what happened as well?
Y después de eso, usted fue contactado por los policías para que le dijeran lo que había pasado.
Sí, yo recibí una llamada de un oficial cuando estaba de regreso a casa y me pidió la versión de lo que había pasado.
Yes, I received a phone call from an officer on the way home, and he asked me for my version of what had happened.
Did you leave your contact information with the hotel so that they could follow up with you if they had questions?
Usted dejó su información de contacto con el hotel para que pudieran tener contacto si tenía alguna pregunta.
Sí, ellos tenían toda mi información de registro en el hotel.
Yes, they had all my information for registration in the hotel.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ross?
I just have no questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, I may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Eso es todo, puede irse ya.
Gracias.
Okay, state, next witness.
Officer Yanis Hansis.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. More?
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the jury?
Good morning. Yanni Hansis.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with Tampa Police for about a year and a half, and prior to that, I had about 7 years in Florida, other agency.
What is your current title with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm just a patrol officer for District 2.
Were you called to a request for service at the La Quinta Hotel on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call?
We initially got a call for like a criminal mischief of bullet hole damage. We later determined it was related to a shooting incident that occurred earlier in that morning.
And the La Quinta Hotel, where is that in relation to the Home 2 Suites and the Holiday Inn Hotel?
It is just west of the Home 2 Suites, same plaza, just directly west.
Do the hotels form somewhat of a U shape, essentially, in their layout?
Yes.
So on the north side of that U, essentially, what hotel is there?
Is it more towards Fowler?
Yes.
The La Quinta.
And when you arrive at the La Quinta, what is it that you're responding to? Is it the front desk? Is it a specific location?
Yeah, just the lobby.
And what was reported to you from the lobby there?
I made contact with the evening shift manager, and the evening shift manager provided me with a bullet fragment that was handed to him.
Did he provide you information as to how he obtained that fragment?
Yeah, so he was taking over the shift from the previous manager, the day shift manager, and the day shift manager provided him with that bullet fragment.
The location of the La Quinta Hotel, is that directly near or where is it in relation to the primary scene for the Charles Jones homicide?
It is just west of that location.
Are you familiar with at least the layout of where the scene that was being processed on that side of those hotels was?
A little bit, yes.
Meaning, was that on the opposite side of the La Quinta?
Yes.
There was some, I guess maybe grassy area, trees in between the hotels there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any part in processing the scene at the Home to Suites or the Holiday Inn?
No, only at the La Quinta.
When you spoke to the hotel manager and he advised that he provided you something, did he indicate that he himself collected that?
No, he said it was turned over to him by the day shift manager.
Were the managers able to give you the information for the guest that provided that to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to view the room itself from which that guest provided the projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to attempt to check the exterior to see if you can find an impact or entry point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document doing both of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived to the room that Mr. Gabor was staying in with his family, were you able to actually see anything in the room that was of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what was that?
In the west side of the room, the first bed, I observed a burnt hole mark by the foot of the bed. That hole mark also had a little bit of fragment, bullet fragment still on it, residue. And then just beneath that bullet hole fragment on the floor was more fragment on the ground. Further search of the room, I located under the air condition unit a bullet hole with a trajectory that was consistent to the hole that was in the bed.
And what about consistent to what observations you made outside of the hotel room, so on the exterior of the building and into that room?
So on the exterior of that building, of that same room, just underneath the exterior air conditioning unit was also a single bullet hole entry. That was consistent with the trajectory into the room.
You indicated that you documented those observations that you made
Yes, ma'am.
by taking photographs?
Yes.
Having linked now this initial report or call for service to the events that occurred at the Home to Suites earlier in the morning, did you make an additional call for a crime scene to come out?
Yes.
And did crime scene come while you were there at room 201 to process the room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as state's exhibits 21O and 21N. You recognize those two images?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize these images?
I took those photos.
Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit 21O and 21N.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you, if you could look over your shoulder just there, states 21N. If you need to, you can stand up. But if you could show us what was of note on the exterior of the building that you were able to document.
That's the air conditioning unit, the bullet hole.
I apologize. You're able to stand up, yeah. Is this what you were attempting to document on the exterior of the room?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you 21O. It might be a little bit easier. Let's look toward the interior of the room at 21O. Are you able to tell us again what you were documenting here in 21O?
Yeah, that's the entry hole from the interior.
How are you able to capture this picture from the AC unit itself?
I got on my hands and knees and looked under the AC unit, and I just took a photograph.
And then again, we'll look at some additional photographs, but crime scene also came in, and did you have them photograph the initial items that you also photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were able to take possession of the object from the front desk, was it in something?
Yeah, it was already in a clear Ziploc bag.
And was that something that you relayed to the crime scene tech that also responded?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
assist that you had from crime scene at that time, did you also explain to them the additional fragments that you found next to the bed and the damage that you found on the bedspread?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'll pass the witness.
Okay, Ross.
Defense has no questions for this witness.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, state who's your next witness.
The state would call Ms. Nunez Ms. Nunez Martinez.
Okay.
Y'all, I'm trying to get the names as close as I can. Unfortunately, a lot of these names, the spellings can be numerous, and they're not asking them to spell their names. So, doing the best I can.
Good morning. Would you state your name, please?
Good morning, Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Tampa Police Department,
And what is your job title?
crime scene tech.
What are some of your duties as a crime scene tech?
We respond to crime scenes, we document the scene through photography, then we collect, process, and preserve the evidence.
When you say process, preserve, collect, what does that look like?
We collect different types of items of evidence, we process for fingerprint, DNA, and then we preserve the evidence by packaging it correctly, making sure that nothing gets cross-contaminated or anything like that.
Are the items that you collect typically individually packaged, and then are the packages annotated in some way?
Yes.
And how is that?
We package by putting them in envelopes or in a box, anything like that, individually.
And when you say that you are preserving the scene itself, does that include taking photographs there?
Yes.
Were you involved in an investigation that occurred in the area of East Fowler Avenue on June 23rd
Yes.
of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to take you a little bit out of order because my understanding is, what was your first call? Where did you go first?
I responded to an apartment complex first.
Okay. Can I take you a little bit out of order and ask you about the La Quinta?
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 21A through O. If you can tell me.
Hey, June, can you give me an update on the bingo card, please? Because I only have two things, but I've been dealing with, crime scene investigator.
Did
Okay. It's on there.
you take these photographs on June 23rd of 2024?
I did.
You're welcome, Miss Angela. I'm glad it's all up and running. Was it what I suggested or was it something else? We have gremlins in Discord today, y'all. We have gremlins in Discord.
Respond to 3701 East Fowler at this, looking to hear for a specific documentation of a room.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit the remaining exhibits 21A through I.
Any objection?
No objection.
When you first arrived to a scene, publishing states 21A, is it typical that crime scene will document the exterior of the location that you're processing?
Yes.
As it relates to a hotel, does that mean the overall exterior of the hotel?
Yes, and then numerical.
And then,
Numerical, like the address.
okay, yes, to document where you took the photos.
Yes.
Understood.
Mr. Harmon, you need to learn to whisper.
Sorry,
It's all right. Go ahead.
In this particular case, were you asked by one of the officers on scene to come and help to preserve actually a room?
It was to photograph the room and collect some evidence from the room.
In showing 21C, did you also receive a request to photograph the exterior for potential damage to the exterior as well?
I did.
And were you directed to that room?
Yes.
Was that room 201 inside of the La Quinta or the La Quinta?
Yes.
In showing you 21D, is this a close-up that you took on that exterior to document any kind of impact from the exterior of that room?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to enter that room and see whatever it was that the officer asked for you to document as well?
Yes.
As it relates to your overalls, you also indicated that you will document the specific room, and you did that here again in 21E.
That's correct.
And in 21F, will you take overalls of the interior of the room as well?
Yes.
Upon actually going to or locating the site that was represented to you from the officer as having potential evidentiary value, did you find something on one of the beds in the room?
Yes.
In showing you 21H, can you tell us what that was?
There was 2 fragments, one on the bed sheet and then one on the floor.
And is that what's indicated here with these yellow markers?
Yes.
Were those placed by you in taking these photographs?
Yes.
In looking to 21I, is that what you are referencing here?
That's correct.
Now, in these, we have some kind of a scale on those yellow markers. In 21J, is this that same object?
Yes.
Was there a physical object that you were actually able to remove from this marker?
Yes.
And was that what you've mentioned as the metal fragment?
That's correct.
Did you do the same in documenting 21K on the floor of that room just under the bed? Or
Yes.
just near the bed?
Yes.
Were you also provided from Officer Hansis a baggie with a metal projectile or fragment inside of it?
Yes.
Y'all, a small plane hits a deaf woman who was walking her dog on Long Beach, California soccer field. Oh, she couldn't hear it.
You had an opportunity to also see that item, 21M.
Yes.
Now, I asked you to go a little bit out of order. You initially had some involvement in this particular investigation in responding to an apartment complex.
Yes.
Would that have been in the area of 3104 Oaks Drive?
I believe so, yes.
What was the vehicle that you were processing? Do you recall?
I believe it was a Nissan or
When you
Okay, guys, I got to read this. This is insane, but true. This happened yesterday. Long Beach, California. A woman's is set to go undergo surgery after a serious injury when a small plane crash landed on a soccer field in Long Beach and hitting her. The incident happened Tuesday. According to family members, Tiffany was walking her dog at the time and was hit during a crash landing. The pilot was also injured. They're very upset. It's almost unbelievable. The woman had to have 2 blood transfusions due to a deep gash in her leg, had to have surgery to clean that out. Her pelvis is broken and had surgery for that. Her spine is broken in multiple spots as well. This is very traumatic. Yeah. Probably going to go under PTSD. Yeah. The aircraft appeared to be a home-built 2-seater, was still at the scene as of Wednesday morning. It is going to be, the whole situation is going to be, of course, inspected and investigated. The pilot was a member of the chapter of the Captain Airport. He has been teaching safety classes for years, up until the 2 days ago. Oh my gosh, walk your dog as a deaf person and then all of a sudden you're hit by an airplane. Thank you, Facebook friend, for sending that to me. That is, I'm deaf, so without my hearing aids, and I work with the deaf community. So that's interesting. Wow.
You got to that scene, what observations did you make and how did you begin to process?
I began, there was a vehicle parked in front of the apartment building, and I began by photographing the vehicle first. And then I processed for prints, and then I collected evidence.
This particular case, you would have processed that vehicle on the scene.
Yes.
Okay, so are there some instances or times in which you will process a vehicle at a different location?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about that?
Hey, June, to live.
Sometimes a vehicle will be sealed at the original scene and then impounded to our impound lot, and then we would process at that impound lot.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 31A through V. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Are these the photographs that you took from 3104, the apartment complex, excuse me, of the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Do you include with your exhibits, or excuse me, with your photographs, a copy of something as your first page typically?
Yes, a case summary. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit 31A through B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you say A through D or A through V?
V as in Victor, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On any given day in your role as crime scene, do you have the opportunity sometimes to respond to many different scenes?
Yes.
Let's talk about 31A, what we've just talked about, a little summary. Is this what you utilize, at least as the first picture before you start, to give yourself a reminder and to let us know
Yes, that's
what
right.
you're photographing?
Yeah.
Okay. Having had an opportunity to see this summary, is this the set of photographs that you had taken at 3104 Oaks Drive?
That's correct.
And do you recall that being on the same date
Yes.
of June 23rd?
Yes.
That just would have been, because it's my fault, I took us out of order, before you actually responded to the La Quinta.
That was my first scene. Yes.
In 31B, is this the vehicle that you responded to process?
Yes.
Is this as the vehicle was when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to access the interior of the vehicle as well to document any potential damage there?
I did.
In 31C, do you recall what area of the vehicle this would have been?
This is the radio screen.
And what were you documenting here?
Damage, and I believe I collected a fragment from there as well.
Would that be 31D?
Yes.
Can you show us, please, what you're referencing when you're talking about the fragment that you collected?
Do you?
Actually, I might make this a little easier so you don't have to stand. How about 31E?
That's the fragment that I collected from.
Would that have been you taking that fragment?
Yes.
I may not have that for all of them, so let's see, 31F.
That was damage. Yeah.
When you actually respond, are you working with law enforcement that's in charge of the investigation, so the detectives or the other officers, to ascertain at least an overall of what potentially occurred?
Yes.
Do you make decisions based on your training and experience on what to document or collect, and based on what the officers direct you to?
Yes.
Do you receive information from the detectives about documenting specific items, such as this car?
Yes.
But you also can use your judgment in what to document.
Yes.
31G, were you able to document another potential impact point inside of that Altima?
I did, yeah.
Was there anything actually collected from this particular area above the control panel?
No.
Were there some areas of the seats themselves inside of the vehicle that you were able to document, 31H?
Yes.
And in 31I, did you have an opportunity to document the back of the seat as well as the passenger side?
Yes,
Thank
that
you,
was
love.
some damage.
And again, these yellow markers that were placed were the defects that you noted in each of those areas.
That's correct.
31J. And I think we talked a little about this, but you take overalls and then closer and closer until you're actually able to get a close-up image of each of the items that you think may have potential value.
Yes.
Again, here in 31K, still the passenger seat or the rear of the passenger seat?
Yes.
31O. Were these additional defects in that same passenger seat?
It was just a closer picture of it.
Did you have an opportunity to document some fragments, 31P, in the rear of that Altima?
Yes,
And in 31Q or excuse me, 31R, is that what you documented here?
yes,
Now, you said you also collect from the scene when you're processing these items. After it's photographed, you've collected that as well?
yes,
And you impound that somewhere?
I do, yes.
31S, did you also have an opportunity to document the rear window of the Altima?
Yeah, that was the interior side of it.
And is this as the vehicle was when you arrived to process it?
Yes,
Lastly, did you document the trunk of that Altima in 31T?
I did.
And now I know I've shown you a slim selection of the photographs that you would have taken. Do you typically take hundreds of photos from each scene?
Yes, I can.
After you processed the Altima, we've heard that you responded to the hotel to document room 201. Did you have some additional involvement in this case?
I did.
And what was that?
I responded to the TPD impound lot for a search warrant on a vehicle.
Is this one of those instances that we spoke about that the vehicle would be brought to impound for additional processing?
Yes,
I'm showing you state 67A through T. Are these the photographs that you took of the black Dodge Charger at the impound?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 67A through T into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
To be admitted?
So for these items that were processed at the impound lot, we'll start with 67D. For this vehicle here, the vehicle itself on scene, would you have been the person that went to this vehicle at the Home to Suites or outside of the Holiday Inn and actually processed it there?
I did not.
Would that have been another member of the Tampa Police Department's crime scene unit?
Yes,
And is that unusual that that one would document at the scene and another would document back at the impound lot or at evidence at headquarters?
no,
You work together as a unit?
yes,
Now, can you tell me in 67D here, the vehicle looks to be covered in some kind of cellophane-like material. Why don't you tell the jury what that is or about that if you can?
that is a crash wrap that we use in case if there's any damage to the windows. We seal the vehicle so that we don't lose any potential items of evidence that's inside the vehicle while it's being transported from the scene to the impound lot.
Is that why we see some yellow stickers already on the outside of the vehicle as well there?
The yellow stickers was to document the damage to the vehicle.
Is there some limited processing that occurs when you're going to transport a vehicle like this of the exterior before it's transported?
Yes,
Is that to preserve any potential items on the outside of the vehicle?
that's correct, yes.
These things would have occurred before you received the vehicle?
Yes,
And ultimately, once it arrives at impound and is sealed, is there some kind of indicator in showing you 67C on the vehicle that tells you who sealed it for your
Yeah.
records?
yes, the white sticker on the doors, that's the seal, and it shows that it hasn't been broken since I got it.
In your processing of this vehicle, were you able to determine that there was an impact point in state 67F as it relates to each of the yellow stickers on the exterior?
Yes.
In showing 67G, was this the condition of the vehicle, the tires, the windshield, et cetera, once it arrived at impounding when you started processing?
Yes.
Including what we can see a little bit in the photos as some kind of damage down the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
When you are actually processing in 67H, the vehicle itself, do you record these yellow markers in some way?
In my case, I just did an overall picture of it, but if I was doing it from the original scene, it would be overalls, mid-ranges, and close-ups.
Meaning if you had been the person who placed them, so the person who placed them would have had to document them numerically type of thing?
That's correct, yes.
You did take overall stills, though, of that vehicle, 67I included?
Yes.
And were you able to document anything on the right tire of that vehicle, 67J?
That was more damage on the tire.
You indicated that you used the cellophane wrap or the wrap for the exterior for window damage. In 67L, can you just describe for us what it is that we're actually looking at beyond the cellophane there that you're documenting?
There's also damage to the window itself. There's sticky notes and damage to the door, and to the pillar itself too as well.
Is this material that's applied sticky on one side or tacky on one side?
It's sticky on the side, on the side that is sticking to the actual vehicle.
Does this allow for the glass to stay in place if you have to transport the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so the way it's shattered there, it would have still been intact when you received it?
Yes.
Once your overalls for the exterior of the vehicle were completed, did you have an opportunity to photograph the interior of the vehicle?
I did.
So you would be the person that actually documents and breaks those white seals you testified about?
I did, yes.
In showing you 67 in, can you tell us what view from the vehicle you documented?
This is the driver's side, front side.
And again, I'm only going to show some limited photos here, but you run the same process that we talked about in your earlier scenes. Far away, then some close-ups of any potential items of value.
That's correct, yes.
Did you also document the backseat of that vehicle in 67O?
Yes.
As you move around the vehicle, do you move essentially in order, so driver's front, driver's back, and move around the car in that way?
Usually, yes.
In 67P, did you have an opportunity to move around to the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
The items of potential value that you note in the vehicle, did you collect those things after photographing?
I did, yes.
In state 67Q, what area of the vehicle are we looking at here?
This is the center console.
And just as we did with the other vehicle, did you have an opportunity to document the trunk of that vehicle in
Yes.
67R?
Yes.
Did you have some additional involvement? I know you said you worked together with other crime scene units. Did you have some additional involvement back at your headquarters in processing evidence?
I did.
Or impounding evidence, excuse me.
I did receive evidence from another CST.
Do you, as crime scene, often attend autopsies at the medical examiner's office or transport materials from the medical examiner's office for potential investigations?
We do. Yes.
And do you, if you don't attend it, have the opportunity to assist others in impounding it or logging it or labeling it at your agency?
Yes.
In the event there is an item that you log or label, do you also document that in some way?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity in this particular case to log the items that were collected from the autopsy of Charles Jones?
Yes, I received those items from CST Cruz.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, you mark off the black Dodge Chargers. You mark that off. You can mark off evidence.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so in short, you took a lot of photographs in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right, you took photographs of 2 different vehicles?
2 different vehicles.
All right, at 2 different scenes.
Yes.
All right, and the photographs that you took of the Nissan Altima, do you know whose car that was?
I do not.
Do you know if it belonged to a victim or to a defendant?
No, I did not.
All right, so showing you what's in evidence is states 31U. Do you know whose firearm that is?
I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
I do not.
Showing 31B, do you know whose firearm that is?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
No, I do not.
And showing you 31T, is this the same firearm from the previous two exhibits?
Yes.
All right, so you don't know who this firearm belongs to?
No.
All right, and does anyone give you any context for the scene or the crime when you go out there and you take pictures?
Yes, the detective.
All right, so did they tell you whose car this was that you were taking photographs of?
They did not.
Other than take photographs, do you collect any evidence?
Yes,
You collected, I think, evidence you said from crime scene tech crews?
I did, yes.
All right, and that evidence was evidence from Charles Jones's autopsy?
Yes.
So different bullet fragments?
Bullet fragments, clothing, fingerprint cards, blood cards, anything that came from the autopsy.
Okay, and crime scene tech crews gives you these items, and what do you do with them?
In this case, I just packaged them and then put them into evidence.
Into like an evidence locker?
No, into evidence, our evidence control section.
Okay, after it goes to the evidence control section, do you have anything to do with it?
No,
All right, do you process any evidence?
I do.
What do you do when you process evidence? Like, what are you processing it for?
So it depends. I could process for DNA, for fingerprints. I could do both.
Okay. In this case, did you process any of the evidence that you collected?
I did.
What evidence did you process?
I process, do you want me to start per scene or?
We can start from the senior.
Okay, so I processed the vehicle on scene for fingerprints. I received items,
And I'm sorry to cut you off. The vehicle on scene, which vehicle is that?
oh, I'm sorry, the Nissan.
The Nissan? Okay, you processed the Nissan for fingerprints. What else?
I did. I processed items that I received from CST Calderero. I processed the firearms.
And I don't mean to cut you off,
Sorry,
but you said CST Caldero, right?
yes.
That's a different crime scene tech than crime scene tech crews.
Yes.
All right, so there's two crime scene techs.
Yes,
And those two crime scene techs, they go to the scene and they get certain pieces of evidence,
yes,
and then they brought the evidence to you.
yes.
All right, so from Caldero, the different crime scene tech, what did you process from Caldero?
Can I reference my report? There's a
Yes,
lot
if
of
you need to
items.
refresh your memory, you can.
There was a Red Bull can, Canada Dry bottle, Don Julio tequila bottle, and a firearm.
Okay. The firearm is from the Nissan Altima, the pictures that we just saw?
That was a different firearm.
A different firearm inside the Nissan Altima?
No, that was a
Where was-
firearm that I received from CST Calderero.
All right, do you know where CST Caldero got that firearm from?
No,
She didn't tell you?
no.
All right. And you processed the firearm for what? DNA and prints?
Yes, both of them.
All right, and DNA is different from prints, right?
Yes,
Prints are, if I put my finger on a particular surface, it may leave a print there, right?
yes.
And DNA is like blood, saliva, bodily fluids, that sort of stuff.
Touch DNA, yes.
Right, so if I cough or if I sneeze, I might transfer DNA from myself to another surface, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's two different types of physical evidence.
Yes,
All right, and you processed the firearm for both.
for both.
All right. What else did you process?
I believe that was it.
Okay, so I got from Caldero, I got a Red Bull can, Canada Dry can, a Don Julio bottle, the alcohol, correct?
Yes,
And the firearm.
the firearm, yes.
All right. And then you processed the Nissan Altima for prints.
I processed the Nissan Altima for prints, and I processed the firearm that I got from the Nissan Altima.
So you processed 2 firearms.
I did.
All right. The second firearm, the one from the Nissan Altima, what did you process that for?
DNA and fingerprints.
So both. So both firearms are processed for both DNA and fingerprints.
Yes,
Okay. And when you process the firearm for DNA, you're taking a swab and you're wiping the firearm,
yes,
and you're wiping it so that you can sort of collect any DNA that's on it,
yes,
and you swab particular areas of the firearm, right?
yes.
So like the slide, you would swab that area?
In specific, front side muscle, trigger grip, with and the rear side slide, and the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And you will process or swab those particular areas because that's the place where you're most likely to get DNA, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and that's what you're trained to do, correct?
yes,
And you did that for both firearms?
I did.
All right. Do you actually do the analysis? So after you process the firearm, after you get the actual swab, do you then test that swab against some other DNA or other fingerprints out there to actually get the results?
No,
All right, that's another person's job.
yes,
All right, so you have no idea whether this firearm or these firearms that you swabbed for DNA or you dusted for prints, you don't have any idea as to whether or who they came out to be.
no, I do not.
Same thing for the can and the Red Bull can, the Don Julio bottle, and the Canada Dry. Same thing? You don't actually analyze what you process.
No.
Somebody else's job.
No, if I lift or if I swabbed, that is up to the detective to send that out. The fingerprint specifically, it goes to a latent examiner.
Got it. So the lead detective on the case, he fills out a sheet if he wants to have the DNA that you process, if he wants to have that analyzed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure their process, it's up to them, yeah.
So you don't know how he does it, but you know he's the person, the detective is the person that has to send the evidence out to a lab to get analyzed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know if it got analyzed?
I do not.
Other than take any photos, other than process the Nissan Altima and for prints, and did you process the Nissan Altima for DNA as well, or just prints?
No, I believe CST Caldero had already done that prior to my arrival.
Okay. When you say you believe, is that something you know for sure, or just you think?
I think.
Okay. All right. So the Nissan Altima for prints, the items from CST Caldero, the Red Bull, the Canada Dry, the Don Julio, and the firearm, and then and the firearm from the Nissan Altima. That's everything.
I believe so.
Okay. And why does Crime Scene Tech Crews give you the items to put away in evidence? Is that just how it rolls, how it goes?
It just depends on how much we have going on that day. And I was already working this specific case. I was already attached to the case.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Hey, read rec, just briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you just tell us, when you arrive at the scene, you said you're given some statements. Are you asking for the rundown of, what are the facts, what are the motives of this case, all that stuff? Or what information is the detective giving you so that you're able to process?
The detective gave me a brief synopsis and then asked me, they specifically tell me what they want me to do with that specific item, or in this case, the vehicle.
So if it is a shooting, they try to tell you there was a shooting so that you can look for entry, exit, projectiles, et cetera.
That's correct.
Is anyone telling you about the history of the case or the specific facts of the parties, anything like that at that time?
No.
When you are indicating that you process these items, you strictly mean to preserve them?
Yes.
So when you have indicated that you impound them after you have photographed, swabbed, lifted the prints, there is an expert that evaluates the fingerprints?
Yes.
There is an expert subsequently that would be contacted for DNA and all of the other things we've discussed?
Yes.
And your role is just to document the scene, collect that evidence, and ensure it's impounded and secured?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's 10:30. We'll go ahead.
Morning
and take
break.
a morning break, so we will be back at 10:40. All right.
All right, please leave your notes.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Sergeant Anthony Portman,
How are you employed?
Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 23 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were a sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your assignment at that time?
I run District 2, Squad 205. I have 6 officers under me that night, and we actually work from Fowler Avenue down to Bush Boulevard, and from 56 out to Armenia is our area of responsibility. And our scheduled time was from 1900 hours to 06:30 in the morning.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 23rd, 2024, the early morning hours. Did you respond to the home to suites located at 1606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you receive a call regarding that hotel home to suites?
Approximately 4:40 in the morning.
Did you get any other information when you got dispatched out there?
There was just multiple shots fired and somebody was hit or injured.
How were you dressed on that particular time?
The same uniform I'm wearing currently.
And what type of vehicle do you drive?
At that time, I was driving a white Dodge Charger.
When you were responding to that location, how far away were you?
I was currently at 48th and Bush Boulevard. We were sitting at Truth Lounge because there's a club there that we were sitting on. Responded lights and sirens all the way up to Fowler Avenue and 40th Street.
Why were you at Truth Lounge? Is that Truth 18 Lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away is Truth 18 Lounge from that hotel, that home to suites and Holiday Inn?
I'd say roughly about 3 miles.
Why were you at Truth 18?
Because we had multiple issues over the course of that year. If it's an after hours kind of club, so we sat there to stop the people from gathering outside and causing issues.
Had you or anyone in your squad gotten any information or intelligence that a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio would be at that club that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also one of the reasons why you were set up at that particular location?
We didn't know he was going there at that current time. We knew he was going to be in the area and he might go to Teasers, which was off of Nebraska Avenue. But truth, we didn't know he was going to until later on.
While you were set up at Truth 18, did anything happen at that location at that point?
No, ma'am.
And you said you responded over to the hotel at 4:40 because in reference a shooting, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take to get from where you were set up at Truth 18 to home to suites?
Probably roughly maybe 2 minutes.
What did you see when you were going to that location?
I was responding priority northbound on 40th Avenue towards Fowler Avenue. As I got to the intersection of 40th and Fowler, home 2 suites is to my left. I was going to have to make a U-turn in order to go into the hotel. At that point in time, a silver Hyundai came in front of me, basically through the intersection, over the sidewalk, over the curb area, through the bushes and into the hotel. So at that time, I proceeded after that vehicle.
What did you do after that?
I followed that vehicle around the south side of Home 2 Suites all the way to the north side to where she stopped the car. They started exiting the car. 2 females and a male exited the vehicle. One of the females was yelling, "Hey, her boyfriend was shot, check on him, is he still alive?" So at that point in time, I looked over and saw the other vehicle.
What did you see when you saw the other vehicle?
I saw the vehicle sitting there, multiple bullet holes through the front windshield, and I also saw one gentleman laying inside the vehicle.
What did you do at that point?
I ran over to the vehicle to check if there's any signs of life. At that point in time, there's no signs of life. Noticed there was a blood trail running from the vehicle into the hotel. My other officers got on scene and proceeded into the hotel because we thought there possibly could be an active shooter inside the hotel.
Before we go into that, when you say that you check for signs of life, how did you do that?
I checked for pulse, breathing.
Was there any pulse or was the victim breathing at that point?
No, ma'am, it was not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize the vehicles in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle on the right is the one I stopped with the doors opened. That's where the people got out of. And then the vehicle to the left is the one with the bullet holes and where the gentleman was laying.
And part of you, when you were testifying, you said that that vehicle, in order to get back into this hotel, did it leave the roadway at some point to make this entrance?
Yes, ma'am. It actually crossed over the curb area, sidewalk, and through bushes in order to get back into the hotel.
Did you have any concerns about this vehicle initially when you first came into contact with the vehicle?
I thought it was part of the scene somehow.
And you said at some point your other officers from your unit, ones that you supervise, arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers arrived?
6.
And you said, what was your first priority?
My first priority was life-saving at that point, so we wanted to make sure he was still alive to get the fire in there, and then second of all, to check inside the hotel to make sure there's nothing going inside the hotel.
Did officers from the USF Police Department also respond and assist?
Yes, they showed up just after I got there.
Did you go into any of the hotels?
I went into the hotel that's next to the Home 2 Suites. I forget the name of it.
Is it the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you focus on that particular hotel?
Because if you, later on, you'll see a blood trail running from the vehicle across the sidewalk into that hotel. And then once inside the hotel, there's multiple blood everywhere inside the front doors.
How many of your officers responded to the Holiday Inn?
All 6 of them.
What did you do once you got to the Holiday Inn?
Once we got this secured outside, I had USF PD stay with the people that were outside in this vehicle to secure this scene. Officer Godcharles found the bullet casings at the Home 2 Suite, so he stayed at that scene. The other officers ran into the hotel to start doing basically a search to see if there was anybody in the hotel with a firearm or anybody else that needed injuries because of all the blood.
Why do you have Officer Charles post at the scene where you find the shell casings?
Because that's the primary scene.
And you said the others all then proceeded into the hotel, the Holiday Inn. Did you proceed with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got into the Holiday Inn?
We started doing a coordinated search of the hotel, just going up and down all the hallways, all the stairwells. Once we got into the first part of the hotel, there's main blood all over the front steps as you go into the hotel. And then we went to the left, and there's actually blood on one of the door handles. So we stopped at that door to make sure the people inside there were okay and that nobody went into that room because it looked like somebody entered that room.
Okay. Were you able to do that and confirm whether or not there was anybody in that room associated with the event that happened outside?
Yes, ma'am. There was nobody associated. They opened the door and said everything was fine. And then we proceeded to the elevator where the blood continued up through the elevator.
During the course of your search, not only on the first floor but other floors, are there occupied guests in that Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, can you tell the jury, and you don't have to go into each one, but are there guests that are trying to exit or opening the doors or having questions as you're doing this clearing of the hotel?
Yes.
And you said that you were able to confirm, especially the door that had the blood on it, that there were not any suspects in that room. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Where did you go after that?
I proceeded up the elevator to the third floor where 2 of my officers were, Officer Conway and Officer Gale, because they were with the 2 subjects that were actually shot from the vehicle.
Okay.
They were on the 3rd floor.
What happened once you got to the 3rd floor and made contact with those 2 officers?
I exited the hallway, saw that they were giving basically life-saving measures, trying to take care of the blood, and just looked around, made sure that floor was secured, and proceeded to the 4th floor to secure that floor.
Did it appear that both of those persons that were in contact with your law enforcement officers on the 3rd floor had injuries?
Yes, they did, from what I saw.
And what did you do at that point?
After we got done securing the hotel, I went back outside trying to get the fire department to come in to take care of the 2 subjects on the 3rd floor, and then started getting more officers with my lieutenant to the scene from the rest of the department
to try to secure the rest of the scenes that we had going on.
Did USF Police Department, while you and your officers were clearing the Holiday Inn and that hotel, did they stay outside in this area 2E where the vehicle containing the victim was to make sure, again, that no one else is going inside that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is eventually homicide detectives and a homicide sergeant called out to the scene to take over the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
I've previously shown you several photographs of the Holiday Inn. Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2A through M, as well as 3A through P, and 4A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Sergeant Portman, I'm going to start with 2A. Can you tell us, and let me minimize this a little bit, what is being depicted in 2A?
That's the entrance to the Holiday Inn. That's going to be off, it's facing towards Fowler Avenue.
And I'm going to go back just to 2E, if you can, and if you need to get down, you can. Can you point out from where the victim's vehicle is, where is kind of the pathway? You said there was some blood that you followed. Can you show us what pathway you and your officers took?
Yeah, you'll see a pathway coming out of these doors towards that way, towards the front of the Holiday Inn.
Okay. And you can kind of see this brick building in that picture, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's to the, if you go back to the other picture, it's to the right of that vehicle. So the Holiday Inn's actually to the right. Yes, ma'am, so.
And actually, I have a better angle. And what is in 2B?
That's going to be the victim's vehicle being shot up, and then the Holiday Inn directly behind it.
Is this a different angle of that captured? in
Yes, ma'am,
2C?
that's going to be the back side of the victim's vehicle.
And then 2B?
That will be the people that I stopped, their vehicle.
And here is at the front of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
2F?
Will be the Holiday Inn and then the vehicle that I stopped going through the parking lot.
And then 2G?
It's just the Holiday Inn.
Go to 2J?
That's the front like driveway entrance, and the front doors are to the right on that picture to enter the Holiday Inn.
And then can you see what's trying to be captured in 2J?
Yes, ma'am. You got the front doors of the Holiday Inn to the left, and then there's the blood trail going up the sidewalk and into the front doors.
And after the homicide unit arrived, did you brief them as to what you and your officers did when you first arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant Portman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it afternoon?
Hands close to it.
Okay. You discovered a Glock, or your unit discovered a Glock on Taifa McCray?
My unit did not, that I'm aware of.
Did anyone discover a Glock on Taifa McCray?
Yes, someone at the, I believe it was HCSO at the Advent Health.
All right, and do you know who Taifa McCray is?
He's one of the people that we came in contact with.
One of the victims in the case?
Yes.
All right, Did you yourself discover any guns or firearms?
I did not, no, sir.
Did anyone in TPD discover any firearms?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
I know the one at the university, or not the university, sorry, Advent Health, I know there was one there, but I'm not aware of the other ones.
The one at Advent Health, is that the same one we were just talking about for McCray?
I believe so,
Okay, so just one firearm that you know of.
that I know of, yes.
All right, and you did an initial investigation on the scene of the crime, right?
What do you include as initial investigation?
So just like going to the scene, trying to figure out what happened, trying to help people, that sort of thing.
Yes.
All right, and after that day, did you do any work on this case?
No, sir.
All right, so that was your sole involvement in the case.
That's correct, it's that night.
All right, so you don't have anything to say about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly. Sergeant Portman, you said that you were only aware of one firearm that was collected by an individual at Advent Health. Is that Advent Health Hospital? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been because that was reported by eventually the deputies to another one of your officers.
That's correct.
As far as any other guns or firearms that are recovered in this investigation, would that information be funneled to the case detective in the homicide unit?
Yes, it would be.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, state who's your next witness.
Judge, I believe it is Officer De Jesus with Mr. Harmon. Can I have one moment just to make sure?
Yes.
Yeah, if not, we can call. Are you ready on De Jesus? Okay. Officer Bernardo De Jesus.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, Mr. Harmon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell spell both names, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Bernardo De Jesus. My first name is spelled Bernardo. Last name is spelled Dejesus.
And where are you employed, sir?
The city of Tampa.
Okay, and what do you do with the city of Tampa?
I work I'm a police officer for the street anti-crime unit as well as the bomb squad.
Okay, so you have two separate duties.
Yes, sir.
What is your rank?
I'm a master police officer.
Okay. Officer De Jesus, how long have you worked total time with the Tampa Police Department?
I just hit my 11-year anniversary with the Tampa Police Department.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience before that agency?
Yes, sir.
And where did you work prior to that?
I worked approximately 2.5 years with the City of Temple Terrace Police Department.
So I want to start with, was that your first experience in law enforcement?
Temple Terrace was, yes, sir.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace is a agency adjoining the city of Tampa. Their jurisdictions lay next to each other?
Yes, sir. It borders the City of Tampa to the east in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace actually is not too far from the crime scene in this case, correct?
No, it's probably approximately 10 to 15 blocks.
When, prior to working for Temple Terrace Police Department, did you attend a police academy?
I did, yes, sir.
And how long was that a police academy?
Approximately 6 to 7 months.
Okay. In that police academy, was there a component that dealt with firearms training?
Yes, sir.
How long was that component? Was that something that was consistent throughout the academy, or was there a designated time period?
There was a designated time period where the bulk of it happened, but I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was quite some time ago that we did go back to the range several times.
Okay. And were you trained on the use of handguns and certain long guns?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. With a yawn. It's one thing if something is said in court and I can potentially argue that if for some reason I get tagged for it. If we say it or if it's in chat and we don't remove it or take action, then it's on us. So thank you so much. Yes, you were right, Angela. When in question on a word, add the stars and we'll figure out what it is. Thank you. I don't need to be in YouTube jail again.
The long guns that you were trained on, did that include AR platform rifle?
Oh, somebody asked. I'm going to share screen. Forgive me. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to share screen. Somebody asked, they saw that I had posted something about pictures. So we're going to go there. Let me get it up first. Sorry. Window screen. Oh, no, that one. Okay. Yes, these are my photos. I am a storm chaser. I do sell photos, not many, but I do take storm photos. So these are some of my chases. You see the duck? Quack, 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 and there's the wing. Yeah, I love this one. This is one of my favorites. This is in Kerrville. This is a panoramic. This is no storm. This is a hell core. This actually did produce a tornado and downdrafts, down blast. And here's another one. I accidentally repeated it, and then there's that. I have a ton more, but I thought, some of y'all wanted to see some of my photos. I chase with the Texas Storm Vortex Storm Chasing Team. They are based out of Kerrville. They're a fabulous group of people, hence the logo there. And it looks like we're going to have some interesting weather. So I'm going to be at a dog walk with a company that I hope to get a service dog through, but also just north of that area, there's supposed to be some potential possibilities for some good storm chases. So Saturday is going to be my fun day. I'm going to get all geared up and I'm going to hop in the car with all the cameras and everything, my GoPro, my camera, my phone, my iPad, and I got my lights and I'm ready to go. I'm Jason.
Yes, sir.
Prior to working at Temple Terrace, did you have experience with AR platform rifles?
They're military variant, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in the military?
I was.
In what branch?
I served in the Marine Corps.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I'm assuming you're attempting to lay a predicate.
I am, Your Honor.
Opinion of his regarding AR-15s?
Yes,
the
Your
AR
Honor.
platform? Okay, overrule, go ahead.
Will you please repeat the question, sir?
Yes. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years, sir.
So a single enlistment?
Yes, sir.
In the Marine Corps, did you receive training in certain small arms weapons platforms?
I did, yes, sir.
Did that include the M4 or CAR-15 and the M16?
Yes, sir.
Are those both AR platforms
Yes, sir.
or AR style platforms?
They are.
And are both of those, at least as far as the military, chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
Did you deploy in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir, twice.
And did you utilize those weapons in combat in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And was that, where was that?
No.
I served on a PSD team in Iraq from 2008 until 2009, and then I served as a machine gunner in.
Okay, are you getting PTSD triggered right now? Let's watch his body language, because a lot of times when people come out of the military, especially his type of service, and they start asking, what did you do? What did he's going to start, Lord, please don't be triggered.
Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010.
Okay.
I don't like.
When you worked for the city of Temple Terrace, were you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And to maintain that certification, did that require that you go through annual qualifications on firearms?
Yes, sir.
Right back.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you qualify with a pistol?
Yes, sir.
And did you qualify with a long gun?
I did.
And which long gun did you qualify on?
With an AR-15.
And was that chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you carry an issued sidearm?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Glock 22.
Okay, so that is a Glock manufactured handgun.
Yes, sir.
Since you have worked with the city of Tampa, have you carried a sidearm, whether it's issued or personally owned?
Yes, sir.
And what type of sidearm have you carried with the city of Tampa?
My initial firearm that was issued was a Smith & Wesson M&P chambered in .40 caliber. My second firearm was a 6-hour P320, and then I carry a Glock 47. Yes, Glock 47 chambered in 9mm.
Okay. And how many years have you carried the Glock pistol?
I would say at least 5 years.
All right. Now I want to back up. Outside of the Marine Corps and your law enforcement experience, do you have other experience in your personal life dealing with Glock firearms and AR-style rifles or platforms?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about that experience?
My other experience with firearms is competitive shooting.
Okay. And would that include USPSA competitions?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider yourself to be a firearms enthusiast?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to your competitions in your personal life, do you train?
Yes, sir.
And is that frequent?
As frequent as I can, sir, yes.
Okay. And is that something that you have to do to stay competitive in those types of competitions?
I would argue competitive and proficient for my job.
And do you also compete in, stay proficient in those competitions because that translates, like you just said, to being proficient as far as a police officer with your handgun?
Yes, sir.
Have you paid for and attended personally, paid out of your pocket, paid for firearms classes?
Yes, sir.
And have that included training where you're working with high-level, national-level handgun competitors?
Yes, sir.
Annually, how many rounds do you fire through Glock platforms?
I would say at least 10,000 rounds.
And have you maintained that rate of use of a Glock firearm over the last several years?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain familiarity with the firearms community and the firearms industry?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the AR platform and its common chamberings?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with, you've talked about the 5.56 round, are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
Is that a common chambering in a in an AR-15 platform?
Not as common as 5.56, but it is a common chambering.
Okay. Are you familiar with companies that manufacture components for AR-15 rifles, such as Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Sig Sauer, which is another firearms manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the companies that manufacture ammunition, such as Remington and Federal?
Yes, all the main ones, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with a type of handgun ammunition known as Max Tech?
I am.
And the Max Tech chamberings in 9mm, is that a common range ammo?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the term as it's utilized when attending range sessions or training with firearms, the term brass?
Yes.
What does that mean in that context?
Brass is a common usage term for the material or for the casing of a bullet or a projectile. It's not always brass like the actual material. Sometimes it's aluminum or steel, but it's referred to as brass, which is the casing that holds the gunpowder and the projectile.
Okay. So just as an example, when you attend firearms training through the Tampa Police Department, and there's a range not too far from here, correct?
Yes, sir, it's on 34th Street.
And that's maintained by the city of Tampa?
Yes.
When you attend firearms training there, and they may now have some type of machine that does this, but are you typically ordered to either police your brass or pick it up?
Yes.
To clean up the range? And that means the expended shell casings when you're firing your handgun?
Yes, for semi-auto handguns, yes.
Yeah. Semi-automatic handguns, is the AR-15 commonly a semi-automatic rifle?
It is. And
does it expel a shell casing when it fires?
Yes.
It does.
Same with a Glock pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a item known as a brass catcher?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And what is a brass catcher?
A brass catcher is something that is affixed to the ejection port of a firearm that is used to collect brass prior to it hitting the ground.
Okay. So are there brass catchers that are manufactured and produced for attachment to an AR-style rifle?
Yes.
So they're designed to catch the casings as they're coming out
Yes, sir.
into a mesh-type bag,
Yes.
basically? Okay. Are you familiar with the term Glock switch?
I am.
Okay. And what is a Glock switch?
A Glock switch is an aftermarket piece that can replace the back plate on a Glock pistol, which allows the user to fire it in fully automatic or select fire.
Okay. Now, your familiarity with that, is that something you've become familiar with through your job as a police officer?
Yes,
That in some areas is highly illegal.
sir.
And also through following the firearms industry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, converting a Glock handgun with a switch to becoming a fully automatic weapon, is that legal?
Not without the proper documentation from the ATF.
Okay, and if you don't have that proper documentation, that is a federal criminal offense, isn't it?
Yep.
Let's sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. Is that a device that the Glock company endorses for enthusiasts in the United States?
No, Glock has their own version of a fully automatic handgun.
Okay, and that's a regulated handgun?
Yes, sir.
A Class 3 regulated, fully automatic handgun?
Yes, sir. It's a Glock 18.
So that's not a gun that someone can walk into a gun store and buy without having the proper paperwork that they've obtained through the federal government?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 23rd of 2024. What was your assignment at that time in the Tampa Police Department?
I want to explain something to y'all real quick. The Glock G18 is a fully automatic weapon. It has 19 round magazine, 20 rounds per second fire rate, and it is not sold on the commercial market in the United States. It is highly illegal to own one without, like he said, obtaining it through the proper channels with the proper paperwork.
I was a member of the District 2 Day Shift Street Anti-Crime Squad.
Okay. And when you were en route to work that day, were you dispatched or asked to respond to a homicide scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did another officer from your unit also respond?
Yes,
And is his last name also De Jesus?
it is.
Any relationship?
None.
And what's his first name?
Patrick.
Okay. So you and Officer Patrick De Jesus respond to this homicide scene. Is that located near the University of South Florida?
Yes, sir, it's to the south on Fowler Avenue.
Is that a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, I move to publish State's Exhibit 1.
Okay?
I'm going to show you this overhead aerial photograph that's in evidence, States 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
I do.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and mark
You
off.
responded,
Remain
if you
on-
can just tell me where you first responded to, and then I will try to point it out on here from your description.
Obviously, there was a lot of, there were officers on scene already, so real estate was a little bit limited for parking. We parked our vehicle. If you look at the building that's parallel to the roadway, which is Fowler Avenue, we parked on the grass closest to the roadway in front of that structure.
Would that be this area here?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. And
I wouldn't
did,
own one.
Officer Patrick De Jesus, did he also park his vehicle there?
Yeah, we rode together.
Oh, you rode together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't realize that. All right. When you arrived, did you make contact, with, first of all, with other officers on that scene?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other officers. Did that include uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
And did they have control and command of that scene at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was there crime scene tape either up or being put up?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe a motor vehicle generally in this area here that appeared to have damage to it?
I did, yes, sir. As I documented in my report, I observed a black four-door Dodge Charger in that area.
And did you get close enough to it to see the damage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with that type of damage? Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of damage was there to that car?
There were bullet shots throughout the front of the vehicle.
Okay. So bullet impacts or projectile impacts?
Yes, sir.
Did you get close enough to the car? Did you go close enough to it to see its contents?
I could see its contents, yes, sir.
All right. Could you see there was a deceased body in the car?
Yes, sir, I could.
And was that brought to your attention by other officers in the scene?
Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, I was made aware by my supervisor that I was responding to a homicide scene.
Okay. Now, did you end up coming into contact with some civilian witnesses maybe up here in this area?
I did.
And did that include Armani Turner and a young woman with the last name of Randolph
Yes, sir.
and a Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
And did you briefly speak with them and obtain what is known as pedigree information?
Yes, sir. I spoke very briefly to them. As you said, I got their pedigree information, just trying to assist any way I can, getting names or date of births, addresses, just information where potential witnesses could be contacted later.
Okay. And did you note that they were,
I've heard it called usually personal identifying information, PID. I mean, personal identifying info, PII. I've heard it called pedigree. I don't like pedigree because I'm not a dog. Sorry about that. Basically, they want your deets.
not from the city of Tampa or the Tampa Bay area?
Yes, sir. I did think it was quite odd that everybody that was still on scene had Jacksonville addresses.
And was it brought to your attention that the deceased person was an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes.
And that he was also from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were on scene, did you notate that family members of Mr. Jones arrived on scene?
Eventually.
Okay. How long were you at the scene?
I believe I left the scene probably approximately sometime between 11:30, 12 o'clock maybe.
When you responded there with Officer Patrick DeJesus, was that at the request of your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were you requested to respond there for? Why were you going there?
So our responsibilities were just to assist patrol in any way we could. Night shift obviously took the call due to the hour that it initially came out. Those units were scheduled to be off shift by that time, so we were to help relieve units, gather information, assist in the investigation any way we could until homicide arrived on scene, and gather pedigree information like I did and try to relay that to kind of help them out.
Okay. And eventually, did homicide detectives and supervisors arrive on scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you make contact with them at some later point?
Yes, sir.
Did that include Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick?
Yes, sir, it did.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Cholnick?
I am.
Is she one of the detective sergeants of the homicide unit?
She is.
And as far as you know, are there multiple detectives assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, sir, there are.
Is this the first homicide scene that you've been to while working at TPD?
No, sir.
In your experience responding to homicide scenes, do usually more than one homicide detective respond?
Yes, sir.
Usually several? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Usually the supervisors and at least 2 detectives.
Did you at some point attempt to establish contact with an agency or a person in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you go about doing that, and what did you do?
I just got on my phone and I Googled Jacksonville Sheriff's Office because I've never worked there, never worked with that agency. Made contact with, I couldn't tell you who the officer was that answered a desk phone or whatever line I was able to get a hold of. Explained my situation and asked if they had anybody in the gang unit or a detective that I could speak with that might have information or intelligence on potential gang members or gang activity.
Okay. Did you end up getting a return call or somehow making contact with a Detective Drabeck from
Yes.
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak with him and have a conversation with him?
I did.
After speaking with him, did you relay information you received from him to Detective Sergeant Cholnick and possibly to one of the CID captains?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. CID, what does that stand for?
Criminal Investigative Division.
Did you also pass information along to the City of Tampa Police Department gun unit?
I did, Detective McNamara.
Did you and Officer Patrick De Jesus provide additional assistance by writing preservation letters for Mr. Jones, Charles Jones' Instagram account and other potential involved parties?
Yeah, I was informed by Patrick De Jesus that he would be writing those preservation letters.
Okay. And a preservation letter, what is that and why is it done?
A preservation letter is just a request to a private company or Instagram or organization like a social media account such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X, whatever it's called now, just requesting that anything that is currently on the feed of a particular handle or name be saved and held in case it's attempted to be deleted.
Okay. And are you asking for that to be held so that at a later time, if probable cause is developed, that a search warrant can be obtained to then send to that company and obtain that information?
Yes, typically they'll give us a time frame in which that can be done in, and if a judge signs a search warrant, if a detective has probable cause, then they can access it.
Did either you or Detective Patrick De Jesus come across a post from Charles Jones earlier that day or at some prior time on his Instagram account demonstrating or showing him at a club known as Truth 18 here in Tampa?
Yes.
Based on that, did you or the other detective or Officer De Jesus or both of you respond to that location?
We did.
All right. And when you went there, were you attempting to obtain something or look for something?
Yes, we're attempting to locate any cameras on the exterior and see if we could watch the video, see if the victim was followed into the parking lot, or if we could see anybody in or around the victim's vehicle after he entered the nightclub.
Okay. When you arrived there, was that business open?
It was not, so we relayed the information of cameras, potential cameras at the location to my supervisor.
Officer, I'm going to show you some exhibits that are already in evidence.
I'm going to save you the noise.
State 67, G is in golf. Does this look like, first of all, the car that you saw within the crime scene with the bullet damage?
Yes, sir.
And is that damage shown in that photograph on the windshield? And
You know, they're lucky that everybody in that vehicle did not lose their life. I mean, that vehicle was riddled with bullets and only one person passed. Shocker.
the hood area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here we go.
Y'all, you know, there's no way that this woman would probably, I can't say 100% because I don't know her, but
States 31C.
based on the photos I've seen of her online and the videos and all the stuff I've ever seen of her online, as much as I could find, she would never be in a granny sweater like that. This is what I don't like. Put her in a modern sweater. She's in granny clothes. She's 22 and they're trying to make her look like she's 15.
This has previously been identified in the evidence as
Not
a
culturally,
radio screen on a dashboard of a Nissan Altima.
Or at all.
And I'd ask that you look at the areas I'm pointing to. 31D. This has been previously identified as a part of a projectile that was recovered. 31E. Officer, in your experience, and I'm talking about all of your experience you've had in your lifetime with firearms and seeing damage that has been caused to motor vehicles and other objects, when high-powered rifle rounds like 5.56 and 300 blackout, when they pass through an intermediate barrier such as automotive glass, does that, or can that, in your experience, have an effect on that projectile as far as the integrity of the bullet?
Where's my food?
Can you please repeat the question, please?
Yes, when 5.56 or 300 blackout rounds pass through intermediate barriers such as automotive glass or automotive sheet metal, can those barriers have an effect on the integrity of the bullet, the projectile itself?
Yes, sir. Typically, those rounds are jacketed with multiple types of metal, so they're designed to kind of come apart, especially through mediums such as tempered glass, which you find on automotive glass.
So the jacketing is on the exterior of the projectile?
Yes, sir.
And is it not uncommon for the jacketing to separate from the core?
Yes, sir, it is. It is common.
Is the core normally made out of lead?
Typically, yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would tender states 54A through triple C, 53A through X, 55A through double R.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Publishing 53A. Officer, you've previously seen these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand these are photographs taken during the execution of the search warrant in Jacksonville. You were not present for that, correct?
I was not.
States 53B. States 53C. 53E. 53F. Let me ask you about this item here. Do you recognize the item?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that item?
That is what is referred to as a bikini cover for a 6-hour red dot optic.
And does it consist of two rubber cups that sit over the opposite ends of that optic?
Yes, sir, to protect the integrity of the glass when it's not in use.
Okay. And then the straps here are like pieces of rubber, like a rubber band that keep tension so they won't fall off of the optic?
Yes, sir.
And is that for an optic that is commonly mounted on a rifle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's produced by the company Sig Sauer, which is a firearms and ammunition manufacturing company, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
53G, is that a close-up of that? Now, the items that were within that sink and that liquid have been removed onto a sheet of paper in this photograph. Do you see markings on these items that indicate to you that these are all related to firearm components or items that go with firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to zoom in on these so you can talk about them. You just talked about an optic cover for a Sig Sauer optic. This package that says Romeo 5, is the Romeo 5 a optic that is manufactured by Sig Sauer?
Yes, sir, it is.
And we can see here on the bottom the S and I of Sig Sauer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going over here, we see, and I'm going to turn the photo, the beginnings of the word mag, and then there it looks like there's a P. Are you familiar with that commercial sign there for a company?
Yes, sir, that is the insignia for Magpul Industries.
Magpul Industries produces, the majority of which is plastic components that are configured onto AR-15 rifles and also magazines.
Yes, sir.
Does that include magazines for 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir.
Does it include magazines for, I think they're called P magazines, for Glock handguns?
Yes, sir, they do manufacture those.
And then states 53-1 is just a close-up of that Romeo packaging. We see here 1 by 20 millimeter. What does that designate?
That designates the aperture size of the optic.
And then it says side battery. Is that referring to the location of the battery that runs the optic, I guess, or the red dot, electronic red dot?
Yes, sir.
This packaging here that's been torn up, do you recognize what is depicted? And that looks like a schematic.
Yes, sir, that is a chassis system where you can mount a Glock pistol mainly. They do make them for other manufacturers. You can mount it inside of that plastic chassis and turn your handgun into a rifle of sorts.
Okay. Something that gives you 3 points of contact when you're firing the gun?
Yes, sir.
Does that require the firearm to be, basically the slide to be moved up inside of a brace, a plastic brace?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so would this be a photo of the brace without the handgun, and this would be with the handgun inside of it?
Yes, sir.
Up here on the top of this, again, we see PMAG 50, I believe, AR M4. What is that packaging for?
That's a PMAG drum magazine.
For an AR-15 M4 style AR rifle?
Yes, sir.
AR PMags made by Magpul, can they take both 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, they can.
On this Magpul packaging, and we see Magpul here, the full word, we see some writing here. What does all this stand for where my finger is above the barcode?
PMAG is the designation that Magpul has for their magazines. AR, Armalite rifle. M4 is the military designation for an AR pattern rifle. 5.56 by 45 is the caliber in which the magazine can support. and drum is the style of magazine.
Okay. And it says, or it has written on there D60, is that for drum 60 round?
Yes, sir.
That would be a drum magazine that holds 60 rounds of 5.56 rifle ammunition.
Yes, sir.
And then just one more, the packaging here, Magpul, PMag, and is that basically the same, a package, or cutting from the same package?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Now, interestingly here, we see 5.56 times 45 NATO, and you've already indicated that's a common chambering in an AR-15. 223 Remington. Now, 223 Remington is a separate and different caliber, correct?
Yes, sir.
But can it be fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it commonly fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, it is actually just slightly more economical, so it's more common to see that caliber.
Publishing 54A. Sentinel, this word up here, do you recognize that and this item, this object here?
I do.
What is that?
Sentinel is an economical company that manufactures gun safes.
Is this a gun safe?
It is.
States 54B, is that just another photograph of that?
It appears so.
Does it appear it has a combination electronic lock?
Yes, sir.
States 54D, the inside of the safe. Does that appear to be the inside?
Yes, sir.
And do safes commonly, gun safes like this commonly have built-in holders or holsters for, we see magazines on the bottom, and we see these two handguns.
Yes, sir.
.54F, is this a photo of shelving inside the safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this photograph of the interior of the safe, I want to ask you about several of these items. Over here on the left-hand side, what are these?
Sorry,
items?
honey.
As I'm viewing the picture, to the far left looks like a bolt action or single action rifle of some sort. As we move to the right, it appears to be, from what I can tell, some sort of pump action shotgun. And then it looks like you have two AR pattern rifles in varying barrel lengths.
Okay. And this area here, this item, is that a brass catcher?
That is.
And does it appear to be attached to that rifle?
Yes, sir.
Now, up here on this shelf, we see another item here, and I'll zoom in on it. Does this appear to be another brass catcher that is not attached to a firearm?
It does.
This item here, is that the base plate of a rifle magazine,
That is the base plate of a 30-round PMag.
PMag, and that's made by Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Down here on the bottom, these two plastic cases, do you recognize those?
Yes, they appear to be Glock gun cases.
Does this appear to be the front of a Glock pistol case?
Yes.
This writing up here, G19GEN4, what does that designator stand for?
That stands for Glock Model 19, Generation 4, which is the fourth iteration of that firearms model.
FXD 5.51B.
That refers to the pull weight of the trigger, so which is 5.5 pounds.
And then 10 round indicates it has 10 round magazines.
Yeah, that means that that one is a California or New Jersey compliant firearm.
All right. Those states have 10 round magazine limits.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so magazines or guns sold in those states have to have a 10 round limit.
Yes, sir.
What good? I'm sorry I'm eating popcorn, guys. I'm hungry. What good is it to only have a 10-round auto? That's it. Literally, you're out of your magazine. You're going to have to reload every single one of those. That's about as fast as it goes. That's 10. I'm going quick. Literally. Instead of going do, 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 do. That's the difference. There's your comparison. Versus do, 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 do. That was 10 pulls. Massive amount of time difference. And 10 maximum, you ain't gonna get it. That's almost like 2 seconds. So hence we saw the extended at hold 30. Yeah.
And then it's at the top of the case.
You're up to
Yes, sir.
good.
And I guess this is supposed to be a giant G,
That is a G. And
OCK, or Glock, or L, I guess. in
Yeah,
OCK.
that's the Glock insignia.
States 54Y, is it Yankee? Is this the brass catcher now turned up where it could be seen?
Yes, sir.
And
It doesn't catch
54Z,
all of them.
is it zebra or Zulu? Is this the inside of the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
And do there appear to be 2 shell casings inside of that brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
Do those appear to be pistol shell casings?
They
pistol
do.
round?
They do.
And just a close-up of them. '54
monkey call it.
B is in Bravo.
Calling me. I'll be back.
You may have indicated this earlier, but the brass catcher has like a wire or a steel wire structure to it or framing.
Yes, sir. So it can attach to the rifle.
States 54F, F is in Foxtrot. Now, in that same safe, we can get a better view now. You've indicated you believe that to be a bolt-action rifle. This is a pump-action shotgun. We can see the extended tubular magazine, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the pumping handle. And then this is an AR style rifle here on the right side. I can rephrase, Joe.
Rephrase.
What type of rifle is this on the right-hand side?
So you have 2 rifles on the right-hand side to the right of the shotgun. Both appear to be AR platform or pattern rifles.
When you say 2, this area here, what is that?
That's the muzzle.
And then down here, is that another muzzle?
That is another muzzle, yes, sir.
54G, G is in golf. What is this item?
That is a barrel, muzzle, and handguard of an AR-15 pattern rifle with a brass catcher over it.
What is this on top of the rifle?
That's what is referred to as a front sight, which is used to assist in aiming.
This item here?
That's referred to as a hand stop.
Is that an item that is typically produced by Magpul or another manufacturer like Magpul?
Magpuls do make them, but there are a lot of manufacturers who make those.
And is this the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
States 54HH. What is this item?
That appears to be an AR pistol.
Now, when you say AR pistol, what do you mean by the term pistol?
The National Firearms Act dictates that every civilian, unless they have a proper tax stamp that has a rifle of 16 inches or longer, that rifle doesn't have a 16-inch barrel, so it cannot have a buttstock. So a way around having a tax stamp to the ATF, if you remove the buttstock, it reclassifies the firearm as a pistol.
Okay.
I have that.
That's the classification by the ATF regulations. Obviously, looking at it, it doesn't.
Okay, I actually have that. And it's legal. I made sure it's legal. Why do I and here's the thing about this. Here's something that most people don't realize. When you have said pistol, I'm going to get me a cup of coffee in a minute. I just had to wash my. I love this mug. It was created by Native American, designed by Native American. If you have one of those, here's the key. If you have one of those, you can't harness it by your shoulder and use it. Can't be used on the shoulder. It's illegal. You have to use it down like you would a regular weapon. Now, some people say, well, why would you have one of those, Ada? Well, let me tell you why. Ada has had shoulder surgery. Ada has had not one surgery, but 4, and now needs a 5th rotator cuff surgery. Yes, I do. And because of that, Ada can't have anything that puts that kind of pressure or weight or whatever you want to call it on Ada's shoulder. Because what happens is it will destroy Ada's shoulder. So for home defense and protection, Ada has one of those. And Ada loves her special ed shoe.
Like a handgun.
Correct.
What we would
Correct.
typically call a pistol. But in the firearms industry, that is known as a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say it doesn't have a buttstock, what is this item sticking out the back here?
It's referred to as a receiver extension or a buffer tube.
The buffer tube, is that part of the action, the firing action of an AR-15?
Yes, sir. It helps complete the firing action.
And inside of that tube, is there a plunger with a spring that reciprocates when the gun is fired?
Yes, sir. There's
Sustain.
Okay. What's inside of the tube?
inside of the tube is what's referred to as a buffer, which comes in several different weights depending on the type of ammunition you're using. There's also a spring to push the buffer back forward and put the bolt back in the battery and chamber another round.
And what is this item that's connected here? And we see it loop around and come back up this way.
That's a sling.
What is a sling?
It's used to affix the firearm to a person.
In this instance, does that sling have 2 points of contact? Or appear to?
It appears that there should be another point of contact up front, but they do make 1-point slings or single-point slings.
And using a pistol like this with a sling, how would one go about attaching that to their body?
You just pass your arm or head through the loop end of the sling so the firearm doesn't fall to the ground and you let it go.
So if a person did that, would the firearm hang somewhere on their body, basically?
Yes, it would hang depending on where you put it, to the front or back.
States 54I. Does this appear to be the opposite side of that same gun?
Yes, sir.
Just for those of us who don't already know, what is this area of the gun here?
Well, what you're pointing to, it's the magazine well where the magazine is inserted, and the markings is what is referred to as roll markings on a firearm.
This area below here, it appears to have somewhat of a hollow. Is that where the magazine fits in?
It is.
The trigger?
Yes.
I'm pointing at? Okay. And this would be a grip?
Yes, sir.
What is this object on top of the rifle?
Appears to be an optic of some sort
And what is that utilized for?
for aiming.
.54mm. Does that appear to be the same firearm or a different firearm?
That is a different firearm.
And what type of firearm is that?
That is an AR pattern rifle.
And looking at it, can you tell what the length of the barrel is, or approximate the length?
It's either going to be a 14.5 or a 16-inch barrel.
What is this triangular shape up here?
That is referred to as the front sight post.
And is this, again, the magazine well here?
Yes, sir.
Does this firearm appear to have a brass catcher attached to it? And I can show you the photograph again from 54 mm.
Photograph would be.
We are not looking at the side with the ejection port, but it does not appear to have a
If you guys want to learn about weapons, welcome.
brass catcher on it.
You're learning. Glad I'm not interpreting right
Now,
now.
you talked about earlier about a butt stock or a stock. Do you see that item in this photograph?
Yep, right
that
there.
you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the prior firearm had a buffer tube extension. Does this have something different attached to it here?
So that firearm as well has a buffer tube extension, but over it is a butt stock.
Okay. Is the firearm extension or the buffer tube extension running on the top of that butt stock?
Yes, sir.
When a person's firing a rifle like this, would this area here at the end of the butt stock commonly contact some part of their body if it's being fired in an upright position?
Yes, sir. It would contact their shoulder.
Now, states 54P, P as in Peter, on this side of the firearm, and this is still the same firearm we were just talking about, the AR style rifle. This roll mark here indicates CAL multi. What does that stand for?
So with that, typically when a firearm is sold complete by a manufacturer, they will indicate what the rifle is chambered in, so the end user doesn't accidentally put the wrong caliber inside the firearm, injuring themselves. But you can purchase a lower receiver stripped, which means that there's no internal parts. You can order those from the manufacturer and kind of build your own rifle or pistol. So they put the roll mark of multi-cal or cal multi because they don't know what caliber the end user is going to use a small frame AR platform rifle for.
When you talk about lower and upper, what is this round item here?
Overall, go ahead.
What you're pointing to refers to the takedown pin, which separates the lower half of the rifle from the upper half of the rifle.
I'm not sure why he's going over every nut and bolt and nick and cranny of this weapon. But most people don't. Some people think that's a safety button because a lot of safety buttons look like that. No, you click that and it's coming apart, boo.
And you can see in this photograph a line that travels along horizontal on the gun and then curves up. From that line up, is that considered the
That's
upper?
the upper. From that line down, that's the lower. Yeah.
Yes, it is referred to as an upper receiver.
And does the upper
Getting in the
receiver
weeds.
also attach to the barrel and the foregrip?
Yes, sir.
And then the area of the firearm that is below that line is at the lower.
That is the lower receiver.
And at this point here, does it hinge in some way when it's removed or popped out?
Yes.
Now, this is 54SS, S is in Sierra. You talked about the brass catcher and the ejection port. Do you see the ejection port on this firearm?
I do.
Now on the opposite side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the ejection port where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir, it is.
This little rectangular item here, what is that?
That's referred to as an ejection port cover.
Okay. How does that
Pops
work?
open.
It's just a
So on a Glock or a semi-hand weapon, you'll see when the slide comes forward, it ejects. With this, there's a flap and it kicks up and ejects. And some people leave it open I leave mine open unless I'm in dirty areas. You can leave it open or you can leave it closed and it will kick up and eject that way. It does change the trajectory a little bit though. Not much, but a little bit in my humble
Thin
experience.
piece of sheet metal that you can flip up and secure it closed to prevent dust or dirt from getting inside the firearm.
Yay! I know something here, Bo. Not an expert, but I know my lead shooters well. But
States 54V, V as in Victor. What are these items,
Those appear to be magazines
and what are they for?
for an AR pattern rifle.
not a clip.
States 54F. Do you recognize this box and this box over here to the left? And when I say this, it's a green and yellow box that's sitting upright on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those boxes?
Those are ammunition manufacturers.
Remington, is that a company that manufactures ammunition?
Yes, sir.
American Eagle, is that a brand that is manufactured, I believe, by Federal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this item that they're inside of, is that an ammunition box?
Yes, sir.
States 55M, these items, or do they appear to be at the bottom of the ammunition box?
Those appear to be several different calibers of ammunition.
Okay. Do you recognize any of them?
Yeah, I recognize the shotgun ammunition, which are the larger red and blue ones, plastic cased, and then the longer, pointier projectiles appear to be 5.56 or 2.23.
Okay. And this appears to be some type of pistol round, maybe a .357 Magnum or something?
It looks like something that belongs in a revolver.
States 55S, another ammunition box. What's contained in the box?
Those appear to be 5.56 or 2.23 rounds.
.55BB, these three items, what are those?
Those are referred to as ammo cans.
States 55N, N is in Nancy. The photograph shows multiple cartridge cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like every so many number, they're facing different directions.
It appears so.
Okay. Do you recognize that type of ammunition?
I do.
And what is it?
That's either 223 or 556 ammunition.
And we talked earlier, Officer De Jesus, about Glock manufactured pistols and your familiarity with them. Are there standard loadings here in Florida and states that do not have magazine restrictions as far as the amount of rounds that are in the magazines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a Glock 19, a Model 19, which we saw in that photograph, what's the standard capacity of that magazine?
15 rounds.
The Glock that you carry on duty, the 47, is that a 17-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
And those two magazines in 9mm double stack magazine pistols, like the 19 and the 17 and the 45 and I think the 47 model, are those standard loadings for Glock magazines?
Yes, sir.
Does Glock make an extended magazine that holds over 30 rounds in it?
Yes, sir. They manufacture a 33-round magazine.
33 rounds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with those magazines?
I am.
Okay. That 33-round magazine, if it's loaded into a Glock 19 or a Glock 17, how does that appear in the gun?
It just appears as a long, like the magazine is fully extended beyond the grip, so it looks like a long stick coming out of the bottom of the grip.
Prior to your involvement in this investigation, specifically your conversation with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, were you aware of the gang activity or any gang wars that were occurring in Duval County?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of, prior to this investigation, 6 Block or ATK or 1200?
Never.
Had you ever heard of Julio Foolio, that name?
No.
Wow.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
All right, so you know a lot about guns.
Somewhat.
All right, do you know if Alicia Andrews knows anything about any of the guns that you mentioned?
No, sir.
You did not conduct a search warrant for the photos that you were describing earlier.
You are correct, sir.
While I'm getting set up, who took those photographs?
No clue, sir.
All right. Do you know which agency took the photographs?
Sounds like Jacksonville Sheriff's Office did, sir.
And is today the first time you're reviewing these photographs, or have you seen them before?
Today, it was the first time I've seen them.
Do you know if any of these firearms were used in the murder of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Like I said, sir, I wasn't there. I don't know the details of the firearms that were found at that location.
Do you know who these firearms belong to?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Did someone tell you that the house that these firearms were recovered from is the house where Sean Gathright lives?
I don't know who resides there, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know if Sean Gathright's mother also resides at that house?
You would be correct, sir.
And you wouldn't know if Sean Gathright's mother is in the military or was in the military?
Speculation.
You can ask the question, just answer, if you know or not.
Facts, not evidence. Also.
Overall, go ahead, you can answer.
I'll ask the question again.
Thank you.
You would not know whether Sean Gathright's mother was in the military before, correct?
Correct.
All right. The safe You saw a photograph of a safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
A safe with some rifles inside of it?
Along with other things, yes, sir.
That safe was not broken into by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
I don't know what the mode of entry was to that safe, sir.
So you don't know if they used a key that they received from someone?
I already told you, I don't know what mode of entry they use, sir.
All right. And you don't know if the brass catchers that you saw in the photographs, you don't know if those brass catchers were used in the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
So showing you 54A, states 54A, you see the safe there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose room this is? This safe was found in?
No, sir.
When people go to the the range, you said earlier that they use brass catchers to catch the brass that comes from the expelled projectiles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like normal, everyday people, right?
It's something that you can legally buy, yes, sir.
All right. And when you go to the range does not want all of your brass all over the place, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the range, yes, sir.
They typically make you clean that up.
Yes, sir, they do.
You know who these firearms, who these weapons, who they were registered to?
No, sir.
Did you ever look that up?
It's against the Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
Well, you can look up who purchased guns, correct?
I can, but
All
that's not a registry.
So, forget about the registry. Let me back up. In Florida, you can purchase a gun, you can get a bill of sale when you buy the gun, correct?
Yes, sir, you can.
And then there's this idea that a gun can be registered, but they can't be registered in Florida, right?
That would be correct.
All right, so there's no gun registry, correct?
That is correct.
But there's a record of who purchases firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a registry, and then there's this record of who purchased the firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never looked up the registry because it doesn't exist, right?
I didn't look it up, sir, because I've never seen those firearms in person.
Okay, and because you couldn't look up a registry even if you did see the firearms, right?
I could not look up a registry that does not exist, sir, no.
Correct.
But if you're asking about the bill of sale, I guess in
Well,
theory.
I'll get to that part. I just want
Oh,
to make sure we're on the same
sorry,
page
I
about
thought
the
I was
registry.
answering your question, sorry.
The registry first.
There is no registry, sir.
Correct. So the bill of sale, the record of who purchased the firearm, you never looked that up for any of these weapons.
No, sir.
So you don't know who these weapons belong to.
Judge, objection. That's two different things. That's a confusing question.
Compound. Objection,
Can you
compound.
repeat the question, please?
Yeah. You don't know who purchased the firearms, correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And you don't know who the firearms belong to.
That would be correct.
You don't even know if Sean Gafford ever touched these firearms before.
You would be correct.
Do they make brass catchers for Glocks?
You can get
Don't know, sir.
Is there any way to put a brass catcher on a pistol?
I don't know. I've never attempted it, sir.
custom. I don't know.
This photograph, 54, Stacy Exhibit 54, it looks like 2, Roman number 2. Or maybe that's II.
I think it's II,
II.
Oh, is it LL?
Or
It's L is in Lima, LL.
it's in lowercase. Yeah. It's, so, for the record, 54LL. Do you see the wording on the...
FYI, yes, you can. Aftermarket, most of them, but yes, you can.
firearm there?
Yes, sir, I do.
The don't tread on me. Are you familiar with what that is? Is that like, tell me first, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay, what does that signify?
In popular culture and history.
Let's start with popular culture.
In popular culture, it's used by a lot of people who, who I guess feel like it emboldens them to put something like that on their firearm.
All right. And then you said another definition?
Well, in history, it's a naval flag, sir.
A naval.
In Texas, this is used a lot. And then they also have a cannon that says, come and take it. See it a lot.
Flag?
Yes, sir.
Like for someone in the military?
Well, if they were in the military in the 1800s, yes, sir.
All right.
I love my coffee cup. It's pretty. Everywhere that you're seeing kind of a
I
black.
don't know why there was packaging inside of the sink at the home.
No clue, sir.
So showing you Exhibit 53A. You don't know why that packaging was in the
y'all.
sink.
No idea, sir.
You don't know who put it there.
No, sir.
You don't know if JSO put it there.
Never been to that residence, sir.
And no one told you anything about it.
No, sir.
All right. Well, given that you did not take the photographs, that you don't know anything about who owned or possessed the firearms or whether these firearms were used in this murder, is there any particular reason why you're testifying about these firearms?
Sir, I'm only answering the questions that I'm asked.
All right. And then you mentioned ATK and 6 Block, right?
I did not mention that, sir.
Well, the state mentioned it to you, and you said you never heard about 6 Block.
He asked me if prior to my involvement with this case, had I ever heard of those organizations, and I answered the question.
Right. So you all mentioned 6 Block on direct, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
I'm asking you if on direct examination the state asked you about 6 Block. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Since this investigation started, did you learn what 6 Block is?
I learned during this investigation of the organization, and that's the extent of my knowledge of them, sir.
All right. When you called over to JSO on the day of the investigation of the murder, someone from JSO told you about 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
They told you that the victims that you came across, they were members of 6 Block, right?
Yes, sir.
That include Julio Foolio,
Yes, sir.
Charles Jones, right?
Yes, sir.
Gino Norris.
I don't have a roster of who 6 Block is, sir.
So you don't remember the names, correct?
No, sir.
But you were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, he's opened the door, so to the extent you remember, you can answer, but go ahead, if you remember.
You were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Officer De Jesus, the "Don't Tread on Me" symbol that we saw on that rifle, is that commonly placed on firearms in the Second Amendment community?
Yes, sir.
In the firearms community?
Yes, sir.
Is it commonly seen in firearms manufacturing on firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a naval flag.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard it referred to as a Gadsden flag?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that during the Revolutionary War and just prior, that Americans in this country utilized that flag to tell the British not to tread on them?
Yes, sir.
Overruled, go ahead.
Okay. And this seem, is it not as a patriotic flag to a lot of people in this country?
Yes, sir.
She's like, dude, I don't want the freaking history lesson, but you opened the door, so I gotta let it in. That was interesting.
Now, I want to talk to you about because I think there's some confusion here about firearms registries and bills of sale. Is there a firearm registry in the state of Florida?
No, sir.
You can buy a gun and it's not registered, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you cannot register, a manufacturer, a seller, a retailer cannot register a firearm.
That is correct.
In this state. It violates state law, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it's an infringement on the Second Amendment, correct?
Correct.
Is it an infringement on the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
It is against the Florida Constitution for there to be a registry within the state of Florida.
And that's a section of the Florida Constitution that mirrors the Second Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you buy a gun in this state, there are certain forms that have to be filled out. I believe they are ATF regulation forms.
Yes, sir.
In law enforcement, is there a database through the ATF that state agencies such as the Tampa Police Department or city agencies can utilize to find out the original sale of that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the original sale of the firearm,
Now, this is where it gets sticky, and a lot of states have tried it and lost. Once the original sale of that firearm happens, so from the manufacturer to a company, a weapons company, then the weapons company sells it to Joe Blow. Once that initial sale happens, there's no guarantee that you can trace that weapon. Why? Because a lot of people buy it from person to person to person and do not have to change or register or notify the sale of that weapon. Now, if you go to a lead shooter show, which is in other words, a place where dealers and non-dealers come and sell weapons of all kinds, not just lead shooters. If you're a dealer, you have to go through the registry. You have to go through the bill of sale and the ATF background check and all that. If you are an individual, i.e. me, selling to Joe Blow, just person to person, you don't have to do anything. And so that weapon could be given away or sold 100 times. And the only thing they're going to have on documentation is the original owner. After that, there's no history. Well, there can be history if you sell it back to a dealer. That dealer sells it to somebody else. It will show the transfer under the FFA. But other than that, there won't be a history.
occurs, can the person who possesses the firearm then make a private sale to another individual?
Yes, sir.
And in the state of Florida, is that required to be tracked in any way?
No, sir.
Have you ever tried to track the original sale and owners of firearms?
No, sir.
Overruled.
Have you done that in your career with the Tampa Police Department?
No, sir.
You're not aware of tracking, doing an
That judge sounds so irritated today. Overruled. Listen to her tone. Is she bored of this? What's going on with you, Judge? You're sounding a little pissy this morning. Just saying. Pissy.
ATF track?
I'm aware of it. I've never done it.
Okay, all right. You've seen it done by other officers in your agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you determine who the original purchaser is, the original purchaser is, that will also show the original seller or retailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when firearms are sold, they have to be sold through a federal firearms licensed agency or retailer?
Rephrase.
Sure. When a gun is sold in this state or any state in the union, does it have to occur through an FFL?
Yes, sir.
And again, tracking that original sell, is that necessarily going to tell you who owns the gun or who it belongs to?
No, sir.
And since you were asked to speculate about the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you know if the state of Florida in this trial has called anyone from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office so far?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to call Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives this Monday?
No, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that they may be traveling here to testify?
No, sir.
about the search warrant and those photographs?
No, sir.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Have a good day.
All right, it's 12:15, so we will go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:15. Just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break. Don't talk to anybody, including each other, about the case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts, and don't do any independent investigation. All right, see you guys at 1:15.
All right.
All rise, go eat. Give me a minute. I'm making adjustments. We're going to go over to another trial.
Do you guys want to take up the defense motion to exclude remote and irrelevant text messages that was filed by Ms. White at 1:46 in the morning? You don't even look tired, Ms. White. Okay, you want to talk about it now, or?
Judge, can we do it right after lunch, or?
That's fine. So you guys eat back here at 1:10. Okay? All right, see you then.
You filed a motion.
Clerk, print it up for me.
He was not happy about that motion. Okay, so let me switch modes with everything, guys. I got to switch. Sorry, guys, I'm switching everything around. Court is on lunch break. We've got this gentleman in court. Full trial. Okay, now we are over here on the Dustin Durham trial.
Dr. Weber, could you raise your hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be true under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Mitchell Weinberg. Last name is spelled Weinberg.
Dr. Weinberg, where do you work?
I work at the New Hampshire Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is based in Concord.
What is your title there?
I am the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And what are the duties and responsibilities of the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
My primary job duties relate to conducting and overseeing medical legal death investigations, including the performance of postmortem examinations such as autopsies.
Before we get to what an autopsy is, doctor, do you have any education, training, and experience relative to your position as a Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I do. So after attending university and earning a bachelor's degree, I went to medical school, graduating from medical school in 2008. I then completed an anatomic pathology residency at Ohio State University, completing that part of my training in 2011. And then the last stage was a forensic pathology fellowship conducted in Baltimore, Maryland, at the Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and completing that in 2012. So at that point, I'd completed all of my schooling and training, and I was ready to enter the workforce as a staff forensic pathologist. And I did so, taking a job in Alberta, Canada in 2012, holding that position until 2020, at which time I relocated to New Hampshire to take this position at the New Hampshire OCME.
Thank you, doctor. You mentioned forensic pathology. I'll ask you first, what is pathology?
Pathology is an area of medicine focused on the study of human disease. It's a very broad field of medicine. Pathologists are often called the doctor's doctor because generally pathologists do not interact with patients directly, at least not very much. Rather, we provide diagnostic information to other physicians so that they can provide treatment to their patients.
So that is pathology. Could you tell us what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a branch of anatomic pathology that is focused on the application of principles of pathology and medicine as they can apply to areas of the law and also to some extent to areas of public health.
Does forensic pathology, or is forensic pathology concerned at all with determining cause of death?
Yes, that's a core function of any forensic pathologist's job. It's overseeing medical legal death investigations, and one of the primary reasons is to determine why an individual has died, i.e. the cause and manner of death.
So when conducting one of these medical legal investigations to determine the cause of death, does that include a review of not just diseases, but also trauma or injuries?
Yes.
Dr. Weinberg, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a surgical-like medical procedure involving an examination of a deceased individual. It involves an external examination as well as subsequent internal examinations to document the presence or absence of various disease processes, as well as the presence or absence of various injuries or traumatic findings.
Dr. Weinberg, what is the general procedure that you follow when you conduct an autopsy?
The general procedure is that a body comes into the autopsy suite. I start with documentation of the body as received into our facility. I then undress the body, clean the body, so that I am getting a good look at the cleaned, naked external surfaces of the body for documenting those various findings. Then the procedure continues to an internal examination, which is examination basically from the head down to the pelvis in a standard forensic autopsy. So that, again, to be clear, means opening the chest, abdomen, examining the organs internally, again, for the presence or absence of natural disease processes, the presence of or absence of injuries, and also examining the neck and head contents for those same reasons.
Dr. Weinberg, does your general process for conducting an autopsy include a screening in the way of toxicology?
Yes, not at that same exact moment of time. So during the course of the autopsy on the day of examination, those specimens are collected, and then those specimens are sent to a laboratory that our office contracts with for toxicology testing, and then I usually get the results back 1 to 2 months later.
What is the purpose of having blood sent out for testing?
It varies from case to case. Sometimes toxicology provides the answer to the cause of death, such as in drug overdose cases. Other times, it provides additional information about the circumstances. So, for example, in a motor vehicle incident, it's also just, I guess, to be clear, it's standard procedure in pretty much every office that cases involving trauma, a toxicology screen is performed.
Dr. Weinberg, how do you document the results of an autopsy or the conduct of an autopsy?
There's a few different ways. So one is just with handwritten notes. It's literally nothing more than me writing notes on sheets of paper to document the findings. I also document my findings photographically, so that's a big part of modern forensic pathology practice. Lots of digital photographs of pertinent positive and negative examination findings. And then probably the most formal part is for each case, I produce a typed formal written report of my examination findings. And at the completion of that case, I sign and date that document.
Dr. Weinberg, you mentioned that you take photos. Is it common for police officers or law enforcement officials to also be present when an autopsy is conducted?
It depends on the nature of the case. Actually, probably for the majority of my cases, the answer is no. But in certain kinds of cases, cases that may involve future criminal charges, then yes, it is common for law enforcement to be in attendance, and often he or she will take photographs for themselves as well.
Dr. Weinberg, as part of an autopsy, do you determine something called cause of death?
Yes.
What does it mean to determine the cause of death?
The cause of death is the underlying disease process, injury, or intoxication that accounts for an individual's death, no matter how rapidly or how drawn out the time process involved. So examples of causes of death are medical issues such as various forms of cancer, strokes, various forms of cardiovascular disease, as well as injuries. So things like stab wounds, gunshot wounds, asphyxial injuries such as hanging or strangulation. Those are all various types of cause of death that I can put on a death certificate based on the totality of my examination and investigational findings in a case.
Dr. Weinberg, could you tell us how many autopsies have you conducted in your career?
I can't tell you an exact number because I don't keep that precise a log, but at this point in my career, about 14 years post-fellowship, it has to be just to either side of 3,000 at this point.
Dr. Weinberg, of those roughly 3,000 autopsies that you have conducted, how many involved gunshot wounds?
Hundreds.
Dr. Weinberg, have you been qualified in court as an expert in forensic pathology on previous occasions?
Yes.
Could you tell us about how many times?
Probably approaching 100 at this point, in the various jurisdictions in which I've worked and testified.
Does that include being qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, multiple times at this point, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to qualify Dr. Weinberg as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection.
He shall be so recognized. Dr. Weinberg, did you conduct an autopsy on the body of Caitlin Nafziger on March 1st of 2024?
Yes.
Where was this autopsy performed?
At Concord Hospital in Concord, New Hampshire.
As part of that autopsy, did you determine Ms. Nafziger's height and weight?
I did.
What were those?
If I may at this point, may I refer to my case file, which has a copy of the autopsy report?
Yes, please refer to your report for purposes of refreshing your memory.
Sure. So Ms. Nafziger was 60 inches or 5 feet tall and 114 pounds.
Dr. Weinberg, I'll ask you to just close your notes.
Sure.
Dr. Weinberg, you talked about the number of ways that you document an autopsy, including photographs and then a report. Did you do those things with regard to Ms. Nafziger's autopsy?
Yes.
Did you conduct an external examination of Ms. Nafziger's body?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you find?
Well, along with just the routine things that I document in every case, things like hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, presence or absence thereof, things like that. The most significant thing is there were 2 very obvious defects to the head, which I quickly was able to recognize as gunshot wound injury.
You mentioned that there were 2 defects that you described as a gunshot injury. Could you describe, did you assign any sort of classification to those injuries?
Yes. During the course of the examination, ultimately I was able to determine that one of the defects represented an entry wound and the other defect represented an exit wound. Therefore, I was able to determine that there was a single gunshot wound to the head with both entry and exit wounds present.
So I'd like to ask you about that. What is an entry wound?
An entry wound is the term that a forensic pathologist will use for the defect, the injury, the hole, where the bullet enters an individual's body.
And following that, what is an exit wound?
So same sort of thing, except now we're talking about from where the bullet exits the body. Every gunshot wound has to have some sort of entry. Not every gunshot wound has an exit. Some gunshot wounds have a retained projectile, but that was not so in this case.
How are you able to determine the difference between an entry wound and an exit wound?
Largely, it is a product of my training and experience at this point. Simply put, they look different, and it is my training and experience that allows me to make that distinction. Most of the time, it's pretty straightforward for an experienced forensic pathologist to differentiate an entry wound from an exit wound. They look different, they have different characteristics, different features, and that's just externally. There are also internal features that can help with that distinction when necessary. Everything in this case did align with the ultimate way I classified, as one side being the entry wound and the other side being the exit wound.
Dr. Weinberg, you mentioned an entry wound and an exit wound, and then you classified them collectively as a gunshot wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it your opinion that that entry wound and that exit wound were caused by the same bullet?
Yes.
Could you tell us where those wounds were?
Yes, and again, I just want to refer to my notes because I don't want to switch the laterality.
Sure.
Excuse me, not my notes. I'm actually looking at the formal autopsy report. So in Ms. Nafziger's case, the entry wound is on the left side of the head, on the temporal scalp, which basically means the portion of the head above the ear. So approximately in that general region where I'm pointing on myself, just for demonstrative purposes to the jury, but for the written record, I'm pointing slightly above my left ear. That was the entry wound in this case.
Where was the exit wound?
The exit wound was basically just on the opposite side, so on the right side, also a little bit above the right ear.
Dr. Weinberg, were you able to determine the bullet's course of travel through Ms. Nafziger's head?
Yes.
What was it?
The bullet passed through the skull and then basically passed through the brain. The report documents the specific anatomic structures in the brain, which I can get into if necessary, but essentially the bullet passed right through Ms. Nafziger's brain.
After passing through her brain, did it then exit through her skull again?
Yes, so passed through the left side of the skull, through the brain, and then through the right side of the skull, and then exited the body through the skin.
Did you recover a retained projectile from anywhere inside Ms. Nafziger's body?
No, I did not in this case.
Dr. Weinberg, you told us about the path that bullet traveled, in your expert opinion. Did you observe any internal injuries to Ms. Nafziger associated with that bullet?
Well, yes, the injuries to the skull, the dura mater, which is the covering around the brain, and the brain were all injured by the gunshot wound in this case. They were injured by the bullet.
And could you describe just what was your diagnosis of those injuries for the record?
You mean
what were the injuries?
Go specifically through the parts of the brain? Sure, I'm again going to refer to my report here, but the bullet passes through the left temporal cerebrum, cerebral white matter, and deep nuclei, such as the basal ganglia and the thalamus, the right frontotemporal cerebrum, and the right, and then out through the skull. So again, those are just specific anatomic regions of the cerebrum, which is kind of the main portion of the brain that people think about when you think of a picture of the brain.
Did you observe anything along the lines of hemorrhaging or contusions to parts of Ms. Nafziger's brain?
Yes, there was bleeding, which is absolutely expected, associated with any sort of traumatic injury in a living person, including a gunshot wound. There were also areas of associated bruising on the surface of the brain. These are all, just to be clear, injuries that are directly associated, and findings, I should say, associated with the gunshot wound.
Dr. Weinberg, were the injuries to Ms. Nafziger's brain from that gunshot wound fatal?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, did those cause her death?
Yes.
Dr. Weinberg, are you familiar with the term range of fire?
I am.
Could you please tell us what that is?
Sure. Range of fire is a determination that a forensic pathologist can make in a gunshot wound case that basically answers how far away was the gun at the time of discharge. So basically we're talking about the distance between the tip of the weapon and the skin surface. And there's basically three classifications or three groupings that I make when I assess range of fire in a gunshot wound case.
Sidebar, mark it off on your bingo card. Don't forget, we are playing a bingo card right now. We have Pass the Witness, Crime Scene Investigator, Truth 18, Clubs, Vehicles, Free Space, Nothing Further, Your Judge, Sidebar, Black Dodge Charger, Live Stream, High Powered Pew Pew, Evidence, and Cameras. Let me know if I missed one, but that's what I have. Hold on, guys. I got to reboot. I'll be back. I don't know why we are losing audio with the feed. It is on there. I think it's on their end, but it's quick. I get it up and down. It's a glitch between YouTube and us, but I have to reboot. Sorry about that, but tech. I can zoom. Y'all see that itty bitty glass of water, man? That little micro mini solo cups, that reminds me when you go to the dentist and they tell you to swish. You need that little cup. I called those cups. My granny had a stack of them in the bathroom.
What is range of fire?
Sure. So I think I was at a point where I was explaining.
Before I was rudely interrupted.
As a forensic pathologist, we classify range of fire into one of three categories. And it, again, relates to the distance between the tip of the weapon and the skin surface at the time of discharge. So the first category is contact, which basically means the gun is up against the skin at the time of discharge. The second grouping is intermediate range of fire, which basically means from a few inches away up to about 3 feet. That's the intermediate range of fire. And then beyond that is a distant range of fire, or indeterminate, or, as the phrasing I use, no evidence of close range firing. So intermediate and contact are considered close range firing. That is, the tip of the weapon is less than about 3 feet from the tip of the skin.
Objection. Sidebar. We got another sidebar. Sidebar. Y'all, we have we got some serious rain coming through Kerrville this weekend. Getting ready for our first Look at a high-resolution house computer model featuring radar. Woohoo! Meteorologist says. Bring gusty storms into the view area on Friday night. Lingering into daybreak on Saturday. Well, I may be, depending on what time Friday, I may go up and do some lightning capture. Maybe I'll do some lightning capture. Maybe I'll film myself doing lightning capture. Don't worry, I do it in a safe manner. Don't worry, I'm not going to do it and get myself electrocuted. I promise. I promise. Okay, let's go. Boom, zoom, 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 zoom. It's a long sidebar. Might as well call a jury break. There we go.
Dr. Weinberg,
You see who won that sidebar?
those three categories of fire.
Okay. So the first category of range of fire is contact, which means the tip of the weapon is basically up against the skin surface up to maybe a couple of inches away. Intermediate range of fire means that the gun tip is a little bit further back. Usually it's defined as somewhere between 6 and 36 inches away from the skin surface. That's the intermediate range of fire. And again, in combination, contact and intermediate are lumped as close range firing. If you don't see any of the markers of either contact or intermediate range of firing, the gunshot wound is defined as an indeterminate range of fire or distant range of fire, or the phrasing I use in my reports, no evidence of close range firing. And again, that generally means that the tip of the weapon is at least 3 feet away or more.
So Dr. Weinberg, when you determine that something is in that last category as not close range or indeterminate, you can't tell if something is 37 inches or 37 feet, can you?
That's correct.
You mentioned markers that you use to determine whether a gunshot wound falls into one of these three categories. What are those markers?
Those markers are the presence of soot around a wound, as well as imprints from the muzzle or other parts of the gun, such as a sight or a firing pin. Those are things that are generally seen in the contact range of fire. Intermediate range of fire is classically defined with the presence of something called gunpowder stippling, which are basically these tiny little pinpoint marks around a gunshot wound from gunpowder particles striking the skin. But once you get beyond about 3 feet or 36 inches, those markers generally are not going to be present, and therefore, as I said, you have no evidence of close range firing, and you can opine that the gun is 3 feet or more away from the skin surface at the time of discharge.
Dr. Weinberg, with regard to Ms. Nafziger, did you observe any of those marks that you described as evidence of close or intermediate range firing?
No, no such markers were present in this case.
So in your opinion, were the wounds that you observed on Ms. Nafziger in that third category of indeterminate or distant fire?
Yes, in my opinion, the entry gunshot wound in this case shows no evidence of close range firing.
And again, that means 3 feet or more.
Correct.
Dr. Weinberg, I'm showing you a series of 4 images marked for identification at stage 21A through D. Could you please take a look at this?
Sure. These are a small sampling of the autopsy photographs that I took during Ms. Nafziger's examination. More specifically, there are 2 photographs each of the entry and exit wounds at various magnifications or at various stages of the examination process.
Dr. Weinberg, these photos, states 21A through D, fairly and accurately represent the state of Ms. Nafziger's wounds at the time you conducted her autopsy on March 1st, 2024.
Generally, yes. There has been some alteration, and specifically what I mean is these wounds were in parts of the head where there is hair. So it's very standard in my line of work to document those wounds both as is, i.e. with the hair there, with the hair still present, and to clean and shave the skin around the entry wounds and exit wounds when there is hair present. So the clearing of the hair around the wounds that you'll see in some of these photographs, I did that as part of the examination. That's what I mean by manipulation, but otherwise, yes.
So just to be clear, Dr. Weinberg, these photos show a fair and accurate representation of Ms. Nafziger's wounds during the autopsy you conducted, and that includes both before and after you made those alterations you described by shaving or cleaning up some of those areas.
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, the state moves to strike the ID on states 21A through D.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 21A through D inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Y'all, I'm looking at the weather. Ugh, depending on the outcast, yeah. I hope we get some good rain. We haven't, I got to be honest. Out since the 4th of July flood of Kerrville, which if you don't know, I live in Kerrville, Texas. Yes, I was highly involved in the first response part of that. I'm an emergency services chaplain. I'm a volunteer firefighter, first responder. So yes, I was involved, but it's the first time real chance of rain that we really had since the event happened. So everybody's a little nervous in my neck of the woods, but I hope to be storm chasing. And I don't chase at night. I will go to select safe areas and set up my stuff and try to get some lightning photos, but I only chase when I can see what I'm chasing. I ain't going to be a fool and get caught up in a tornado.
Yes, this is a medium magnification view showing the left side of Ms. Nafziger's head, and
like how he says
specifically, this picture specifically is showing the presence of the entry gunshot wound after I have cleaned it up and cleared away some of the surrounding hair.
And again, Dr. Weinberg, that cleaning up, it was so that you could better examine this wound?
Exactly. I mean, this is just very standard forensic pathology practice throughout North America. You examine the wound as is, but you also clean it up for this exact reason. Sometimes there are features that are better seen, and I mean, I don't think I need to get into it more, but that's why.
I'm now showing you states exhibit 21B. What is this?
This is essentially very similar to the previous photograph, except at a higher magnification. Again, it's very common to take photographs at multiple levels of magnification, just to show different features. This is a higher magnification view of the entry gunshot wound.
Now, this wound appears to be, for lack of a better term, fairly clean. There don't seem to be a lot of sharp edges. Is that a hallmark of an entry wound?
This is a very classic appearance of an entry gunshot wound. Yes, it is. It's fairly rounded in nature. It is somewhat punched out because the skin does actually get physically punched out as the bullet passes through. This is a textbook entry gunshot wound that I would use for teaching purposes.
Now showing states exhibit 21C. What is this, Dr. Weinberg?
So this photograph is showing now the right side of Ms. Nafziger's head. There's been a little bit of cleaning at this point in the photograph, but there is, the hair obviously hasn't been removed yet. Above and in front of the right ear, there is the defect that I've previously spoken about, and this is a photograph of the exit gunshot wound in this case.
Just one more. Dr. Weinberg, what are we looking at here?
Now, so same perspective as the previous photograph, but a little bit higher magnification, and also now there has been cleaning of the wound and removing of the hair to facilitate better documentation. Here you can see the features of the exit gunshot wound, much more jagged, ragged, not that clean circular or ovoid type appearance of an entry gunshot wound. There's also a little fragment in the wound that I believe is a bony fragment from the skull having been injured. So that's what we're looking at in this photograph.
Thank you. Dr. Weinberg, other than the gunshot wounds that you've described, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Nafziger during your external or internal examinations?
No.
Any other injuries or trauma in other parts of the body?
No.
Any evidence of significant natural disease?
No.
Any significant findings from the results of Ms. Nafziger's toxicology screening?
No.
So Dr. Weinberg, in your opinion, what was the cause of death for Ms. Nafziger?
In my opinion, Ms. Nafziger's cause of death was a gunshot wound of the head.
And it's the gunshot wound that we've been discussing and that you just described for us using pictures?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be back in the other court soon, everybody. Soon and very soon. Yeah, so we'll be in the other court soon.
Brief recess right now. We'll be back at 10:15. We'll get restarted at 10:15. Again, I instruct you not to discuss the case amongst yourselves, and if anyone does so, please indicate so to the court security officer or bailiff. Thank you. Be back at 10:15.
Okay, let me zoom. Now we're going on cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am. Just a few questions.
Nothing unusual. Very simple. GS to the head.
Sure. So you
Y'all are
made a
quiet.
specific finding that there was no evidence of close-range firing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this means that you did not see the markers often associated with close-range firing, correct?
Correct.
But you cannot say with 100% certainty that the gun was not fired within 3 feet.
No, I suppose not, particularly considering that there was hair overlying the entry wound. But again, I see no such markers around the entry wound in this case.
But you can't say 100% that it wasn't within 3 feet.
There are very few things as a forensic pathologist that I can say with 100% certainty. It is not my opinion that the range of fire is less than 3 feet in this case.
Well, you cannot tell this jury the exact distance the gun was when it was fired.
Most of the time, no.
No, I certainly can't. As I said on direct, once you kind of pass that 3-foot barrier and there are no visible signs of close range firing, there's nothing I can do to distinguish whether the range of fire is, say, 40 inches or 50 inches or 80 inches, etc.
And you weren't there, right?
Where?
At the apartment when the shooting happened, correct?
No, of course not.
No. And so you didn't see what happened, right?
No, of course not.
And you didn't see where the gun was
when it was fired, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't see what Caitlin was doing, correct?
Correct?
You didn't hear what she was saying, correct?
Correct?
You don't know where Dustin was when he fired it, correct?
Correct?
And you don't know if it was fired in self-defense, right?
That is not my role to assess.
Or in defense of others?
Basis? Sure.
Wow. A lot of.
Sidebar.
You guys, we need to wake up. Middle of the day. Wake up. Nobody responded. I said, y'all still with me? Say, yep. If you are. Nobody said, yep. Come on, y'all.
You don't know if it was fired in defense of others either.
I have no opinion on that matter. My role is to examine Ms. Snafziger, determine her cause and manner of death, assess injuries. It is never my role to assess that kind of thing, justifiability, self-defense, any of those questions. That is not my role as the medical examiner or as a forensic pathologist. So I have no opinion on that matter.
No further questions, thank you.
Correct, briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Weinberg, are you familiar with the term manner of death?
Yes.
What is that?
Manner of death is a classification that I must do in my role as a medical examiner for the state of New Hampshire.
Objection, please approach.
What?
Sidebar.
Okay. This is pissing me off. And it's pissing him off.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it again.
Correct, briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you, Courtney.
Yes.
What is that?
Manner of death is a classification that I must do in my role as a medical examiner for the state of New Hampshire.
Objection, please approach.
Was it the word must? Thank you, Courtney, for being here. I appreciate you. I know you're helping your mom. You're excused. Courtney, I look forward to meeting you one day. You and your mom and your dad and your brother. I'm going to meet y'all soon. And very soon, I'm going to meet you. And I'm not going to go. Sorry, my singing sucks. Forgive me. Used to be wonderful, but now that I'm deaf, it sucks. Let me get back to my live comms. Let me get back to where we are. I'm kind of paying attention to our weather, y'all. Okay, we are just coming back into court. In the other case, I'm going to pause this here. We're going to come into case here. Let me get everything switched. Let me get everything done. Yeah, that was a long lunch break for me, For me, boo. Let's see, we are here. We're going to get this off. Yepers. Now we're going to switch to that one. And there we go. Now we're back. I got to get this up and ready to go. We are back after lunch. I hope you had a nice little lunch break. My lunch was popcorn. I know. I'm trying to lose weight again. I've kind of reached a lull in my weight loss. So I've probably gained a few pounds. I have been prednisone. I was on prednisone, and boy, when I'm on prednisone, I go. So between the meds and eating, yeah, it's no fun. Let me see. Are we caught up with her? I think we're caught up. Yep. She's the way she's sitting looks so victim-y. I don't like it. I got a compliment on my hat. I did. Thank you. I kind of like this. Has my name on the back. But I have another hat over there that says, in my humble opinion. I should change, but I'm in the mood for I call it the white. It's supposed to be white flames, but I kind of like it. Like white lightning, storm chasing. Kind of use your imagination on that one. Somebody asked me, I've had some questions about it, my storm chasing. No, I do not punch hail core. That means I don't go into where the hail is going to destroy my vehicle and possibly hurt me. I don't do that. I don't do hail core punching. I stay far enough back to where I can easily and safely escape. I'm there for the photos. I love storm. Let me just say, this girl, terrified of storms. Just the thought of storms would get me shaken. And one reason is when I was young, I was, we lived in the country and we had a mobile home. My parents bought this lot with a mobile home, and they were going to build a house. But meantime, we were going to live in the mobile home. And what was cool, I thought, is the back porch ran along the whole entire length of the double wide. And through the porch, or they built the porch around a huge oak tree. Now, that oak tree was outside my bedroom window. Not my brother's, but mine. And we had a storm come through, and I went to sleep, and all of a sudden, bam! Glass was flying. Now, luckily, I was up against the wall, my bed, so all the glass kind of flew over me. Some got on me, but mostly over me. The tree caught on fire. Luckily, just a little, nothing major. Dad was able to put it out. Scared the hell out of me. Ever since then, I've been absolutely terrified of storms and growing up. And now I love them, and I'm a storm chaser. Go figure. Go figure. Y'all. There's been a few storms that have had me rattled. I do better with let's see, now that I'm deaf, well, I'm kind of getting back into the uncomfortableness of when I'm like in the middle of the night in my home. If I can't see what's going on, I don't have a radar. I think having radar and being able to follow it and all that helps me feel better. But I don't hear it. I feel it. I can't hear thunder. I feel the thunder. So anyway, that may be one reason why I'm better with storms. I don't know. But yeah, I have thoroughly enjoyed storm chasing. Now, I have chased with the team, and I will tell you, that's interesting. The leader of the pack, he's a fabulous guy. Really like him. However, it's intense. Emotions are high. It's split-second decisions. Having a navigator is wonderful. It's harder to do it on your own when you're with somebody, because when you have a navigator, they're always looking at the GPS and they always have a road out. and they can tell you turn right here, 2 streets, turn left, you know, that kind of stuff, instead of having it up yourself. Wish I had a navigator. But anyway, this storm chasing team, I've been a part of it for years. I kind of stepped back for a while. I come back in. I haven't done anything much because there hasn't been anything to do, but I thoroughly enjoy storm chasing. It isn't it's an adrenaline rush, but boy, you gotta have, man, tensions get high. But I do have a drone. I got to get an adapter. I can't use my drone with my phone because it doesn't have an adapter. Hold on. Yes, are you going to still have it with the rain that's coming?
Is Ms. White arguing the
Comfort break.
Okay. While we're waiting on her, State, do you have State's Exhibit 75?
I do. I think there's 3 parts of it, 75, 2, 3, and 10 that we intend, I think is the subject of their motion.
Are you guys objecting to all of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
One of them is the one I just if she wanted to, that's what
Yeah, back to this one as well.
Okay.
I have to, you can see them. I just
Yeah, let's take a look at the exhibits. All right, okay, so on 75, defense is objecting to which subparts?
Your Honor, so there are, I believe, 3, there's subsection A, B, and, or I guess 1, 2, and 3. And.
What's A through C, and then C has subparts.
Correct, so 75C is where we are.
Okay, and what subparts under 75C?
So starting with I guess the most important, the most relevant ones are gonna be 2, which are the ones between Ms. Andrews and the next witness.
So that's text messages, and it just has on the exhibit list, area code 904-993-5797.
That would be Jewel Jordan, Judge. That's her phone number.
Okay. So, C1. All right, I don't have C1, I have C2, oh, C2, here it is. Okay, all right, these are, what I'm looking at on this exhibit, it looks like a text message chain beginning January 9th of 2021 through January 21st.
January 19th, Judge, through this one.
Yeah, through the 22nd, 2021. Okay, and your objection is?
Yes, so I just like to start with the court's prior order. I'm just going to read the court's order, a piece of the transcript from the hearing. Your Honor specifically said, I don't want the jury to get bogged down in the history between the 2 gangs going back to 2018. I don't have a problem with the gang expert identifying the gangs, that there's been violence committed between these gangs for a number of years, and in 2023 is when, from what I can tell, really began ramping up with a series of back and forth revenge murders leading to the attempted murder of Mr. Jones, and then ultimately the successful murder of Mr. Jones in 2024. So the court has already laid out the parameters of what is going to be relevant and what is related to this actual incident, and that is limited at the attempted murder of Mr. Jones back in 2023. These messages are essentially just chatter between Ms. Andrews and the next witness, about things that they're hearing on social media related to the back and forth between the two. That's ultimately what it ramps up to. It's not relevant at all to the actual incident at hand. It doesn't stand to prove or disprove any particular relevant issue in this case. And quite frankly, what it would do is sour the jury towards Ms. Andrews, and just based on conversation that has nothing to do with the actual incident. And I don't know if the court wants an opportunity to just kind of finish reading through them.
Sure. State, go ahead. What's your response to that?
Judge, first of all, your order having to do with the gangs, we are limited to our experts to that time period.
For collateral evidence.
Collateral evidence.
And I'm assuming
correct,
you're going to
Judge.
say this is direct evidence.
Yes, but also part of the collateral evidence, Judge, that you also allowed us to go into not just the October incident of 2023, all of 2023, and you also said that that was further extended because we mentioned the song and the lyrics, that there could be explanation to them, and certainly within those song lyrics, there are definitely people that are mentioned in those lyrics that are mentioned in this text. But this is direct evidence of the defendant's knowledge, and moreover, Judge, she gives an interview to law enforcement that goes directly to her knowledge as well as consciousness of guilt, because law enforcement asked her about gang activity, about the big rapper in Jacksonville, and she claims ignorance, like she doesn't know any of it, including her boyfriend's rap gang nickname Gutta. When they say Gutta and they're talking about Gutta, she's like, why do you call him that? So she is trying to feign like she has no knowledge of any of the gang activity, which these messaging that she has with one of her best friends growing up in 2021 directly relate to her knowledge of our victim. Not only her knowledge of her victim, that he's in a gang, other gang members that one of them is K Shorty, a gang member, is 6 Block, a fellow gang member of our victim that she is communicating with, where they talk about facts of some of the cases and some of the rival gang war that is going on in Jacksonville. The one to her best friend, there is definitely personal animosity towards Julio Foolio. She mentions Foolio multiple times. There's even a statement in there saying she hopes he should die. So that is direct knowledge of her specific knowledge as to not only the gang rival, the gang history, that is consciousness of guilt evidence in this specific case where she is confronted by law enforcement officers when they are trying to question her about the murder of a high-profile rapper in Jacksonville and gang activity, and she feigns ignorance of all of it. So that is highly probative and outweighs any sort of prejudicial effect.
Well, and didn't you all get up in your opening statement and say that Ms. Andrews didn't know any of the people involved, didn't know why she was just going to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. She didn't know anything that was going on in the gangs, right?
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what was stated was that she doesn't know the individuals specifically involved in this. None of those individuals are mentioned in these messages. And to be clear, what Ms. Gowdy said is a mischaracterization of what the interview actually says. She doesn't say, to start with the name Gutta, what she says is, why are you calling him that? That's his rap name. So she doesn't pretend to not know that that is a nickname of his. What she challenges is whether or not it's a gang name as opposed to a stage name. So she absolutely said it. Maybe they couldn't understand it, but she absolutely said it. I believe we have the timestamp. But ultimately, Your Honor, these messages are released. These messages are from, I believe, before any of the songs that the state is attempting to introduce into evidence. Even the most popular ones that everyone talks about, Who I See You, When I See You, Who I Smoke, these messages are from before that. None of the individuals that are mentioned in these messages by name are involved in this case. And there's nothing in here indicating that any of this information that they're discussing is from firsthand knowledge. Quite frankly, it's the opposite. You can tell if you read them that they're responding to some social media post that some girl posted, and they're just chitter-chattering back and forth like most people are doing in the comments probably right now as we speak. There's nothing to suggest that this is personal knowledge, which I might add is very different. I'm having a conversation with a girlfriend about gossip and sitting in front of murder detectives and telling them that you know what is going on. It is not the same thing. It does not show a consciousness of guilt. It does not show any intent of anything. And quite literally, the fact that these messages are from 2021, and there's nothing after that before this murder goes against what the state is saying, right? Like, there's not even any further information discussed about this in any text messages or Instagram posts or anything like that. It's no secret that Ms. Andrews was born and raised in Jacksonville. She has significant proximity. They called 3 witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, that said some of the similar things. They know, some of the people. They've listened to the music. They've heard some of the information back and forth. It does not mean that she has personal knowledge about it. And so I would completely disagree with the way the state is characterizing it. And quite frankly, the specific message about him wanting to die, which I don't believe that is the actual quote, the court could review it. I'll point specifically to where it is.
Do you need the exhibit?
Judge, I didn't have the exhibit, so I was paraphrasing, so I apologize if I didn't quote it correctly. Judge, what she texts is, she says, "Girl, I don't like Julio. LMAFAOOO, ugly ass bitch. He need to die." And SHID, that was, oh, my friend, FUCK, that code shit, bitch. He shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing my outfit, who did it. I'm pointing out who did it, I'm sorry.
Right, and so, Your Honor, that is a comment on what they're seeing on social media. It's literally a third person, comment on what they're seeing on social media. If this were me, I would point him out. This is conjecture, hyperbole between 2 girls, literally just chatting. There's nothing in here to suggest that she personally knows him, that she personally has had any kind of conflict with him, or personally wants something bad to happen to him. It's just not there. And I think the gap in time between this incident and these messages and the incident go to show that. And there's literally, I don't believe, any purpose to put these before the jury other than to sour them, to inflame their passions, to paint her as a violent, negative person, because it's not related to this incident at all. It's not connected to any personal act of violence that she's committed to him. She has not threatened him. And if Your Honor has reviewed the cases already, I can go into those.
No, I've reviewed them.
Okay. But Your Honor, if you in those cases, the statements that are let in, the prior statements of those defendants, are statements that are a direct threat to the individual that was ultimately killed. They reveal a specific animosity, a specific intent, a specific want of that person based on a personal issue that they have with them to be harmed. And then that they later on go to do that. And I believe remoteness is very relevant in both of those cases. Those statements are certainly not 4 years before the incident occurs. Remoteness is relevant, the fact that they are isolated is relevant, and the fact that there is no way for the state to even establish that this is based on personal knowledge. And I think that the statements show that they are not based on personal knowledge. They're no different than anybody else's DMs that has conversations about,
Other than showing knowledge, right?
Why I don't think knowledge of the gang issue in general is relevant to
You
whether
don't
or
think
not.
so? If she's purported to be a member of a conspiracy to kill a rival or a gang member?
That her knowing about the gangs is I don't believe that's relevant to prove that she committed this crime. That she's aware that it exists, Your Honor.
Okay, I know, but she knows who Charles Jones is, and she knows about the violence between the two.
She's admitted that in her interview. She admits that she follows him on social media. That's not a secret, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is not what the interview says.
Okay, so anyway, listen, I'm gonna find that it is probative and it outweighs any potential prejudicial impact, so 75C2 will be admitted. What's the next one? C3? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when is this witness testifying? These are gonna come in?
Judge, those are not witnesses that we are calling, but we are gonna put them in after we call Detective Benjamin Boers and put in her Apple iCloud account. Jewel Jordan is supposed to testify. She's only the subject of 75C later this afternoon.
Okay.
And when the state mentions putting in her Apple iCloud account, you're referring to her entire account?
No, just these exhibits that we pulled out.
Okay, so the person that's 75C 1 through 11, are those all coming in through witness today?
No.
Okay, just C what?
C2.
Okay, so then we, C3 is coming in through someone else and C10 is coming in through someone else?
Correct.
Okay, so let's, I'm gonna reserve ruling on those.
Okay,
because
that's fine.
it's-
Related but different arguments. I also like to add something that I left out, Your Honor, related to C2, Your Honor.
Yep.
The state has very specifically defined the conspiracy period in this case. That is from June 22nd to June 23rd. 21st through the 23rd of 2024. So this is not some situation where this relates to the conspiracy in any way. If it were, they would have defined the conspiracy period bigger. They did not. They specified it to those days. So this information is not connected to that at all in its actuality, or as it relates to the state's theory and motive, which is that this happened in retaliation to or connected with the shooting from 2023, which was even then 2 years after these messages. And I'd also like to add that I believe it will come out at some point that at the time of these messages, Ms. Andrews had not even met Mr. Chance.
Okay. Okay. That, I don't know if that helps or hurts you, but, okay, so it's admissible. And hold on to C3 and C10, and we'll discuss that before that witness. And I'm just looking, and I'm not ruling yet, but I'm just looking, like an email message on C3 dated October 4th of 2020 from Kay Shorty, which is Miss Andrews' account, correct?
No,
That's someone else. Okay, because then that is talking about whoever they are.
It's a number of 6 o'clock, Judge.
Okay, very good, gotcha. Now,
Allegedly, Your Honor,
Alleg-
not admittedly, based on these messages.
okay, all right, well, we'll cross C3 and C10
Understood.
at a later time. Okay, let's get going. Is our jury here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Let's bring it back.
Y'all, this judge is interesting.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to proceed. State, call your next
The
witness.
state calls Officer Zachary Conaway.
Hang on, sir. Sir. Just watch your step, raise your right hand, just one leg quick.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Get to that mic.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the jury?
My name is Officer Zachary Conaway,
With what agency are you employed?
currently employed with Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you been with Tampa Police Department?
This will be my 4th year with Tampa Police Department.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Before Tampa, I was employed with New Orleans Police Department as an officer,
How long were you there?
about 5 years.
And in your experience here in Tampa, what is your job title?
My job title is a patrol officer.
Did your duties include responding to the area of 3751 East Fowler on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I responded to that call.
And about what time was that?
I believe the time came out about 4:45, 4:45
Were, I apologize.
in the morning, a.m.
Were there other officers already present on scene?
I believe Sergeant Portman arrived on scene first. I was maybe the second or third beforehand.
Why is it that you arrived to that area? Did you receive a call for service directly?
We received a call for service. I believe the original call notes were cars speeding through the parking lot and gunshots had been heard. And as we made our way to the scene, we were informed that somebody was shot at the location.
Upon arrival to the parking lot of that Holiday Inn, what are some of the observations you actually make?
The first observation I made, we located a black Dodge Charger stopped in the parking lot, kind of in between the home suites and the Holiday Inn situated on that lot. Car was stopped, immediately noticed that it had been covered in bullet holes, and there was someone deceased in the front seat.
Do you, Sergeant Portman, or the other officers that are there kind of divide up responsibilities in that moment?
In that moment, we were initially focused on trying to preserve the crime scene. There were some other people there that had been with the victim prior to. But initially, I had gone to go get crime scene tape to try to cordon off the scene, and at that point, we started to divvy up our responsibilities further from that point.
Do you receive a call that you're needed inside of the Holiday Inn itself?
We never received a phone call. While I was still on scene, I observed a blood trail leading from the Dodge Charger leading towards the front door of the hotel. I told the other officers, myself and 3 others went to the front door, and as we approached the front door, we were told by the manager inside the hotel that there were 2 people bleeding on the 3rd floor.
When you say you were looking around and saw that, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3M from the exterior of that Holiday Inn there. Is this what you're referencing when you say there were some blood trails leading into the hotel itself?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the hotel right there, the top of the photograph. And back here, it's a sidewalk, and the blood trail actually extended much further back on that sidewalk leading towards the parking lot.
Wasn't sure if I'd be able to get it there. Okay, if I back that up a little bit in 3L, is that what you're referencing in the walk up to that evidence marker number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you actually have any specific information about who your suspects were, who your victims were? Was there even time to obtain that information yet?
We had already known of the victim, Mr. Jones. Prior to the beginning of that shift, we had received some intelligence that he was visiting in town from Jacksonville, and that he had some past arguments with people in the neighborhood, and we were just told just to keep an eye out for him in his movements.
Meaning like an inter-office kind of teletype, where agencies will exchange information back and forth?
Not so much a teletype, it was just an email from our intelligence division. I'm not exactly sure how they obtained that information, but we were just told that he was staying at an Airbnb located somewhere out in the county, and that he was more than likely going to be in Tampa for his, I believe he was there for his birthday.
Was that relayed to you during your brief before your shift actually started?
Yes, we went over that in our briefing.
Okay, so you're telling us about that because when you got there and made these observations, you related those 2 things, what the information you learned from your briefing to what you observed on scene.
Right. We didn't officially identify him on scene, at least while I was there, but it was generally understood that this was Mr. Jones that was deceased in the vehicle.
Was that in part because there were also some other lay witnesses on scene at that Holiday Inn?
Correct.
Okay. And when we speak, let's go back just to the entrance of the Holiday Inn, and we'll talk a little bit more about the other stuff, okay? At the entrance of the Holiday Inn, you spot the blood trail, and what is your role with the other officers as you enter and speak to the hotel manager?
Again, we spoke to the hotel manager. He told us that he had two men up on the 3rd floor of the hotel that were bleeding. We essentially just followed the blood trail. It went initially down the first hallway in the hotel leading to the east, maybe a couple floors, and it doubled back to the elevator, and we just followed the blood trail to the elevator, and we took it straight to the 3rd floor.
Okay, let me show you 4A, if I can break that down just a little bit here with evidence marker 8. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
Is this what you're talking about as you enter that lobby in the Holiday Inn lobby area?
Yes, correct. That hallway up at the very top, that leads to the elevators on the right-hand side, and the blood trail actually continues a little bit further past the elevators, and then it comes back and goes towards the elevators themselves.
Though you have a general idea from the manager about where additional people may be, is there still a process that you have to go through to ensure that you get there safely?
Yes. Generally, you are supposed to go floor by floor, using the staircases to clear out the building floor by floor, just to make sure that there's no other additional shooters in the building. Just due to the fact that we had people that were bleeding out, that had been shot, we kind of skipped that process and went straight to the victims at that point.
And beyond the elevator there, was there still a blood trail that led you to a more direct location for where they were?
I mean, it wasn't so much the blood trail. As soon as we exited the elevator and turned to the right, our other two victims, Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were sitting there right in the T-junction of the hallway with the elevator.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 91. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that would be, I believe, Mr. Norris on the left and Mr. Edwards on the right.
Now, is this image a screen capture from the body-worn cameras that you all are equipped with?
Yes.
Does this screen capture fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you all exited that elevator and made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
That's correct.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 91 and publish.
Any objection? No. Okay, admitted.
Now, I know that you made some reference while I was there showing you the exhibit, but can you please, if you would, point out Mr. Norris?
Yes, Mr. Norris is going to be the gentleman on the left in the white shirt, and Mr. Edwards is going to be wearing all black on the right-hand side in the hoodie.
As you made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were you able to make any visual observations of injuries?
Obviously, Mr. Norris had the gunshot wound to his right shoulder. Just due to the hoodie, I could at least tell that Mr. Edwards was bleeding pretty heavily from his right arm or right shoulder. I just couldn't tell just how far up the injuries went at the time.
Did you do anything to assist?
Yes, I applied a tourniquet to Mr. Edwards' right arm about as far as I could go.
Did the other officers that you were there with help you to secure both of these individuals?
Yes, I believe it was myself, Officer Hadsel, Officer Gale, and Officer King were the ones that made entry into the hotel. Officer Gale stood by with Mr. Norris while I stood by with Mr. Edwards, while Officer Hadsel and Officer King cleared the rest of the hotel.
At that point, you're still at least attempting for whatever life-saving measures that you're able to give to both?
Correct.
Was Mr. Norris conscious with you and answering your questions as it related to what happened or where his injuries were, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Norris remained conscious for pretty much the entire time that we were in the hotel, correct.
While you were standing there with them, I presume waiting for EMS or something, did you see more specifically the injury that Mr. Norris had suffered?
The one that Mr. Norris suffered, I believe it was to the front of his right shoulder. I couldn't tell if there was any exit wound though, but he had definitely taken one gunshot wound to the front of the right shoulder.
As you were tending to Mr. Edwards, did it ever become more apparent where his injuries were? Could you see more?
At least from the presence of blood, that right sleeve of his was fairly soaked in it. It did seem pretty clear that he was hit up on the right shoulder a little bit, and my tourniquet just wasn't doing a whole lot with stopping the blood flow.
Even though you're providing or rendering aid at this time, are you still inquiring of them as to what happened?
Correct. I'm still asking questions. You know, who did this? What happened? At least at the time, I'm unsure as to what Mr. Norris was telling Officer Gale, but Mr. Edwards at the time, he wasn't able to answer any of my questions at the time, just due to the nature of his injuries.
What do you mean he wasn't able to answer your questions?
He either didn't know, he either kept saying he didn't know what had happened, or he was continually, it seemed like he kept losing consciousness on me from the blood loss.
Meaning he was just not responsive medically, not that he wasn't answering?
He would go in and out, and when he would regain consciousness, when I would ask the questions, he either didn't know, or he would just say, I was sitting in the car when it happened. I think he asked a couple of times, what the status of Mr. Jones was as well. But just due to his injuries, I wasn't able to conduct a full interview with him just in his state.
You did, though, inquire of them who did this, and they just are reiterating, I don't know.
Correct.
Did you have a role there after? So if EMS arrives, what do they do with their patient?
EMS eventually came. They transported both Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards to Tampa General Hospital. After conferring with Sergeant Portman outside, once they had been transported, I relocated to Tampa General Hospital to attempt to speak with them further.
Was it your obligation to attempt a formal interview with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Did you make additional observations upon your arrival at the hospital of their injuries?
Yes, Mr. Norris did in fact sustain one gunshot wound to the right shoulder, and Mr. Edwards, if I remember correctly, he had been shot 3 times in the upper arm, just below the armpit, and an additional 3 times on the right shoulder. And the staff at TGH had informed me that his upper right arm had been broken as a result.
Were you able to successfully obtain a statement about the events of the evening leading up to the shooting from Mr. Norris?
Yes. Essentially, what Mr. Norris told me was they had gone to the home suite to attempt to get a room after they had been kicked out of their Airbnb earlier that day. And he was sleeping in the back of the Charger where we found Mr. Jones at. And they were parked at the Sally Port on the south end of the home suite when the shooting originally happened. He was asleep in the back, so he essentially woke up when he heard gunfire and really didn't see anything prior to. As far as like any possible suspects, he still couldn't give me any answers to that question.
Did you inquire as to why they were in Tampa to begin with?
It was to celebrate Mr. Jones's birthday.
Is that information that Mr. Norris also gave you?
Yes.
Did Mr. Norris give you the locations of the two places that they had reported to for the birthday celebrations?
That day they had gone to Teasers. It's a strip club located on Nebraska Avenue. And they had also gone to Truth 18. It was a bar that was located on Bush Boulevard, just next to the intersection with 50th.
And that was information that Mr. Norris also relayed?
Correct.
Same question for Mr. Edwards. Did you have an opportunity to interview him at the hospital?
Yes.
And again, did he indicate that they were there for a birthday celebration?
Correct.
Did he also provide to you the information about the clubs that they had visited?
He confirmed Teasers, and he did say that they had gone to another bar, but he couldn't give me the name of it.
Were they able to provide both in their interviews rough time estimates or time frames?
I believe both of them had stated that they were they'd gone to Truth 18 about 3 o'clock, and they had been at Teasers since about 1 o'clock till about 3 o'clock.
Neither were able to tell you or identify the persons that shot at them, only that they were shot at and that they ran from the vehicle.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Other than the 2 victims from the picture we saw earlier, Gino Norris and Mr. Edwards, did you speak to any other victims or witnesses?
No, my contact was just with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards during this investigation.
Okay. And they had no idea as to who might have done this?
That's correct.
All right, so they don't know Alicia Andrews?
They never mentioned anybody's name, but at least Miss Andrews, they never mentioned her.
All right, and you also don't know who Miss Andrews is?
No, sir.
All right. Other than, I guess, seeing them there at the hotel, did you do anything else in this case, seeing the 2 victims?
It was pretty much it was just my response to the hotel and then my follow-up interview with them at TGH. That was the extent of my involvement in this.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's your next witness?
The state calls Carrie Lynn Calderero.
Waiting on the next name. I missed it.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
One moment, Your Honor. That's okay. 2019 through all. Oh, I have it.
I can't read her name. C-A-L.
Please state your full name for the record.
Yes, my name is Carrie Lynn Calderero.
How are you employed?
I am a crime scene technician too with the Tampa Police Department.
And what kind of training do you have to be a crime scene technician too?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Okay, I got to do this to catch her name. Come on, seriously, work with me. C-A-L-D-E-R-A-R-O. Thank you.
Along with a crime scene certificate, and then I also have on-site training within Tampa Police Department as well.
How long have you been in that position with Tampa Police Department?
A little over 12 years now.
What are some of the duties and responsibilities of a crime scene technician?
We basically are responding to scenes. We are there to preserve the scene as we see it through photographs, collection of DNA evidence, and collection of latent prints as well.
Do you work alongside the homicide detectives when you are responding to a homicide scene?
Yes, we do.
When you first get to a scene, especially initially, do you necessarily know if an item of evidence is going to have relevance or not?
No, we don't.
Is that something that is determined by the detective later at another time, and it's the detective's responsibility then to submit any items for testing if they believe that is necessary?
Correct, it is.
And so when you're at a crime scene initially, is it the policy to take photographs of everything as it is and as you find it?
Yes.
Did you respond on June 24th of 2024 to Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was dispatched to go to Tampa General in order to photograph 2 victims.
And was one of those individuals named Xavier Edwards?
Yes, they were.
Was there a homicide detective that responded to that location as well?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Did he respond later?
Not while I was there, no,
Not
so I
while
don't
you were
know.
there? Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26A. Is that a photograph of Xavier Edwards?
Yes, it is.
While you were there, did he become conscious, or did you talk to him at that point?
The only time I talked to him was just to give him warning of that I would be taking photographs of him.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26B. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just to show a close-up of the face to show who I am photographing.
What are you showing in 26C?
In this photo, I am documenting that his upper right arm is bandaged.
And what are you showing in 26D?
Also, this is a close-up of his, I believe, left hand to show that there is an injury to it as well.
26E?
This is just another angle to show of the injury to his hand.
And you said that there was a second individual at Tampa General Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that Gino Norris?
Yes, it was.
What are you showing in 25A?
Again, this is just to show who I'm photographing.
25B.
Just a close-up of his face to show who it is as well.
What are you documenting in 25C?
This is to show that he has an injury to his upper right arm.
At some point during working on this case, were you advised to collect a firearm?
Yes, I was.
When did that happen?
While I was at my second location for this call.
What was your second location that you responded to?
It was at Gates Drive.
Is that 3014 Gates Drive?
Yes.
What's located at that address?
I was dispatched there in order to photograph and process a vehicle at the time.
And was that a black Nissan, an apartment complex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's already been put into evidence, States Exhibit 29A. Is this a picture of that?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are you documenting in 29B?
These are basically just going to be overalls to show the exterior of the vehicle that I'm photographing.
29C.
Again, this is just to show the backside of the vehicle along with the plate.
And are there, you can see law enforcement officers in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
When you responded to the second location, did you receive or get a briefing as to what sort of information they wanted documented and collected?
Yes.
Are you documenting in 29D?
This is to show the rear windshield showing that there is damage.
Judge, at this time, we'd offer into evidence the rest of composite 29, E through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Ms. Calderero, I apologize. Can you tell us what is in 29E?
This would be an overall of the front driver's side bumper area. This is just a continuation of me moving along the driver's side. Now this is the front driver's side tire area.
And can you see any sort of damage in this photograph? I'm sorry, it's not zooming. Yes, you can. Is there any damage that you're documenting in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point that out for us?
You want me to stand up?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to show that there is damage along the front end bumper and a little bit above the tire rail as well.
29G.
This is again just moving on alongside the driver's side.
Okay, I know this can get a little tedious and boring, guys. I get it, but it's very important that they go over all this because after the barrage of bullets that flew their way, I think they crashed into a few things, or they hit a few things in their escape to get away. So, anyway, got distracted. Rabbit trail, squirrel. Anyway, this was a very violent and very sudden attack that caught everybody off guard. And I could not imagine being anywhere around this. Excuse me. I ate a piece of popcorn and one of the little kernel skins got stuck. So stick with us. I kind of like this part myself, but some people are kind of like, yeah, this is boring. It really does paint a picture as to how sudden and violent this was.
This time focusing on the driver's side mirror.
Is there damage in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And you said I should ask the question, you were focusing on the driver's side mirror. Is that where the damage is?
Yes.
Hey, Angela, did you mean to put this in live chat?
Continuing on, this is going towards the driver's side door and rear driver's side door as well.
Is there damage on this side of the vehicle as well?
Yes, there's a little bit on the driver's side door and continuing on to the rear driver's side door as well.
29I.
This is more centering on the rear driver's side door, showing the continuation of the damage.
Do you also document the interior of the vehicle as you find it?
Yes, once I'm done doing my overalls, I then move towards the interior of the vehicle.
What is 29J a photograph of?
This would be the overall of the interior driver's side of that car.
I wish they'd have more contrast on these overheads. It's so difficult.
29K.
This will be an overall of the center console area.
We're going to go back. Do you see the seat is laid back? Remember the testimony of one of the gentlemen who they showed the pictures of, but he was not live. You couldn't see his face, and he was off camera. He said that when the barrage of lead came flying through the vehicle, the victim kind of was already reclined back in the seat. Yeah, he went really way back and tried to climb into the back seat. You can see the severity of how quick, I mean, that thing's laid back. I bet you 10 to 1 odds that seat is like broken back. I don't know if that car seat goes back that flat, but the fact is what I'm trying to get to is that the testimony that the person, i.e. the victim, Julio, was in the front, the seat was laid back. Just saying, it builds to the credibility of his testimony because that's accurate. Look at the picture.
And overall of the center console area.
29L.
This is jumping back out to the exterior of the rear driver's side bumper area.
29M.
This is a area of damage that was on the rear bumper.
I'm going to go back to 29L. Is that what is in a close-up of what's indicated in 29L?
Yes.
It's 29M.
This is showing the front windshield of that vehicle.
Okay. Was there anything of significance on the windshield?
Yes, there was damage towards the center of the windshield.
29P, what is that?
This is a mid-range focusing in on that damage of the windshield.
And that's probably what an alive did.
29O.
This is a different perspective of the damage to the driver's side mirror.
And then 29Q.
This is a close-up with scale of the damage to the center of the windshield.
And then 29R.
That was a piece of paper that was located in the vehicle.
And can you see this name that is depicted in this box number 6?
Yes.
Can you read that, or do you need me to blow it up?
No, I can read that.
And what name was that?
I'm not sure if I'm going to say it correctly, but Tafea Changa McCrae.
And I want to ask you about a firearm that you collected. Where
Yes.
did you collect the firearm?
That item was received to me from Officer Sosa that was on scene at that location.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Did Officer Sosa, did he have a police vehicle that day?
Yes, he did.
And what are you documenting in 30A?
This is to show the police vehicle that I was directed towards in order to collect the firearm.
B.
That is the same police vehicle. This is the interior passenger side, focusing in on the firearm on the passenger floor.
30C.
That is the same firearm once I collected it and placed it into a firearm box.
30D.
This is once the firearm is cleared to show that there are rounds in the magazine.
And that's how, after you take it out, that is how you find it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that firearm you were directed by Officer Sosa, is that correct?
Yes, I was told about that.
And he was housing it in his patrol car before you got there so that you could take custody of it?
Correct, as is was in my photos.
You said you put it in a gun box, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do with it after you put it in your gun box?
Once we're done a scene with all of our evidence, we will take it back to our office for processing. However, in this case, I did pass this firearm off to crime scene technician Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And as policy, after you collect it, is there a secure location back at the Tampa Police Department where all the evidence or property in the case is held and secured?
Once we process all of our items, we place it into our evidence control. Prior to that, we do have temporary evidence cabinets for each technician where we store our evidence prior to turning it in.
And in this particular case, you testified that you handed this off to crime scene, to a fellow crime scene technician, is that correct?
Yes, on scene.
And who was that again?
That was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And why did you do that?
I was going to be getting handed off the evidence due to ending my shift. She was going to take over processing that vehicle and items.
Can any fellow crime scene technician impound a piece of evidence that is collected and impounded by the Tampa Police Department?
We can turn in any type of evidence minus narcotics.
I'm going to ask you about some other things that you did in furtherance of this case when you were at the 3014 Gates Drive with that black Nissan vehicle that we just recently saw photographs of it. Did you collect any further evidence from that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What type of evidence did you collect from the vehicle?
I collected items of evidence along with swabs as well.
When you say swabs, what are you swabbing?
For potential DNA.
And can you tell the jury what areas of that vehicle you are swabbing for potential DNA?
In most cases, when we are processing a vehicle, we will swab more general areas that are touched more, steering wheel, gear shift, door handles. In this case, any type of items in there as well. If there was cigarettes, phones, cups, we will swab all of those as well.
And in those photos that we just recently looked at, did you notice that there was a red substance that appeared to be blood in the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Were there any of those locations that were swabbed for potential DNA?
Yes, those items were also swabbed as well.
Again, you don't make any decisions whether or not any of those items or those swabbings need to be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. Is that correct?
Correct. That's only done by the detectives.
Did you process that vehicle as well? Did you process it for any fingerprints?
I did not, actually.
Do you know if that was done by another crime scene tech in your office?
Yes, it was.
Who was that done by?
Again, that was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. It's already in evidence. Did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take that photograph?
I took that photograph at the 3014 Gates Drive.
Where the apartments where that Nissan was located, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that individual?
That was of Tafea Changa McCrae.
McCrae, okay. And was that at the same location where you came across, I think you can see in the same picture, I'm gonna show you again, 30A, that squad car, Officer Sosa's squad car.
Yes.
And is that Mr. McCray? Is he standing in front of it?
I don't recall at the time if that's the same vehicle or not.
Okay, but same location.
Yes, same location.
Did you, you said that did you take into evidence any items of evidence yourself in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I collected multiple items from the vehicle. That was a vape pen, multiple bottles, cups, things that I later on would process.
Did you also, going back to Mr. McCray, in State's Exhibit 27, did you collect what is commonly referred to as a buccal swab?
Yes, I did as well.
What is a buccal swab?
It's basically a swab of the inside of a person's cheeks that's later used for comparison of any DNA.
And he provided you with a buccal swab?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Do you want me to leave the photos here?
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You were the first crime scene tech on scene for this case?
To the Gates Drive?
Well, let me ask you, who was the first crime scene tech on scene to the actual hotel, the Home 2 Suites?
I do believe that was CST Kristen Cruz.
Okay, so Cruz works night shift?
No, during that time she was on day shift.
Day shift. And what shift do you work?
I'm normally evening shift.
All right. So you and CST crime scene tech Cruz, you two worked as the two crime scene technicians in this case?
No, not on that scene. During that entire scene, I never once came across Kristen Cruz. I only worked with CST Geraldine Nunez Martinez when she came to relieve me at the Gates Drive.
Okay. So it's yourself, CST Geraldine Nunez?
Yes,
And-
she came halfway through the scene that I was at.
Okay. All right, and she relieved you?
Yes,
All right, and that's why you turned over some evidence to her?
correct.
Okay. The buccal swabs, who instructed you to get the buccal swab?
On scene, that was done by Detective Campbell.
So Detective Campbell instructed you to get a buccal swab of an individual?
Yes.
And do the detectives normally tell the crime scene technicians like what to look for?
Yes, because normally they have a little bit more insight to the scene than we do.
So you get to the scene and the detective is sort of ordering your steps, telling you what to kind of collect, what to photograph, that sort of thing?
Yes, we also have protocols on how we process things, vehicles, photographs, such as those items, and on individuals as well. But then to go a little bit deeper, we will work alongside the detectives as well.
All right. And at any point in time, did you collect any ammunition, any casings, anything like that?
No, I did not.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. When you end your shift, what is your normal protocol for transferring your duties to a fellow crime scene technician when your shift is over and there's still work or processing to be done?
Like as if they're still on scene with me?
Yes.
We'll basically give them a small brief of what's going on, what I have actually completed, what is needed to be done as well. They will also get with the officer or detective on scene too, just to confirm that everything is needed. That way nothing is missed as well.
And for example, a firearm that you have not impounded yet, you would give her information regarding that and it would still be held secure, is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Judge, we're gonna call Justin Legg.
Okay.
Officer Legg, I apologize.
Hello. Just need to raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So you may proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Officer Justin Legg, L-E-G-G,
Where do you work?
the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police Department?
10 years total, 7 in a sworn capacity.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, where were you assigned?
District 1,
What shift were you working?
midnights.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
When did you arrive at that location?
I don't have a specific time. It was approximately 5:30.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded there to assist officers regarding a shooting investigation.
What were you tasked with doing at that point?
Upon arrival, I made contact with one of the supervisors on scene, and they directed me to go to Advent Health Hospital outside of the city jurisdiction.
Where is, do you know the address for Advent Hospital?
No, ma'am, I do not off the top of my head.
You said it's outside your jurisdiction. Approximately
Yes,
how far is Advent Health Hospital from that home to suites location?
Approximately 1.5 miles.
And why did you respond to that location?
One of the supervisors was advised that one of the shooting victims had responded to that hospital.
When you arrived at that hospital, did you meet with any fellow law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am, out front of the ER, there were 2 Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies.
Was there a gentleman present with him?
Yes,
With
ma'am.
both of those 2 sheriff's deputies?
Yes, ma'am, a black male in a blue shirt.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Was that Typha McCrae? You can take a look behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the individual that was with the deputies?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he in custody or under arrest in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative during your investigation when you went over to Advent Health Hospital?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
At some point, was there a firearm that was collected from Mr. McCrae?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I had that firearm placed in my vehicle so it could be secured.
And at some point while you were at Advent Health Hospital, did you also make contact with a person by the name of Camilla Bentley?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you make contact with Miss Bentley?
Miss Bentley was one of the shooting victims.
Did you take a statement from Miss Bentley?
I attempted to, yes, ma'am. She didn't want to provide one to me.
Where was she when you attempted to take a statement from her?
She was in one of the ER beds in one of the rooms there.
And did you know whether or not she had been injured during this incident?
She appeared to have an injury to her left arm from this incident.
And she did not want to speak at that time?
No, ma'am.
And after you
Understand
left
that. I mean,
that,
I can understand that. You're in the ER, you've got an injury, lead has been deposited unwillingly into your arm. I had to change my contacts, y'all. Unwillingly into your arm. I wouldn't want necessarily to be talking to any police officers, but then again, you never know. But y'all, that's not uncommon. Come on. I told you to play.
Advent Health Hospital, did you still have the firearm that Mr. McCrae provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that firearm?
I held onto that firearm until I was relieved by an Officer Sosa, and then I provided that firearm to him.
Not going into your interview with Mr. McCrae, at some point were you trying to locate the vehicle that he arrived to Advent Health Hospital in?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that vehicle at Advent Health Hospital?
No, ma'am. It was approximately 1/2 mile to 1 mile north of the hospital in an apartment complex parking lot.
And did you provide that information to fellow officers so they could locate that vehicle off of Gates Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30A. I'll start with 30A. What did you do with the gun that you secured from Typha McCrae?
Once I unloaded it, I placed it in my police car where it was secured until I handed it to Officer Sosa at the end of my shift.
And does Officer So says he also a uniformed officer with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he also have a police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you handed it to him, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize the firearm that is in Officer Sosa's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pointing to it right there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a black Glock handgun.
And is that the firearm that you secured from Mr. McRae?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you 30C. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same firearm that now is in an evidence box?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm specifically going to show you 30D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. That was the magazine that I removed from the firearm.
And why did you remove it from the firearm?
Just to unload it and make sure it was safe to handle.
And you can recognize it and see
To render it safe. I appreciate the question, ma'am, but that was a little stupid. Just saying.
that that is the same magazine that you saw back on June 23rd of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Fully loaded, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
None of the bullets missing?
No, ma'am.
Was Mr. McRae, when you were back at Advent Hospital, was he cooperative during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he voluntarily provide you with the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Any,
Okay. Have y'all noticed the abrupt tone that this judge is taking? Yes. She has been a little bit on the abrupt side lately. I don't know what got in her bonnet today.
cross? Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, free to go. All right, next witness. Sure.
Oh, no wonder I couldn't feel my heating pad. It was punched down. That feels really good on my back.
Judge, the state's going to call Jewel Jordan. Judge, I did tell the media person back there.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Judge, before we bring her out, may you approach the court?
Sure.
That was the most pleasant the judge has sounded all day long. I got to be honest. That's seriously. This is just a lot of foundational today. So who's with me? Let's have a sound off. Anybody have plans for the upcoming weekend? I was supposed to go to a dog walk, which is a fundraiser for the organization in which I'm applying for another service dog. For those of you who don't know, without my hearing aids, I'm stone cold deaf. So my service dog that I had passed away unexpectedly. Anyway, it's supposed to be pouring down rain, but I'm going to go anyway. And who knows? I never win anything in raffles or auctions or anything like that. But maybe I'll win me a Yeti ice chest because this girl's wanting to start a deaf girl glamping YouTube show where I go once a month and I do an entire camping experience. And I focus on accessibility for campers with abilities that are unique.
Let's bring the witness in.
Thank you for sounding off. I'm a nobody important. Oh my gosh, hello. Haven't seen you. My plan is to sleep. Welcome. Katie Bell, thank you for listening. Oh, you have a swan. Is this K Swan too? Somebody else has a swan. K Swan has the same swan. You're not the same person, are you? Oh, don't apologize. Sleep is good. Sleep is real good. But thank Yeah, thank you for sorry for my baby. It's been devastating. I still cry. I still reach for her. Had her for 2.5 years. She was amazing. I don't think I'll ever have a dog as good as her, but we'll see. Um, but yeah. Oh, it is you, Case One. Same person, different name. Ada Bell. I don't know. Well, good to see you. But I'm a nobody important. You are very somebody important, and I'm glad you're here with us.
Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
Okay, so this is a
My entire life.
How old are you?
23 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Alicia Andrews?
Over a decade.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
She's sitting in the middle, and she has on a beige, I would say, blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
You said you have known her for over a decade. How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
She's one of my bestest friends.
And I'm going to ask you, what is your current phone number?
What?
And as a good friend of yours, do you communicate with Alicia Andrews on the phone from your number 90?
Okay, we have cell phone. Well, I'm going to pause this real quick. Let me share this tab. This is our current bingo card. And right now we have pass a witness, crime scene investigator, truth 18, vehicles, phone call, nothing further, judge, sidebar. We have Black Dodge Charger live streaming. We have high powered pew pew. We have evidence, police interview. Well, when I say police interview, they mention the word cameras, mass official birthday clubs. They haven't said any of this yet. Okay, there we're caught up. If you want to play with us, the link is at the very top. We have it pinned up at the top of comments. Hop on. And at the end of trial, every time you get a bingo, you can get 13 totals, all horizontal, vertical, cross, 13 total, cover all. And every time you bingo, put IBINGO in all caps. And what will happen is at the end of trial, I will draw all those. Every time you put the IBingo, at the end of every day, I draw a winner. And then at the end of the trial, somebody wins merch. So it's free. Come on, play.
And I know that I previously have met with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you some questions about whether or not your friend, Alicia Andrews, was dating somebody by the name of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had Alicia Andrews been dating Isaiah Chance before June of 2024?
I want to say 2-3 years.
Had you yourself ever met Isaiah Chance?
3 times.
Is that a person that you have taken Alicia Andrews over to Isaiah Chance's address before?
Yes.
And has Alicia Andrews, has she talked to you about Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Both in person and through text messaging on her phone?
Yes.
Did Alicia Andrews ever mention to you that Isaiah Chance was in a gang?
She mentioned that there were rumors that he was in a gang.
And when did she mention that? When was that conversation? Was that before June of 2024?
It was before June of 2024, but I can't give you a specific date.
Did you previously say that you thought it was in January or February of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was throwing out dates.
And she specifically told you that she was aware that he was in a gang, is that correct?
She was aware that he was tied in or affiliated within a gang, yes.
Do you remember what gang that was?
I believe it's NHG.
Okay, and is that a gang in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And you yourself living in Jacksonville, Florida, you are aware with a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a name that you have been familiar with for a very long time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many years have you known or heard of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Since like 2016, so I would say going on a decade.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 75C2. Do you recognize this exchange, these text messaging between yourself? Is that your phone number, 1-904-9?
It's my phone number.
And are those messages from you and Alicia, between you and Alicia Andrews that occurred in 2021?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 75C.
Do you renew previously made objections? Yes. Okay, same ruling, and it'll be admitted.
And it's just 75C2.
Yes, correct.
So again, Ms. Jordan, this number here is your phone number, is that correct? 1-904. I'm going to ask you, this column is your response to her messaging, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top where it says January 19th of 2021, where the defendant, Ms. Andrews, is saying or texting you in a message, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody, what does PPL mean?
That's abbreviation for people.
And then it says from out east.
That's a hood in Jacksonville.
Okay. And is that, when you say out east, a hood in Jacksonville, is that an area associated with ATK and 1200?
More so 1200.
And it says out east, dis, they side, so, and then OFC, do you know what that means?
Of course.
They gone, say some, but it don't even be, what is this?
She's referring to Lil Papa, he's a rapper.
Okay, and do you know what gang La Papa is involved in?
He's from 1200.
Okay. And then it says like that FR Foolio. Is that a reference to Julio Foolio, the victim in this case?
That would be correct.
It says be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say it, NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you read what your response is to that?
Everybody be dissing. That's how SB when them in choose to live like that. So that's what come with that lifestyle. It's sad, but it ain't gonna stop. Like famous people do it too. Look at Dirk, he always talking about Tuka. Like it's always gonna be like that.
And when you're saying famous people, one of those famous people you're referring to is Julio Foolio, is that correct?
No, I was referring to Lil Durk. He's a Chicago rapper.
He's a Chicago rapper, okay, I apologize, thank you for clarifying that. And then what did you say at this time?
I said she got a point, but the S gonna continue because they keep killing each other.
And what are you referring to when you say they keep killing each other?
Everybody that was involved at the time of 2021, it was a lot of people dying, 2020, 2021.
And are you talking about between those rival groups, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block?
Yes.
And then Ms. Andrews texts to you, right, so gonna go on, and they're saying let Leaky rest. Do you know who Leaky is?
I don't know him personally.
Do you know who he's affiliated with?
1200.
Leaky rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like so it's just gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge that shit to the game, go retaliate or something. They're sitting up here rapping, but that's y'all homeboy, just do what y'all gotta do, but they don't even be in Jacksonville, and I doubt they GAF, do you know what that means?
Give AF.
Okay. About anybody here or upcoming rappers. So well aware about Julio Foolio as a rapper and some of those other people we've mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they also rap about this war that's going on in Jacksonville?
They do.
It's called drill rapping.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you respond to that?
At least that S ain't late SF. Mine was a week late. And yes, B, I think I sent you the post, like all these rappers in paperwork. Except J-Dot, he in the clear, and my cousin vouched for him too.
I'm gonna ask you about J-Dot. Who's that?
A rapper in Jacksonville.
Is that Ja'Cory Rivers?
Yes,
What gang is he affiliated with?
1200.
And then Miss Andrews texts back, it was deleted, about time I got up, but Foolio, he said it, but everybody kinda knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot that boy that died with him at that Reigns game, but that boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side, it was Bibby, and we'll know that shit, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy. Do you know the Robert who she's referring to?
Yes,
Who's that?
Robert Howard.
And is he affiliated with 6th Block?
Yes,
And when they say 6th side, is 6th Block, is that again a reference to an area in Jacksonville?
yes,
And 6th Block is against 1200 or rival to 1200 in ATK, is that correct?
that is correct.
And then what was your response to that?
OMG and LMAO, everybody kind of knew. B, they all knew. They all in his comments calling him a rat.
Okay, and then what does your then text ATPP, what does that mean?
It means at this point,
And then
if you
what
know
else?
you in paperwork, just expose yourself.
And then the defendant then texts back to you, and this is January 21st of 2021, 8:39 a.m. Girl, I don't like Foolio, LMFAOOO, ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And SHID, that was Will Friend, and then FUCK, that code, and SHIT, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it. What's she saying there? What's she talking about?
Well, she's referring to somebody that had just died that we know.
In this
So,
gang war?
yeah, we're basically just gossiping.
Okay,
'Cause
I
you see, we're
understand
talking
that,
about the
but
city
who was
girls.
it in this gang war that she personally knows?
Personally,
Yes, you're saying that you're talking about a friend that just died. Who's
Will,
that?
that was the only person that we both know.
Will at Rains High School, is that, or who else?
That's it.
Okay, all right. And then she says, oh, City Girls made a remix to Throat Baby Girl. This shit sounds so dumb. LMAOOO. What does that mean?
We're gossiping, like we're still just talking.
And then what did you say? What, are you emphasizing what she just said?
Yes.
How do you emphasize that when you're text messaging back and forth?
Hold the message down and then you pick a reaction.
And then what did you say in response?
I can't stand him either. He's green SF and OMG, he killed Will Friend. OH, nah, I would've slid. Cause he all on Instagram clowning his A. I would've dropped that bag on his BA head or came for one of his homeboys. Shit, somebody gotta die. And yes, I ain't even listened to it yet. I know it's A. Like, why they got the same 3 people on another remix.
And when you say he killed Will Friend, is that, are you referring to the Rains High School shooting?
Yes.
And then what did you say down here?
Why they got the same 3 people on another remix. We're talking about the City Girls comment.
And then she texts back, exactly, and yeah, don't call. I bet he's still on there, but out of all you people, you give him your shit, LMFAOOO, TF. What does TF mean?
The fuck?
And then Na FR,
For real.
she wanted that to happen anyways, always used to joke around saying she was manifested. What does that mean?
That was a whole different conversation, appears
Okay.
to be.
What did you then text in response?
Exactly, it would have been better if 3 had it, because I fucked with him and laughed my ass off. She did, and he did too, they dumb. I ain't thinking about kids till I'm like 22 plus. So it has to be like just a sidebar conversation.
Okay, let's go back to this when she texted you. Bitch, hold on, because I think Foolio talking about Therese and his friends, LMAOOOO. I do not like him. What's she talking about in this particular sentence
Foolio is talking about Therese on social media.
on social media?
Mhm.
And then she says, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. And then she says to you, that is Foolio, though he recruit a bunch of dumbass NIGGAS who's willing to die. Is that what you said in response to her?
Yes.
And what do you mean by he's recruiting a bunch of people?
Well, it was something that really was city known and everybody was saying, like, I'm not the only person that said that. A lot of people in this city has said that, like, he recruit a lot of people to die, meaning that he got a lot of people that will come behind him ready to risk their life behind him, and he's still out and alive and living his life.
And he's a part of 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And then she responds back, right, and he's starting to realize, but first time I saw him, that shit clicked on him. When Foolio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGA, always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I can be the one die, not him. I ain't no bodyguard, bitch, I was dying. What's she saying when she says that?
I believe she's referencing to what Therese told her about him and how he felt about Foolio.
Okay, so she's
I
not
think
saying
you just
that she
lost
ever
the contact.
met Foolio when she says, when we called, Foolio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGE, always want me to ride with him. Who's she referring to when she says he always wants me to ride with him?
Well, she was dating Therese at the time, so I'm pretty sure that phone call happened while she was with Therese, and she overheard the conversation.
And how does Therese know Foolio?
They used to be in the same group, and then they split up.
6 Block.
Well, it's a lot in 6 Blocks, so I guess you can say that, yeah, he was 6 Blocks side.
And did she have any concerns about Therese riding around with Foolio?
Never mind.
That would be something between her and Therese.
Isn't that just what she's telling you here?
Objection, speculation. Overruled.
Creepy.
Well, yeah, if he's saying that he don't want to die and riding for him, then I would be worried if that was my boyfriend at the time.
And right before that, she's, you're talking about he's recruiting a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
It was in direct response to that message, right?
Right.
And then what was your response to her?
LMFAOO, bitch, I'm crying, cause no, for real, like, B, do your own drill. The fuck, don't nobody want to die behind your squid face, A. At least he know, shit.
Okay, and who are you referring to now?
We're still talking about Therese.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness. Okay, cross.
Wow, that was damaging.
Oh, it's right over there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These messages you see here. What's the date on the message?
2021.
January 2021?
Yes, sir.
Alicia's still in high school?
Yes, sir.
She's 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
This is almost 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
What does it have to do with this case? Okay, I get that. So-
There's a message there in the middle from you.
All right. These text streams were 5 years ago. 3 years before the event, I think. If you're on the jury, how does that affect you to hear that those texts are old, not current?
It's not really a message, it says emphasized, right?
Right.
You're emphasizing a message that Alicia sent to you, Alicia Andrews sent to you, right?
Correct.
All right, what does it mean when you emphasize a message?
It means like I agree.
All right, so you agree. Now, when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, how old are you at the time?
I'm 18 at the time.
All right, are you young at that time?
Yes.
All right, and when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, does this have anything to do with Alicia wanting to kill Julio Foolio?
No.
Did you ever want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance? Overruled, but she has already asked and answered it, so, anyway, what's your next question?
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth and you're calling each other the B word, bitch, are you all really meaning to degrade each other?
No.
All right. Is that more of a figure of speech?
Yes.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth with each other, is this a form of gossip?
Yes, it is.
Are you and Alicia Andrews gossiping about what's going on in Jacksonville?
Yes, we are.
With all these different people, whether it be Therese, whether it be Fulio, whether it be this group or this neighborhood, is that gossip?
It is gossip.
All right. And is it ignorant gossip?
It is ignorant gossip.
All right. And you two are sort of spectating what's going on out in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. So you all see a lot in Jacksonville as it relates to this gang activity and people not getting along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the commentary that you see here, that you're engaging in, even when you say that you would put a bag on somebody, that is more satire than anything.
That is correct.
All right. Do you even know how to put a bag on anyone?
No.
Do you have any money to put a bag on anyone's head?
I do not.
All right. Would you even know who to call to put a bag on someone's head?
No.
Relevance.
It's in the
Overruled. Go
messages.
ahead.
You see here it says he needs to die. You see that?
Yes.
You've seen people say that Alicia Andrews needs to die, correct?
That is correct.
Online?
Sustain the objection, that's inappropriate.
Have you talked to
Whoa!
anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
It's getting spicy.
Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection, ask your next question.
The way that you all are talking in the messages, is that new to you?
No.
Is this something you've never seen before?
No.
Is it something that's only Alicia Andrews is saying?
No. It's something that city knows.
Wow.
Julio Foolio, a lot of people did not like him, correct?
That is correct.
Overruled. As far as the context of this text conversation.
Julio Foolio was one of the top instigators in Jacksonville when it came to drill rap. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. And he was one of the more popular drill rappers in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He had a lot of enemies, right?
That is correct.
And those enemies existed outside of ATK and outside of 1200, right?
That is correct.
All right.
Take just a quick 10-minute recess, be back at 3 o'clock.
All right. All jurors out, good.
Okay, thank you. So who's up next?
Detective Alverson,
Okay.
David Alverson. He's gonna be pretty long, Your Honor.
Okie doke. Good thing we took a break. Okay, be back at 3. See you guys.
Okay. I'm going to pause that for a second. Wow, that was a little bit interesting. What do y'all think about that? Oh, didn't mean to do that. So we're going to be back in an hour. They're taking an hour? Are you kidding me? A full hour for break? Wow. I'm glad to see that the judge, well, y'all don't see this. Let me take this off. Hold on. Let me back that up. Y'all don't see that the judge is actually smiling and being polite. I mean, she has sounded a little bit gruff lately. He's been rough in her decisions. Go judge. She just wants to take a nap. I know, right? So yes. Well, we're going to hop over to the Dustin Duran trial we started earlier, and they were at a very extended sidebar, and we're going to hop on over to that. That's the one where the gentleman, I call him gentleman very loosely, the man unalived his significant other. And it's the Amber Alert trial. So we're going to hop over here during break. The court audio is not nearly as nice. Just saying.
Sergeant McLaughlin, I'm going to ask if you haven't already done so, if you can pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. Thanks so much. Sir, what is your current employment?
I'm employed, I'm a detective sergeant with New Hampshire State Police assigned to Troop C.
And how long have you been working with the New Hampshire State Police?
15 years.
How long have you been assigned to Troop C?
15 years.
Hold on. Sorry about this, guys. I missed the name, and I got to get it. Come on, work with me. We just heard from the ME. We just heard from the ME, so yay. Hold on, I got to share this. Give me a minute. I have to switch people, switch gears, switch cases. So my apologies, but we're working it. We're doing it. File, come on. Y'all have no idea. I need to share screen sometime so you guys can see the dance that happens behind the scenes.
Law enforcement experience prior to joining the New Hampshire State Police?
I served in the military as a military policeman for 14 years.
As a sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police, what does that
Thank you
mean?
for your service.
Responsibilities are?
So detective sergeant with the state police, I have 2 detectives assigned to me, so 3 of us total. We're assigned to Cheshire and Sullivan counties, responsible for the more serious crimes, burglaries, thefts, sex assaults, all the way up to and including homicide, assisting major crime.
When you say assisting major crime, what do you mean by major crime?
So major crime is basically what most agencies would call a homicide unit or homicide investigative unit.
As part of your responsibilities as a detective sergeant with Troop C, or as a detective in general with Troop C, you assist the major crime unit if they need help with those kinds of investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any kinds of training or experience that you utilize during your job with regard to conducting investigations?
Yes.
What kinds of training do you have?
So I have basic investigative trainings. I do have training in homicide specifically. On a death investigation specifically, I do have training in interview and interrogation. There's a lot more training and experience.
Let me ask you about that. You said that you had trainings with respect to interviews and interrogation. Are those two things interchangeable, or can you explain to us what the difference is between the two?
Sure. And this is more my definition based on my experience. But interview, I would say the person that is being interviewed would do the majority of the talking. Interrogation, on the other hand, would be, the investigator would be doing most of the talking. Interrogation is more direct questions as opposed to an interview that would be open-ended questions, and the suspect would be given the opportunity to, or the interviewee would be given the opportunity to answer those questions.
Do you conduct interviews of suspects or interrogations?
Generally, or mostly interviews. Occasionally, it does turn into an interrogation.
Did there come a time when you became involved with an investigation that was being conducted by the Major Crime Unit into a homicide that occurred on February the 29th of 2024 in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes.
And I guess let me back up. Troop C, what areas of New Hampshire does that cover?
So it's Cheshire County and Sullivan County, so the southwest section of New Hampshire.
Where are the barracks for Troop C located?
Keene, New Hampshire.
Where in Keene?
15 Ashbrook Court, which is right off of Route 9.
How far from, let's say, the Applebee's in Keene is your troop barracks?
It's one intersection away. It's less than a mile.
What was your role in the investigation that you became a part of, the one that happened in Berlin?
So initially, I was the closest detective to a traffic stop that was ongoing. And then eventually I was assigned to conduct an interview with Mr. Duran.
Now, can you explain how it is that you actually did become involved? You said you were the closest detective. How did you become aware of this traffic stop that was occurring?
So before that, I was aware of the death investigation for two different ways. So I received text messages for all death investigations in the state. So I was aware that there was a death investigation in Berlin in the early morning hours. I also received an Amber Alert, which added to that. When I signed on for duty that morning, it was 7:30 that morning I signed on for duty. State Police has a computer dispatch program, and I'm able to see what's going on in the entire state. I did look to see what was going on in the Berlin case. But I was at the barracks. We monitor Keene Police Department's radio as well as Cheshire County's radio at the barracks. There was some commotion. It's in another room, so I didn't totally hear what the transmissions were. But at some point, my lieutenant popped his head into my office and said that the vehicle from the Amber Alert is at the Applebee's in Keene.
Once you heard that, what did you do?
My first reaction is, no, it's not. But after a few minutes, I decided it would probably be best, again, being the closest detective, to head over there and verify that, because I knew my phone would be ringing eventually with questions. So I drove to the Applebee's and ultimately verified that it was the correct vehicle.
Okay. And when you arrived at the Applebee's, what did you see? What was happening?
So there was a Keene police cruiser. I recognized the white Subaru from the Amber Alert, so I noticed that was parked. The Keene cruiser was not far behind it. There were several other Keene cruisers. A lot of officers and state troopers at that point, and some other people in the area. What I did was I spoke to the Keene officers, and my lieutenant was at the scene, determined that Mr. Duran was in the back of one of the cruisers, and just briefly introduced myself, expecting to have a further conversation with him later on that day.
Okay. When you say you introduced yourself, you approached Mr. Duran, and you indicated, did you introduce yourself, say who you were?
I did.
Okay. And did you ask him any questions at that point?
Basically, like, is he okay? Is there anything I can get him? Is he comfortable? And just said that he would most likely be coming to the Troop C barracks in Keene, and that we would have a lengthy conversation once he got there. What I do recall is the heat, and I felt it myself, but the heat inside the Keene cruiser was on very high, and Mr. Duran asked if I could have the Keene officer adjust that, which they did.
Okay. Now, you have looked several times towards a location in the courtroom when you say the name Mr. Durin or Durin. Do you see Mr. Durin, the person that you introduced yourself to that day here in this courtroom?
I do.
Could you, by pointing him out and/or identifying him by an article of clothing that he's currently wearing, please let us know where he is?
Sure. He's seated right here, almost directly in front of me, wearing a gray suit. We'll call it a purple shirt and a paisley purple tie.
Your Honor, identifying the defendant for the record.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, when you see the defendant here today in court, does he appear to you to be does he look the same as he did when you first met him?
He's got a haircut, and his beard is a little shorter, but he does look the same.
Showing me what is marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit 18 for this case. Can you take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph of Mr. Duran.
Okay, and does that photograph clearly and accurately show Mr. Durin at the time that you met him on March the 1st of 2024?
Yes.
So at this time, the state moves to strike the identification and admit State's Exhibit 18 as full.
Hey, we're going to pause. They're back already?
Yes, sir. On what's been admitted, okay? Meaning the jurors. All right, is our panel ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Ready, man?
Okay, so I guess they lied. I guess the time zone got me different. Okay, we're back in the court.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Just stop them right there at the door real quick. Just so the media knows, we've got 2 witnesses this afternoon that have requested that their identities not be disclosed. One is Lorna, no.
That's her name.
Lorna Allen, and then Sathan.
Okay, you are disclosing their names. What do you just said? Their identities are not to be disclosed, and you're sitting there giving their names. So I'm going to give it a minute, and I'm going to do that because I don't want it on my channel. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I can dodge it. I want to try something, y'all.
All right.
I have a button that causes the sound. It dodges the name. Your Honor. Your Honor. You just
Okay, very good. State call your next witness. Oh, before we go, we just need a couple of exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor,
We need to put-
21M to complete 21A through O, the state seeks to admit.
All right, that's without objection, correct? Okay, admitted. And then is there another exhibit? It had to be Exhibit 11. Is that something that need to be clarified now?
No, just
Okay.
the one photograph, we want to make sure Madam Clerk had a complete list from 21.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right.
This way, sir? Okay. I don't know if we announced, Your Honor, the state's calling Detective David Alverson.
Okay, very good. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Detective David Alverson, A-L-V as in Victor, E-R-S-O-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the, within the Criminal Investigations Division for the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the city of Tampa?
Approximately 14 years.
With the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, did you work for an agency in Rhode Island?
Yes, I did.
And what agency was that?
The town of Johnston, Rhode Island?
And was that a police department?
Yes, it was.
All right. How long did you work for that city police department?
About 8 years.
All right. And were you at that time certified by Rhode Island standards as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, had you attended a police academy?
Yes.
Was that in Rhode Island?
Yes, it was.
Down here in Florida, have you attended some kind of training to allow you to become a police officer when you moved here to the state of Florida?
Yes.
All right. And are you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer here in the state of Florida?
Yes, I am.
Now, are you currently assigned to the homicide division?
Yes, I am.
Were you so assigned in June of 2024?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the homicide division. As a homicide detective, do you, in addition to your annual qualifications and certification trainings that you have to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer, do you do additional training and attend classes as it relates to your position as a homicide detective?
Continuing.
Have you done that over the last several years?
Yes.
All right. Now, in the homicide unit, first of all, here in the city of Tampa, how many supervisors are assigned to the homicide unit?
We have 2 sergeants that are assigned as our direct supervisors.
Okay. And did you have 2 sergeants back in June of 2024?
Yes.
All right. And those are detective sergeants that supervise the entire homicide division or unit?
That's correct.
Bring the camera down. You got
Now, is the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department, is it staffed by multiple detectives?
Yes. I believe there's currently a total of 12 detectives in the unit.
Okay. And was there approximately that many?
It was a glitch on their side, y'all, not mine.
Was one of the detective sergeants back in June of 2024 Rachel Cholnick?
Yes.
Is she still currently a sergeant with the homicide unit?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Okay. When homicide detectives respond to homicide scenes, like in this case, within the city of Tampa, how does that work? How are you summoned normally to travel to the homicide scene?
Obviously, depending on the time of the day that the call is received, we're contacted by telephone, or if it's during business hours, directly while we're in the office. And we're assigned a specific duty.
Long crime, are you watching me? Because that was unusual for me to say fix the headspace. And that's exactly what you just did. If you're listening, thank you. We appreciate your stream and your feed. If not, oh well, I'm just having fun.
As far as a member of the team that's been selected to respond to that specific scene.
Now, a lot of folks are aware of homicide units through TV shows such as The First 48 and things like that, where a lot of cities have 24-hour running homicide divisions. So I want to ask you about after business hours in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department. How does that work? Are there detectives who are actually in the office after business hours? And I'm talking about normal staffing hours at the Tampa Police Department, or are they on call?
No, usually the normal business hours, depending on your specific assignment, is either Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday. And it's usually a 10-hour day. Some of us come in early in the morning, so me specifically, I'm scheduled to work Monday through Thursday, and I work from 7 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening. Some of us get in a little bit earlier and leave a little bit earlier, some a little bit later. But generally speaking, normal business hours would be, sometime before 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. Usually after that, that would be considered after normal business hours. And that's when, if there is an incident that we have to respond out to, the team would get called from home to respond to the scene.
Okay, and how is it determined who the team will be that is called out at after those not normal business hours, but the hours you described, like 7 to 6?
So we work on a rotating schedule for the assignment of lead detective. We basically, all of the names of all the detectives are on a board in the office. And if you're up for the next case, you're going to be the lead in that case. You get the phone call if you're at home to come in that there's a case that needs to be investigated. Then generally we'll have a detective that's assigned as the second or the assistant lead investigator. And then generally speaking, depending on the size of the scene, we normally try to have at least 2 detectives that are assigned as the scene investigators whose responsibility is to investigate the scene. Those names, the assistant lead and the scene investigators, is basically just based on the rotation and who's available and who's not available for call out that particular day. And it's, basically the decision of the detective sergeant that's answering the phones.
Okay. So let's say you are assigned to be the next lead, and you pick up a lead case at, say, 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, which is not uncommon, correct?
Not at all.
Getting called out in the middle of the morning.
No.
So you get called out in the middle of the morning, you pick that case up and you start working it. You continue working it, now daylight comes, now it's 8 o'clock in the morning, you're working it during the business day. If there are leads occurring or there are developments in your investigation, will you continue to work that case?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we would continue to work. I mean, I personally have worked for well past 24 hours straight on a case. It just really depends on, as the leads come in, follow up on those leads when they come in, if it's something that needs to be followed up on right then and there. So obviously, every situation is different, but yeah, no, it would not be uncommon to continue to work a case 24 hours straight.
Okay, so especially if it's a situation where time is of the essence.
That's correct.
Like you have to go do this or you have to go do that, a search warrant, you have to perform or prepare a search warrant and make sure that search is conducted, because for whatever reasons, time may be an exigency at that point, may be something that's important or critical.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you mentioned assignments as lead, assistant lead, and crime scene or scene detectives. In this case, when you responded to the scene of this case, were you assigned a specific role?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
I was assigned as one of the scene investigators.
And was there another detective assigned with you as a scene investigator?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
All right. And you and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to that scene. Are you going to be working alongside other TPD personnel?
Yes, various crime scene technicians. Generally the detective sergeant that was on call would obviously be at the scene, and then various other resources that are available depending on what we would need, whether it be street crimes units, patrol units, to assist us with what we need assistance with.
So the other question I had is, if you pick a case up where a case occurs before business hours, such as this case that occurred at around 4:30, 4:40 in the morning, and detectives get out there and now business hours come, detectives that are working the normal business hours that day, are they going to assist if called upon?
Yes.
The homicide division, under the supervision of the 2 detective sergeants, does the homicide division investigate homicides as teams, as a team?
Yes.
Is it considered to be a team investigation?
Yes, very much so.
All right. And as that investigation proceeds, do the detectives at times meet and discuss the investigation and possible follow-ups and things that need to be done?
Yes, we generally, especially if there's an active case that we're investigating, we generally try to have regular meetings in the office where the lead investigator discusses progress in the case, potential leads in the case, assigns out assignments to other detectives that are available to assist, whether it be video or whatever it may be.
Right.
But yeah, no, that's very common.
Now, when did you come into the homicide unit?
2021.
21, so 4 years ago.
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you came into the homicide unit, had you worked homicide before that?
No.
So you were new to homicide?
Yes.
All right. Are there more experienced detectives that are part of that team?
Yes.
And do they make themselves available to consult with you and with other junior detectives or detectives coming in new to homicide?
Yes.
Before you come into homicide, are most of the detectives who are assigned to homicide, are they seasoned detectives who have worked in other areas of the Tampa Police Department or other agencies?
It depends. They're like Myself specifically, I was a detective in the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit prior to moving over to investigating shootings and violent crime with firearms. We have detectives that were detectives at the district level that were investigating property crimes, robberies, anything that was handled at the district level. We've also had some detectives that have come up to the unit that are that were working on street crimes units, so doing plainclothes investigations. So generally, the people that come up, while they may not be seasoned detectives prior to, they definitely have because it's a hand-picked unit, they definitely have experience in investigations and criminal investigations.
So they have investigative experience.
That's correct.
So basically what you're saying is that they're the cream of the crop?
They're detectives that come from narcotics investigation.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you get called to a homicide at the Tampa Police Department and you respond out, by the time homicide is contacted and the supervisor, I'm assuming, is contacted first?
Yes.
And then that supervisor contacts the detectives, whoever the next lead detective on the list is.
That's correct.
And the assistant lead and the crime scene detectives if they're necessary, the scene detectives.
That's correct.
All right. By the time you all get out there, uniform's already there?
Yes.
Has a crime scene normally been established by the time you arrive?
Yes.
And are there uniformed officers guarding the perimeter, working the perimeter of the crime scene to ensure its integrity?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case when you arrived at the crime scene?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you remember in this case when you were notified by Sergeant Cholnick to respond to this scene?
I believe I was contacted at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And do you remember approximately when you arrived?
Approximately 6:45, 6:50.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers on scene?
Yes, there were.
And had a crime scene been established?
A very large one, yes.
Crime scene tape was up?
That's correct.
Were there different sections of this hotel complex that were part of the crime scene?
Yes, there were.
And taped off?
Yes.
Was there a south or southeast entrance area, and then was there a north entrance that was in an area that kind of ran parallel to Fowler?
Yes, there was the north entrance being the entrance to the Holiday Inn. It's in that complex. The south part of the scene being the front entrance portico area of the Home 2 Suites.
Okay.
And then the entire perimeter itself had an outer perimeter around it as well.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 1, and you've previously seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So you've talked about the north entrance, that would be this entrance up here?
That's correct.
And was there an area here around Black Dodge Charger that had been marked off by the time you arrived?
Yes.
And down here on this end, was there an area down here that had been taped off?
Yes.
And when I say down here, on the bottom right-hand corner of the exhibit, this is States Exhibit 1, and that would be near the portico entrance to the Home 2 Suites?
Yes, sir.
Would that be
honey.
on the bottom of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then there's this.
Hey,
south
honey boo.
entrance here off McKinley,
That's correct.
or North 40. When you responded out there, you've indicated that there was a very large crime scene.
Yes.
So there were portions on the south end of that scene and the north end that had been marked off?
Yes, pretty much the entirety of the scene had an outside perimeter of crime scene tape, and then the specific areas of interest being the Dodge Charger, the portico area of the Home 2 Suites, the front entrance of the Holiday Inn. Those had an inner perimeter of crime scene tape delineating those specific areas as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the area here where my pen is pointing, where the Dodge Charger was located. Was it called to your attention that there was a blood trail leading into this Holiday Inn down this sidewalk?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to, okay. And did you advise crime scene technicians to both photograph and document that area?
I did.
And was it brought to your attention that uniformed officers earlier that morning had gone in searching for shooters or victims and had located two individuals who had been shot that were up on the third floor?
Yes.
Okay. Those people were gone by the time you arrived?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, you've indicated you and Detective Kirkpatrick were assigned as the crime scene investigators or crime scene detectives. Who was the lead detective in this case?
Detective Juan Ramos,
And who was his assistant lead?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
All right. So I want to talk to you first about Detective Campbell. Are you familiar with Detective Campbell?
Yes.
Did you work with him for several years as a homicide detective?
Yes.
And was Detective Campbell what you would consider a seasoned detective?
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, he was.
And did Detective Campbell have prior experience at the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, he was a homicide detective with Polk County Sheriff's Office for several years before leaving the Sheriff's Office and being employed by the City of Tampa.
Okay. And has he worked for the City of Tampa for many years?
Yes, he has.
Detective Ramos, was he someone who had prior experience in investigations?
Yes,
And he had been recently brought into homicide before this case?
that's correct.
He's assigned as lead, you and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to the scene, and Detective Campbell is now assisting Detective Ramos. In addition to working that scene that morning, did you end up doing other investigation that took you to Polk County and to Duval County of the northeast corner of the state?
Yes.
So did you also, as part of this team effort, assist Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell?
Yes.
And in fact, when you traveled to the northeast section of the state, to Jacksonville, to Duval County, was that because Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell were somewhere outside of the state?
Yes.
And where were they?
They were in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
State 7A, did you view this in the crime scene, this motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you notice damage to the motor vehicle consistent with gunfire?
Yes.
Is that pretty much all of those, where those yellow tape markings are?
Yes.
Stage 7B, did it appear a lot of the gunfire was directed into the windshield?
Yes.
Okay. States 7E, and I'll direct your attention down here to the right corner of the photograph, and then stage 7F. Did that appear to be an entrance damage, I guess, or hole that had been caused by gunfire coming in from the side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Seven E, in the back passenger window, again, was there apparent gunfire, a hole in the window and shattering the window that appeared to come in from the passenger side of the motor vehicle?
I don't recall if it appeared to come in from the passenger side. It could have very well been a shot that went through the vehicle.
And exiting out?
Yes, but there were some apparent bullet strikes or bullet damage to the passenger side of the vehicle.
Stage 7G, just to give you some perspective, this appears to be one of the seats inside of the car.
Yes.
And is this on the top of one of the door frames?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just from the damage and the fact that there was paint missing around that, does that appear to be where a bullet is entering?
In that particular case, I would say that is probably more consistent with an exit.
An exit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stage 7I, this appears to be the rear, let me back out here. Passenger side, I guess quarter window past the B pillar, I'm not sure what you would call this, but a little small window at the back of that door.
Yes.
Door. Okay, so it's another impact of this window back here, a separate impact.
Yes, sir.
And all of that's on the passenger side?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
State 7K going on to the driver's side. Did there appear to be damage running along the driver's side of the car, not from gunfire, but from some kind of impact to the car?
Yes.
Or the car impacting something?
Yes.
Did there also appear to be damage from gunfire on the driver's side?
Yes, there were.
And I believe this is another mark here from an impact,
Yes, sir.
and possibly another mark here on the, so two on the driver's door.
Yes, sir.
7L, that's a close-up of the one we were just looking at. 7M. 7N, underneath the driver's side, side view mirror, an impact.
Yes.
And then 7P, there appears to be an impact to the side view mirror.
That's correct.
6B, and we can see a red and gray here between the two seats. Is that the back and lower back and possibly the rear end of the decedent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. States 6E. Can we here in this photograph see the legs and the upper legs of the victim?
Yes, sir.
6F, the upper body here in the back seat, that would be the right arm and hand and the victim's head and his hair hanging out of that cap.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did it appear to you that he had at some point attempted to crawl into the back seat?
His positioning was consistent with that.
6G, and I'm going to come back to this, but was the Charger's rear window missing?
Yes, it was.
Entirely missing?
Yes, sir.
6H, just another photograph of Mr. Jones in the back seat. 6I, is that Mr. Jones' lower legs?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't just, does this appear to you he tried to basically dive into the back seat?
I
would say after the photo
Is
we
that
saw,
consistent
yes.
with someone who attempted to dive into the back seat, the position he's in?
If he knows.
Yes, it is.
Stage 6K, was there a phone in the front seat?
Yes, there's two.
Six M, had items been removed, or were they removed at some point and placed there for that photograph?
Yes, those were from the victim's pants pocket.
Stage 6N, and is that the victim's driver's license?
Yes, sir.
With an address in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did it come to your attention very quickly in this investigation and the other detectives that the victim and most of the people involved in the scene that were still there, including the individuals who were shot, were from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Stage 6O, was it brought to your attention that there was this Hyundai car sitting over here that was also involved in the shooting?
Yes, sir.
So, in homicide scenes, the victim's body reposing in the scene, being in the scene, is it uncommon or common for the victim's body to be in the crime scene for several hours.
It is.
What's the relevance?
I just want to explain to the jury why his body is still there in the daylight.
Go ahead.
Yes, it
Go
is
ahead.
common.
Okay. And is part of that based upon the jurisdiction over the body laying in another county agency here in Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
What agency is that?
The Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And the medical examiner's office, is that an office that is staffed by forensic pathologists, medical doctors who conduct autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Is it their role and their job in, especially in homicide cases, to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, sir.
When homicide responds to a scene, do you contact other agencies to potentially respond?
Yes.
Is the medical examiner's office one of them?
Yes, sir.
Do they have a dispatch or someone that you all have a number for that you contact?
Yes.
And do they notify you and let you know whether an associate medical examiner, a medical doctor, or one of their investigators are coming to the scene?
Yes, they do.
Do investigators come to the scene pretty much every time?
Yes.
Do doctors come to the scene sometimes?
Yes, depending on the case and what time of day it is, whatever, but yes.
Before they arrive, do you, as the homicide investigators or crime scene, molest the body or change its position? Or
Ooh,
move
don't
the
like
body?
that word.
No.
Why not?
We don't have jurisdiction over the body. The body itself falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office.
All right. So you basically, if I'm understanding you right, you have to wait for them to arrive.
Yes.
When they arrive, do they then photograph and conduct their own investigation, photographing the scene around the body, the circumstances that the victim is found in?
Yes, they do.
And do they, at some point, manipulate the body?
Yes.
Do they normally search for injuries?
Yes.
In this case, would they have searched to manipulate the body and palpate and feel around the body for gunshot wounds and other injuries?
Yes.
If there are items left in the pants pockets of clothing or in suit pockets or what have you on a person's body, will they remove those and allow Tampa crime scene investigators to photograph them?
Are you bringing that up?
Yes.
Does your agency work hand in hand, your unit, with the medical examiner's office in the investigation of deaths like this?
Yes, we do.
All right. And does it sometimes take a while for them to get there and respond?
Yeah, a combination, like just them getting there, but also us having to document and process the scene before the body is able to be removed. That can take an extensive amount of time. So again, it's not uncommon for a body to stay on scene for several hours.
You mentioned you contact other agencies. Do you
Sort of get the
contact the state
importance of
attorney's
this,
office?
but
Yes.
And is there a homicide or a assistant state attorney assigned to the homicide division or one of the division chiefs at the Hillsborough County State Attorney's Office that commonly will respond
Yes.
to the scene?
Yes.
And do they assist in determinations as far as search warrants and other legal issues?
Yeah, they're to assist us with the legal issues.
Now, were you at some time or at some point in this investigation summoned to the south end of the hotel? I'm showing States 5A.
Yes.
Okay, and do you recognize this area in the lower left corner of the photograph as the entrance to the home to suites?
Yes.
Stage 5B, is that a photograph facing west at the south end of the home to suites?
Yes.
5C, just another photograph actually depicting some debris in the road here.
Yes.
5D, and I want to ask you about this. This is a photograph from the south facing north, is that right?
Yes, looking directly at the entrance door and portico area.
So this would be the doors to the lobby?
Yes, sir.
All right. This motor vehicle, in your review of this case, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but you all recovered some video in this case that depicted the actual shooting. Was that car sitting in that same position during the shooting?
Yes.
Did your investigation reveal who that belonged to?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was the night clerk that was working the night of the shooting, the overnight clerk, I should say.
And that car, did it sustain damage from gunfire?
Yes.
Other than being owned by the night clerk, was it related in any way to the case?
Not at all.
States 5E, a photograph facing to the east from the southwest. Is that accurate, on the south end?
Yes, sir.
States 5F. This photograph, you tell me, what is that? What part of the hotel does that show, the Honda Suites?
So that's going to be the west side of the building. This is essentially the taken from the southwest corner of the property itself, looking down the west side of the building and right off to the side by that white SUV. You can kind of see that includes the westernmost portion of the entrance portico area of the hotel.
Did your investigation reveal that there is like a patio and pool area in this area on the west side of the building?
Yes, sir.
And were there cameras located in those areas?
Yes, there were.
Were there cameras located on the south end of the building that reflected areas here in the south and southeast of the south end of the building?
Yes, sir.
Through the investigation, was it determined that windows and walls on this west side of the building had been struck by gunfire?
Yes, all the way at the very northwest corner of the building.
So all the way down here?
Yes, sir.
That would have been, well, let me move to another question. States 5G, this photograph of cars on this side, here on the west side of that south, I guess it would be the southwest corner of the property?
Yes, that's essentially the last photo you just showed was oriented northeast, essentially looking at the building. This is just looks like it's taken from the same area, just oriented more due north.
And we see the Holiday Inn up here.
That's correct.
All right. Now, were several cars parked in this perimeter going down this west side and across the south end of the building? Were they struck?
There were multiple cars that were struck, yes, sir.
Did review of the video in this case that you collected reflect the path that the Dodge Charger took to end up where it was located on the north end of the property?
Yes, sir.
Is part of that path reflected in that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you, if you could, stand up and show us the path just in that photograph that would have been covered, or the areas covered by the Dodge Charger in flight from the shooting?
You can actually see, so essentially there's a dumpster, concrete structure with a dumpster. That's this right here, this tan rectangle object you can see. In between the right side, as you're looking at the photo, of that dumpster area and the building, there is a grassy area that's basically just big enough for a vehicle to fit through. You can actually see on the pavement here the vehicle fluids that were leaking from the victim's vehicle as it fled. Basically fled, went right in between the dumpster area and the building, and wound up coming to rest where we found it.
Okay.
And that car that's parked there obviously was.
I have lost the captioning on the computer and I have to reboot the whole computer to get it back. So I have my iPad and I'm reading the captioning on the iPad. I am not ignoring you guys by any means, but most of you know that I am deaf, and without my hearing aids, I can't hear the lick. And so, oh, sorry, Soxy, didn't know you were down there. It's okay. So I am reading captioning. Sorry. Thank God for the technology, but sometimes it is a little pain. And I'm putting my feetsies under my kitty's here. Hey, honey bun. No, she looks so disengaged, honey. She looks totally disengaged, extremely disengaged from this whole process. I'd be stressing my butt off.
There,
No, that's a police vehicle.
that's a police vehicle, okay. All right, so Detective, I'm gonna go back to the aerial photograph in Exhibit 1.
Battery dying. Need to find a battery.
This little gray area right there, is that part of that fluid trail? Or does it appear to be where the fluid trail would have been?
Yeah, it appears to be where the fluid trail was, or the approximate location.
So you've indicated that the victim's car followed a path going north here through the parking lot and then went in between the building here and the dumpster there. So in this area, are there some kind of barriers here or curbs that it would have gone over?
Yes, there's a curb there.
States 5K. In this photograph, do we see the south end of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, that's the southeast corner of the building.
Southeast corner?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the dumpster you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the edge of that dumpster that the Charger passed across?
That's correct.
So the Charger, and we can kind of see that fluid trail here, the Charger would have gone over that curb?
Yes.
Stage 5I. In this photograph, do we see, looks like some kind of substance here on the curb?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a continuation of that fluid trail coming out of the engine?
Yes, sir.
And then are there items in here or markings that are consistent with the vehicle traveling through here?
Yes, there are.
In the video, can you actually see the car, the lights on the car bumping up and down as it passes through this area?
Yes.
We looked at transfer on the driver's side of the Charger. Could that have been caused here in this area?
Yes, we actually believe it was possibly caused by it actually sideswiping that vehicle that you see parked there.
Okay, sideswiping a car that was parked on that side.
Yes, sir.
Stage 5M. I want to draw your attention to these items laying in the grass here. All right. And this would be the eastern side of that, that little structure next to the dumpster?
Yes, like photo is basically taken with, if your back would be facing the northwest corner of the Home 2 Suites building, looking directly west at the dumpster.
Okay. And it shows the little sidewalk that it looks like the vehicle traveled across?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5 in this parking lot, can you see that?
I can't
fluid
find a
trail?
single freaking battery.
Yes.
So in this in this parking spot, are there small curbs at the far end of the parking spots for stops, tire stops?
Yes.
Does it appear that the Charger went over this also?
Yes.
That concrete barrier?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5O, and it's your belief that it impacted this motor vehicle?
Yes, there was some minor damage to that vehicle that was consistent with a sideswipe type collision.
Stage 5P. Stage 5Q. And now we can see almost the wet glistening of that fluid.
Yes, sir.
So that fluid, that damage to that car did it appear to have been caused during the shooting?
Yes.
Not because of impacting anything?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but the fact that the trail, the fluid trail started basically where the vehicle was located at the portico and led through that area, at least some of those fluids were from the result of gunfire.
Stage 5R, and do we see the continuation of the fluid trail all the way up to the victim's car?
Yes.
The
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want to go back to stage 5M. These items on the ground here. Stage 5N. This item. What are those items?
They appear to be the plastic molding from underneath the vehicle that or shrouds from underneath the vehicle in the area of the engine compartment of the vehicle.
Stage 5P. What is this item?
That is the rear windshield of the victim's vehicle, or rear window.
Is it believed that that popped off of the vehicle when it was making impact with these barriers?
Potentially.
Okay. And does the window appear to be shattered?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we would tender states 8A as an alpha through O as an omega.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, admitted.
States 8A. In this photograph, we see to the left side in this photograph of the entrance portico to the home to suites, we see yellow cones. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay.
I'm gonna have
Why
to
are
get
they
the car. I
there?
have no battery.
Those are marking items of evidence for documentation of the scene.
And in fact, there's one here, 23, to the south of the portico. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier I talked to you about cars along this edge of the western part of that south end parking lot, and then down here on the south end. Were there cars on both sides that were impacted by gunfire?
I believe, well, there was one vehicle that's no longer pictured there. In the earlier picture, there was an orange Ford Bronco. That was one of the vehicles that was struck. And I believe the other vehicle that was struck that was actually parked on the east side of the building, opposite of that, so on the other side of the portico.
Are you aware of a minivan that was struck in this area?
Yes, but to my recollection, the minivan was parked on the east side of the building.
On the east side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. States 8C. Now, these markings in here, these evidence markers, you said they're marking evidence. What type of evidence is that?
The majority of that was either shell casings, fired shell casings, or pieces of bullet fragmentation, jacketing.
States 8D. We see this area under this tree on the very south west corner of the building and the landscaping. And around it appears to be gravel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we see a bunch of gravel in the parking lot. In the video of the shooting, can you see something that may have affected that and caused that gravel to be dislodged into the asphalt in the drive?
Yes, sir. As the victim's vehicle was fleeing from the portico area, it traveled and went up onto that gravel area as it continued on its path of travel.
States 8H. Going around this corner here of the building on the other side of this Lexus SUV, is there a sidewalk that leads up the west side?
Yes.
And does that lead into that patio area where the...
Yay!
Yes, sir.
Amy!
In the video of the shooting, does it appear one of the shooters moves through that area?
Yes, sir.
Yay!
State 8J, these evidence markers here, again, marking either shell casings or projectile fragments.
Yes, sir.
States 8K, there are markers now in this photograph that we're seeing underneath the portico. Are those mostly marking projectile fragments?
Yes, sir.
States 8L. So we have evidence markers underneath the portico leading up here against the south wall of the building. And again, are the majority of these in this area fragments?
Yes.
I hate it when my battery goes and I can't find a battery, y'all. Hate it, hate it, hate it.
State with tender states 15A through J as in Juliet.
Any objection? Admitted.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what part of the building is that?
That's the front of the building, underneath the
Okay.
portico on what would be the...
Okay, put the words that you got bingo on. I was too busy hunting for my hearing aids. So this is, let me share what I've got so you guys can see. Here's what I've got. Let me know what I'm missing, guys. Just put the words in comment. Okay, let's get back.
southeast corner of the building.
And these are 1, 2, 3, 4 large, ground, almost to ceiling windows here.
Yes, sir.
And is one of them, or does one of them appear to have been affected?
Yes.
Is it this one, the third one?
Yes, sir.
And this down here, is that shattered glass?
Yes, it is.
At marker 24?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be from gunfire?
It does.
States 15B, just a close-up photograph. States 15C associated to that. Was there an impact in the corner of the window?
Yes.
And we can see, this is the frame of the window, and you can see broken glass inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this the impact of the fire projectile?
Yes, it is.
States 15D. Is that one of the impacts to the window?
Yes, it is.
This would be the ground down here, and this would be a wall?
Yes, sir. I believe if you're there, it'd be directly to the left of those windows.
Yeah. States 15A. So it would be to the west of the windows?
To the west, yes, sir.
Okay. Does there appear to be an impact here on the wall?
Yes, sir.
States 15F, is that just a close-up of the impact?
Yes, it is.
States 15G, the night clerk's car, the Ford.
Yes, sir.
15H, evidence marker 64, is there an impact above the rear passenger window?
Yes, sir.
15I, just a close-up of that?
Yes.
contender states 9, A is in Alpha through Z is in Zulu.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as 9A. Evidence marker 22. 9B, does that appear to be a fragment
Yes.
or a projectile?
I believe jacketing.
Jacketing. States 23, now this is south of the portico.
Yes, sir.
This is the line of cars on the south end of the parking lot.
That's correct.
States 23, does that appear to be jacketing?
It does.
Okay, move in close. And is there markings on that that indicate to you that that's probably jacketing?
Yes, sir. Down on the, as you're looking at the left side, those striations at the bottom.
States 25. Let's see a reference, but this appears to be under the portico in that area by the window. I can see fragments here from the window. Does there appear to be a projectile or jacketing?
Yes, sir.
Underneath that impact we looked at earlier on the wall to the west of the windows that were broken, or the window that was broken, in states 9G, we see evidence markers 27 and 26 on the ground below it. Were there projectiles or jacketing found at those locations?
I believe those evidence markers are specifically marking the impacts to both the pole at 27.
The pole and the wall?
And the wall at 26, yes, sir.
Okay. And if they put on the
I want to know, and I haven't heard yet, but I do want to know, is how many pieces of lead did they find? How many pieces of lead do they think were exchanged? Not exchanged. It was all one-sided. How many shots fired? What I want to know.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. States 28, is this near, again, the Ford?
Yes, it is.
28, does that appear to be a fragment?
Yes.
In 9J, would this be markers that are on the west side of the portico?
Yes.
Leading to that sidewalk that leads to the southwest corner and the drive?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So states 29, we can see jacketing, and it looks like a fragment of a core maybe?
Yes, sir.
States 9I,
So more jacketing.
is that jacketing?
Yes, sir.
States 9M,
Again, more fragment jacketing.
at evidence marker 30, there appears to be an item, a flattened item, maybe some type of a projectile or part of a projectile?
Or fragmentation from the vehicle, punching through the sheet metal, but yes,
Okay.
it looks like some type of debris, and then obviously jacketing.
Jacketing, okay. And when you say jacketing, that's going to be jacketing that's on the projectile itself that is separated from it?
Yes, the bullet itself, the projectile itself is, in this particular case, is wrapped in a copper jacketing, and has a lead core on the inside. It's common for the jacketing to shed when it hits hard objects.
States 9Q. Is that more jacketing?
Yes, sir.
And we can see a hollow in it here at the bottom?
Yes.
32, just jacketing or a portion?
Or debris, metallic debris. I'm not sure if it's going to be fragmentation from a bullet or fragmentation from the sheet metal of the victim vehicle.
States 35, again, more jacketing. We can see the striations you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Is that common in fired projectiles?
Yes.
Is that part of the jacketing, or I'm sorry, part of the rifling being imparted to the projectile?
Sometimes, depending on the full sample, but often, yes, it's from the rifling of the barrel.
And states 9Z. This almost looks like a ring as it lays there. Is that jacketing?
It is.
Now, moving to the west of the portico, into the area kind of near the Lexus.
Yes, sir.
Where it's parked. States 10A. What is this item that's marked here at 37?
That is a spent or fired shell casing.
States 10B.
Appears to be a close-up of the head stamp and primer area of that particular fired casing.
Okay, now on this head stamp, this area here on the head stamp, is that the primer?
Yes,
Does it have a firing pin imprint?
it does.
Okay, and is that from firing?
It is.
9x19, 9 by 19, is that 9 millimeter?
It is.
All right. MXT, so that's the designation by the manufacturer?
Yes.
Of the brand?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Herman, have you moved into evidence, exhibit number 10?
Nope.
I may not have, Your Honor, I'm moving kind of faster. So we would move into evidence states, or we would tender for admission states 10A through X. Yes, A through X is an X, right?
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Hello. Yes,
Moving
I've
down
been
that
playing.
sidewalk where it,
Why is it when I play with my earrings you show up, Joe Schmo? How many pews would a pew pew, if a pew pew could pew pew? I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out how many pew pew shots went around. How many pew pews left the gun? How many times was the trigger pulled? I want to know. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
marker number 38. And we can see the edge of the handicap spot here on the southwest part of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At evidence marker 38, is there a shell casing?
There's two.
Two, I'm sorry. One here and one over here.
Yes, sir.
All right. And states 10E,
Again, a close-up of the head stamp area of that one of those casings.
is it the same brand, the MXT?
It is.
Same caliber?
Yes, sir.
10F, the other one,
That's correct.
at that evidence marker, states 10G, same brand, same caliber.
Yes, sir.
Now, moving into that little triangular section of gravel and this landscaping, states 39. And this is states, I'm sorry, not states 39. States 10H, states 10I. Is there a shell casing found there?
Yes, sir.
States 10G or J.
Again, the close-up of that shell casing showing the head stamp.
States 10K, evidence marker 40 on the other side of that area. States 40 is a close-up, states 10L. Is there?
How you doing, Joe Schmo?
States 10M is in Mike. Is that the shell casing now showing the head stamp?
Yes, sir.
Were all of the shell casings that were collected in the scene 9 millimeter?
Yes, they were.
And were they all MXT?
Yes, they were.
States 41, this is states 10N. Is there a shell casing there outside of that gravel area?
Yes, sir.
States 10O, is that a close-up of the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
States 10P, same head stamp on that shell casing.
That's correct, sir.
States 42, another shell casing here.
Yes, sir.
Close up in States 10R,
Yes, sir.
same head stamp, and this is in States 10S.
Yes, it is.
Same caliber, same manufacturer.
Yes, sir.
States 10T, evidence markers 44 and 43, shell casing and shell casing.
That's correct.
States 43, a close-up.
Yes, sir.
And States 10, V is in Victor. We can see the same head stamp, same caliber, same make.
Yes, sir.
States 44, this is, States 10, W is in whiskey, evidence marker 44, we can see it, shell casing.
That's correct.
States 10X.
Head
shell
stamp.
casings, head stamp.
Yes, sir.
And there were other shell casings in that area that were collected and
Yes, sir.
photographed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would tender States 11A through V, as in Victor.
Any objection? Admitted.
We would tender States 12A through T as in Tango.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
And States 13A as in Alpha through I as in India.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective, did you and Detective Kirkpatrick make
Woo, that got loud.
employees at the Home to Suites in reference to their video surveillance system?
Yes, we spoke with the hotel's general manager.
And did you take note that there were exterior cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did they allow you and the Tampa Police Department to review their video system for potential evidence that may be related to the case?
Yes, sir.
And was evidence, video evidence located that actually depicted the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was.
Was the date and timestamp checked on that?
Yes, sir.
Video system?
Yes.
And what is it being checked against as far as the time?
We used the National Atomic Clock of the Naval Observatory.
Okay. And is that accurate time?
Yes, it is.
And was there an offset of time?
Yes.
And what was that?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
1 minute and 45 seconds fast,
No, I'm sorry. The video footage was 1 minute and 45 seconds slow from real time.
slow from real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the date was correct?
Yes, it was.
All right. Now, in the parking lot, I'm going back to States 1. In this area here to the west of the Home to Suite, south of the Holiday Inn, are there charging stations?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And it's pretty much right when this 45-degree angle here starts, right in this area?
Yes, sir.
We have one moment.
Yes?
Good to see you, Joe. Yes, I know. Thought about you, Joe. I went back by where the old caves used to be. And somebody's been over there trying to clean it up a little bit. And I think they filled them in. They don't want people staying down there anymore. Wonder why. So I think they're trying to negate that problem. But Just an update, Joe. Those people have never been seen
We're
again.
going to try to find a photograph that shows that area. We were just looking at those photographs to see the north trail from the south end of the motor vehicle and the Dodge Charger and its fluid trail left in the roadway.
Yes, sir.
So you saw the Tesla charging, and you saw there was a Tesla sitting there?
Yes, sir.
Parked?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick have a discussion about any potential surveillance video from that motor vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Do you have knowledge that Teslas have a Sentry system?
Yes.
That if it's activated and the car actually has that installed through Tesla, that it can record around the vehicle?
Yes.
Sustain is deleting.
Okay, I can rephrase. Are you aware of any kind of security systems within Tesla motor vehicles?
Yes, if equipped with the Sentry mode system, and if it's activated, Teslas have cameras pretty much covering 360 degrees of the vehicle itself. So all around the vehicle, there's cameras.
Were you able to determine who the owner of the Tesla was?
Yes.
And were you able to contact him?
Yes, he was a guest at the Home 2 Suites.
Did he agree to come down and meet with you at his Tesla?
Yes, he did.
Did you end up actually sitting in the Tesla for some reason with him?
Yes, in order to review the video on his in his Tesla, we had to access it from the computer that runs the vehicle itself. There's a big screen inside in the center console, so that's where we viewed the video.
You actually viewed it on the center console of the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in going back and reviewing video, did you find any video that may be relevant to the case?
Yes, we did.
And was that video collected? Did he give you consent to collect it?
Yes, he did.
Was there a date or timestamp on the video?
Yes, there was.
And was the time, well, first of all, was the date accurate?
The date was accurate, yes.
Was the timestamp checked again against the standard that you used earlier when you were checking the surveillance system in the Home 2 Suites?
So if the Tesla itself, there's no way to, like, if we were viewing video from a DVR system that's a security surveillance system, like, say, inside the building itself, we can look at that video in real time, live time, and be able to see the time and, time and date that it's currently recording. However, the way that the Tesla works, there's no way to view live time. So what we were able to do, though, is specifically go to the approximate time frame that we knew existed from the Home 2 Suites, and then went to that time to see if there was any activations of the Sentry mode camera systems in the Tesla at around the same time of the events from the Home 2 Suites.
Okay, mark off timestamp on
Based on
our
that,
bingo
it was,
card.
I think maybe only a couple seconds.
Timestamp on bingo.
Couple seconds difference between the Tesla.
Did I give you a bingo? Gave me a bingo.
And the date was accurate on it?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I got the bingo.
Your Honor, we would tender states 23.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Move to publish states 23.
Yes.
I don't think so.
I just want to curl up with my banky. looks like there's holes in it, but it's not. It's just the green doesn't show up when you have a green screen. I know, right? Get it together. All right, guys, come on now. Really? What are we doing?
We're going to tender states 22A.
Finally.
States 47. And states 36A. And those are all items I've shown to council.
Okay, so that's 22.
A. 47.
27.
And then 36A.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to move to publish 22A. So Detective, I'm going to kind of walk through this video with you. And reviewing the video from the home to suites, did you find cameras mounted not only on the south end of the building, but around the perimeter of the building?
Yes, sir.
This camera here, what direction does that face?
This is facing facing towards the southeast.
Okay. As this car passes that we're going to see come through here, we're going to see another shot from behind it, from a different camera. Would that be facing northeast?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'll do is try to stop as we proceed. Was this car, did it become a car of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And were you all able to identify the make and model?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it?
Chevrolet Impala.
Okay, now are we on the second camera that is facing northeast?
That's correct.
All right, so up in the upper part of the screen, middle part of the upper part, we see a roadway. Would that be McKinley?
Yes, sir.
And would that be the intersection with Fowler?
Yes.
Now, in this camera, is this camera facing to the east on the north end of the building?
Yes.
Is that the same vehicle?
Yes, it is.
This camera here, we talked earlier about on the west side, going up the sidewalk from where the Lexus SUV was parked, which was just to the west of the portico entrance. There was a sidewalk, and you said if you go up that sidewalk, you enter this patio area with a pool. Is this the area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So where the car is now, is that the area where the Dodge Charger's fuel trail or liquid trail, fluids trail ends up being left?
Yes, sir.
As it's fleeing, okay. The area that's just on the other side of that van where we can see the Impala, is that approximately, in fact,
Woo! Happy dance,
are these
buddy.
the charging stations here for the Tesla?
Yes, this is the charger station. I believe that's the Tesla right there.
Okay, all right. And I apologize, I don't have anything a pointer that'll work on that screen. Did you all make note of the fact in this video that that Impala had circled around the north end of the building?
Yes, sir.
And in the video here, does it appear to be turning around?
It appears it does like a 3-point turn to turn around and go back the other way.
And what part of the complex is shown here?
That's the front entrance portico area, along with the victim vehicle.
And then we just saw the southeast or southwest corner of the building.
Yes, sir.
Now, that car, that Chevy Cruze, was that identified as a suspect vehicle?
Yes, it was.
All right. So this video is moving a little too fast. I hope it doesn't mess up. Okay. And is this again the Impala?
Yes.
And is it moving out of that 3-point turn?
Yes, that's in front of the Tesla.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you about that. So this camera here, this is not part of the home-to-suite security system?
No, sir.
Is that from the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be the front end of the Tesla or a side of the Tesla?
Yeah, I believe roughly the front end of it. Yes, sir.
And is that the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And does the Chevy Cruze make some maneuver here?
Yeah, appears to conduct a U-turn and go back towards the front entrance of the home to suites, the portico area.
Is this happening in close time to when the actual shooting occurs?
Yeah, within minutes prior to.
Okay. And now we see this is a little before that where the Chevy Cruze comes around to the west side?
Yes, this would be right before the clip that we just watched. Yes, sir.
Okay. Up in the top, I don't know if you can see that, is the Impala seen parking.
Yes, sir.
Backing into a spot. Can you stand up and show? Because it looks like they just pulled out and they're moving in again.
Yeah, right here. So like midway, the top of the van in between the space in between here, you can see the vehicle pulls in to the space, kind of backs out and pulls back into the space.
Would it put it on the other side of the Tesla?
It would be north
west
of the Tesla. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now do we see the Chevy Cruze come back past?
That's correct.
And the Chevy Cruze exits?
It pauses briefly there, and then eventually does exit, traveling southbound on McKinley.
Now, do we see individuals moving around that
Yes.
Impala? And do we see people running past the front of the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
Is that the rear of the Tesla?
That is the rear of the Tesla.
Is this the side of the Tesla?
That would be the passenger side of the Tesla.
Okay. I want to back up a little. In this shooting event, we see an individual emerge near that yellow car on the top right-hand side of the screen.
Yes, sir.
In between the Mercedes and what you identified earlier as a Bronco,
Yes, sir.
yellow, orange colored. Does that person appear to be wearing something over their head and face?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
A mask of some type, like a ski mask type.
Okay. Is that the individual, or is he dressed similarly to the individual that is seen just a few seconds before on the Tesla video going down that grass area behind those cars?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it's clear to you in your investigation, is it not, that they're shooting rifles, these two shooters?
Yes.
And were any rifle casings found in that crime scene?
No, sir.
Was the area up near that orange or yellow Bronco and that Mercedes SUV on the other side of it, was that whole area searched where the person wearing the orange ski mask was shooting?
Yes, sir.
Nothing found?
Nothing found.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
All right. was thorough search conducted?
Yes, sir.
Now, where I paused it is the Charger going through the area we discussed it earlier where there's the two curbs, the sidewalk, the panels possibly from underneath the car that are found?
Yes, the vehicle just passed north, followed by one of the suspect shooters on foot behind it.
And can you see the car bouncing as it goes over that area?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're seeing flashing from the left-hand side of the screen. Is that the shooter with the orange mask?
Yes, sir.
And is he shooting from a position that's near the Tesla charging station?
It's right next to the Tesla itself.
Now, we see a consistent rhythmic flashing now. Is that the alarm system on the Tesla or some other vehicle going off?
I believe it's from the Tesla itself, yes, sir.
All right. And could that have been caused by the concussions from the firing of the gun?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Can.
Is this, again, the Tesla camera?
Yes, it is.
And it's picking up, is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And now do we see the pistol shooter running by?
Yes, sir.
And then the second shooter. And now the person with the mask on.
That's correct.
And is that a camera that appears to be on the west side of the Tesla?
Yes, that's the driver's side.
Okay. And are all the individuals running back to the area where we previously saw what appeared to be the Impala backing into a parking spot?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Now, you talked earlier about the Impala becoming a suspect vehicle, a potential vehicle of interest.
Yes, sir.
And did you, in your investigation with the other detectives, pursue investigation of that vehicle?
Yes.
Did that include, through investigative means, obtaining at least a description and then later a tag number for it?
Yes.
And was that tag number put into some type of a system where it could potentially give you alerts off of license plate reader cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were you then alerted to license plate readings of the vehicle on the 23rd of June traveling across I-4?
Yes.
And was it heading towards the east, towards Orlando?
Yes, it was.
And at some point, did it track into Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Through those license plate reader alerts?
Yes, approximately the area of Auburndale in
Okay.
Polk County.
And then, did you notice through the LPR activity that there were other license plate pickups of that tag as the car was being operated in the Auburndale area?
Yes.
And this was going to be, this would be this on the 24th, 25th, and 26th of June, moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you contact, or did another detective along with you contact an agency in Polk County in reference to that?
Yes, we did. We
And-
contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office, specifically the Polk County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit.
All right. And did you alert them to your investigation and this car of interest?
Yes, we did.
And was it your understanding they sent some officers out to an area in Polk County to potentially monitor and look for that vehicle?
Yes, we actually specifically sent them to the area through research on the tag and the registered owners of the vehicle, we determined a residence specifically for 75 Opal Avenue in Auburndale as a potential location where that vehicle could be located. So that's why we contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office and asked them if they could assist us investigating whether or not that vehicle was in fact there at that address.
Okay. And did you determine that the registered vehicle of the Impala was registered or lived at an address in Jacksonville in Duval County?
Yes, sir.
And, but that person had activity or interest in that address in Auburndale?
Yes, the registered owner of the vehicle had a former address at that residence. And then when we conducted research on the address, we discovered that the registered owner of the vehicle's mother still resided at that address, or still had that address listed as an address for her with the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles.
Who was the person that you determined to be that the Impala was registered to? If you need to refer to your report, you can.
If I could, please.
It'll refresh your memory.
The vehicle was registered to Damalie Lyle.
Okay. Did your investigation later determine that to be the mother of Sean Gathright?
Yes, sir.
After notifying Polk County Sheriff's Office and asking them, or them telling you they were going to send officers out to that Opal Avenue address, did you then start actually responding towards Polk County?
Yes, myself and Detective Kirkpatrick pretty much immediately got in the car and started driving in that direction.
Okay. And did you in fact make it over there to Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And were you sitting down to eat lunch when you arrived, when something happened or you received some message?
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
Okay. They were actually bringing your food to you?
Yeah, they were.
Okay, all right.
That's so
Did
bad.
you have to leave and then go to that,
Yep.
respond to that message?
Yes, sir.
Did you in fact respond to that address or to an area near that address in Auburndale?
Yes, sir. We responded directly to 475 Opal Avenue.
And did you make contact with Polk County Sheriff's Office deputies there?
Yes, sir.
And did you make contact with a civilian, an individual related to that car?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
That was actually Miss Lyle's mother, Lorna Allen.
Lorna Allen.
Who?
So that would be Mr. Gathwright's grandmother?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you end up conducting an interview with her?
Yes, we did.
And did she, either along with the interview or at some point during the interview, give you consent to review her security system that was installed in her house?
Yes, sir.
And there were external cameras that showed areas of the front of the house?
Yes, we were able to see what appeared to be 2 external cameras on the front of the residence.
And did you view that inside of her residence somewhere?
Yeah, she had her system was basically wired into her television in the living room, so she allowed us to go inside of her house with her and pull up the video and view the video from her television screen.
Did you find portions of video that appear to be relevant to the case?
Yes, we did.
Did you collect those?
Yes, we did.
Portions, all right. And did you check the time and date stamp for any offset to real time?
Yes, we did.
And was there any offset?
It was 8 minutes. The video was 8 minutes. I'm sorry, 8 seconds slow.
8 seconds slow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, we would move to published states 47.
Okay? Has that been admitted?
It has.
Okay.
Okay, and Detective, looking at the screen, this appears to be dated on June 23rd
Yes, sir.
at 6:39:16 PM.
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you all looking from the 23rd forward because that was the date of your murder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you, in the video, does it show the Impala that you're interested in this case?
It does.
Was the individual there in the video identified as Sean Gaithright?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear he was removing items from the trunk?
Yes, several bags from both the trunk and the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Could you see where he was taking them?
He appeared to be taking them inside of the garage of Miss Allen's house.
Okay, yeah. That's all right, let's go check it out. All right, so we're going to try to play that on a different player, because the video you obtained did not skip like that.
No, no.
Okay, all right. While you were obtaining this video and speaking with her, did she at some point ask you all, did she take a phone call?
She did.
And was that from her daughter?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and did she ask you to leave?
Once we obtained the video, yes, sir.
Okay, and did you leave?
Yes, we did.
You honored her request?
Yes, sir.
Well, it was working better. Detective, did Mr. Gathright remove just a couple of items or several items from the car?
Several items.
Detective, did it appear that at some point he obtained a towel and started wiping the car down?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear that he removed some clothes from the back seat earlier?
From the trunk and the back seat, I believe there was clothing and a mixture of bags.
it appears it's froze up on us, so we're gonna publish this later, but, at some point, does he change positions with that Impala and a motor vehicle that is inside that garage?
Yes.
What type of motor vehicle is inside the garage?
Toyota 4Runner?
Okay, and is it an older model?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That vehicle there, is that the car that Polk County stopped his grandmother driving, the Impala?
Yes, sir.
So after Ms. Allen asks you to leave the residence and you all leave, do you ask Polk County to impound the car?
Yes.
And do you seek a search warrant to search the car?
Yes, we do.
All right, and does Polk County assist you with that?
Yes, they do.
And is that because you're in Polk County's jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
So that warrant has to be reviewed by an assistant state attorney in Polk County in that jurisdiction. Is that correct?
You are leading, so.
I can rephrase. Did you have to have that warrant reviewed by a prosecutor?
Yes.
And where is that prosecutor located?
Within Polk County.
All right. And why is that?
Where we seized the vehicle from, with the assistance of the Polk County Sheriff's Office, was within the jurisdiction of the Polk County Sheriff's Office in Polk County.
And was that warrant approved by the prosecutor?
Yes, it was.
And was it submitted to a judge in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And did that judge review the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Did they approve it?
They did.
And was it executed and was the vehicle searched?
By the Polk County Sheriff's Office, yes, sir.
Now, when you leave there after dealing with Miss Allen and obtaining this video and then asking Polk County to assist with the vehicle, and the vehicle is towed by their agency at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you and Detective Kirkpatrick go back to the same restaurant to have your lunch?
Yes, we did.
While you're eating lunch, are you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell, who were up in Georgia, of some development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we actually were able to finish our lunch, but we were en route to the Polk County Sheriff's Office to execute the search warrant that was approved.
Okay, from lunch. Okay.
And that's when we received a call from Detective Ramos and learned of the development of the case.
Okay. We keep calling that lunch. That's really like dinner, right?
Dinner at that point.
7 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
What? Okay, well, anyway, it's kind of
Okay.
anecdotal, but
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead.
that's
What's the next
fine.
question?
You're eating a meal.
Yes, sir.
So you're driving to the sheriff's office and you get contacted by Detective Ramos.
That's
Is that
correct.
All right. Now, by that point, had you alerted him or some other agency to the development with the 4Runner?
Yes, we had.
What had you done in reference to that?
We notified the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that our investigation had revealed that Sean Gaithright was potentially in possession of and operating the Toyota 4Runner that he got from his grandmother's house in Auburndale.
When you were en route from your meal to the Polk County Sheriff's Office later that evening, were you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell as to a development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick, or were you asked to assist by traveling to Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
All right. And did you actually travel to Duval County, Jacksonville?
We did.
Directly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe it was around 7 o'clock at night, 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. And were you notified when you arrived, or before you went up there, that Mr. Gathright had been arrested in that vehicle?
That's correct.
When you arrived, did you go to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We did.
Did you meet with someone there?
We met with officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit.
Okay. And at some point, did you contact Mr. Gathright's mother?
Yes.
Was she requested to respond to the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was.
Did she do that?
She did.
And did you sit down with Mr. Gathright and her?
Yes,
Did you attempt to interview Mr. Gathright?
we did.
At some point, did his mother pass a note to him?
Yes.
And after being passed a note, did he decide not to speak to you?
Overruled.
Yes, that's,
Okay. After receiving the note, what did he do?
he refused to answer any further questions.
Okay. Did you alert any detectives in your unit as to that, what occurred there?
We passed that information on to Detective Ramos.
All right. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick then leave Jacksonville and go somewhere?
We did. We left Jacksonville and came back to the city of Tampa.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to move to publish States 36A that has been admitted already into evidence.
Okay.
Do you recognize, well, let me go back to this photo here. Do you recognize this individual in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
Sean Gathright.
Your Honor, we would tender States 36B for admission.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And publishing States 36B, do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Sean Gathright.
Same person.
Yes, sir.
I'll tender the witness.
Okay, cross.
Just pick up where we left off. This is Sean Gathright.
Yes, sir.
That's Sean Gathright on the day of or the day after the murder of Charles Jones.
I'm not sure when that photo is from, but that is Sean Gathright at or around the time of the homicide.
Okay, at or around the time of the homicide. This photograph here, this is Sean Gathright as well.
Yes, sir.
This is not at the time of the homicide, correct?
No, it appears to be a booking photo.
All right. Well, whether it's a booking photo is kind of irrelevant. What I'm asking is this at the time of the arrest? I mean, I'm at the time of the incident, the murder.
No.
All right. You see the difference between the two, right? With Mr. Gathright,
Yes.
that his hair is much longer in the picture where it's closest to the incident.
His hair is longer in the incident, the photo that's closest to the incident. Yes, sir.
Okay. This is Detective Ramos's investigation, correct?
He is the lead investigator. Yes,
All
sir.
right. You were just assisting Detective Ramos,
That's correct.
and your involvement in the case really was, well, the bulk of it was really on the day of your first day of investigation, right?
Yeah, the bulk of it was the scene investigation itself. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's, the markers that you discussed earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
The shell casings that you found at the scene,
Yes, sir.
and the projectile fragments, those sorts of things, right?
That's correct.
All right. The evidence that was collected at the scene, did you collect it yourself?
No, the evidence is typically collected by the crime scene techs at our direction as a scene detective.
So you directed the crime scene techs to collect the evidence that was at the scene, right?
That's correct.
All right. And is it your job or responsibility, or is it Detective Ramos's responsibility to have that evidence processed later on at some point down the line?
Ultimately, it's Detective Ramos's, but obviously we all consult with each other on the items of evidence that are collected, what evidence to send off.
All right. Did you at any point have any of that evidence processed or analyzed?
But by analyzed, do you mean like by a laboratory?
Yes. Did you request it to go to the laboratory? Did you request any experts to analyze the evidence?
No.
All right. So in this investigation, that was not your role,
That's correct.
and you did not have anything to do with that.
That's correct.
All right. You spoke to Sean Gathwright's grandmother at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was there when Sean Gathright was there in the video that we saw earlier, when Sean Gathright is exchanging items from the Impala into the garage area.
That's correct.
She was there. Was she standing outside with him, with Mr. Gathright?
I believe she was in the garage. You can see him talking to her, and then at the very end of the video, before he leaves in the Forerunner, she is outside in the driveway, and he gives her a hug.
Okay, so she's there with him while he's exchanging the items back and forth between the Impala and the other vehicle.
That's correct.
All right. And Did Sean Gathwright's grandmother see any rifles?
What she specifically said was that he removed camera equipment from bags that were contained inside the vehicle.
Right, so she did not see any rifles.
She did not.
All right. And she couldn't tell if there were any rifles or firearms or ammunition inside of those bags, correct?
That's correct.
You yourself, looking at the video, you can't tell whether there's any rifles, firearms, or ammunition inside of the bags, correct?
That's correct.
The bags are not see-through.
That's correct.
All right. So Sean Gathwright told his grandmother that the bags contained camera equipment?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain as to hearsay.
He just testified to that.
I know, but it was hearsay when he testified to it, but no one objected. Now they're objecting and it's hearsay.
It's in evidence.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the witness statement of the grandmother's hearsay. It's hearsay.
Did Sean Gathwright tell his grandmother the truth?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's hearsay.
The statement
There's a
is
hearsay
not
exception.
offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, approach the bench.
I am so tired of these sidebars. Y'all, we are that close to something amazing. Let's look at our, I know I can zoom a little bit. Okay, so here is the bingo card again. Facebook people, thank you so much for sticking with me. Y'all are awesome.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gathwright lied to his grandmother when he told her that he was removing camera equipment from the vehicle, the Impala, to the other vehicle.
Your Honor, I object. It's double hearsay. This is what the grandmother's telling the detective that Gathwright told her. So I'm objecting for the record.
All right, sustain the objection,
We just had this conversation in sidebar. I don't understand what the difference is.
but it actually is double hearsay.
It's
It is double hearsay.
It's a non-hearsay statement, Judge.
Okay, all right, sustain the objection.
I wouldn't be arguing with that judge, Boo. I know you don't like it. I get it, but I wouldn't be arguing that, baby. I wouldn't argue it. I sure in the heck would not be arguing it.
Your investigation in this case ended when you finished your report, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was over a year ago.
Yes, sir.
September 30th of 2024.
On or about, yes, sir.
All right. Since then, you haven't done any investigation in the case?
No, sir.
And in this in this case, did you do any investigation as to whether Alicia Andrews was involved in the murder?
No.
All right. So you don't know whether she intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
All right. You don't know whether Alicia Andrews conspired with Sean Gathwright to do anything?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews even knew Sean Gathwright?
No.
All right. You don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Davion Murphy, right?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Rashad Murphy?
No.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective, would it be fair to say that your understanding of the entire case is nowhere near the understanding that the lead detective has?
Sustain the objection.
Do you have the same knowledge of this case as the lead detective?
No.
Do you have the holistic image of the case that he has?
Yes.
Do you understand the case as well as Detective Ramos?
No.
Did you conduct investigations in Georgia or Jacksonville other than the time that you went to Jacksonville that you've testified about?
No.
All right. And other than what you've testified to, did you conduct any other investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Your Honor, we would ask that he stand under subpoena. You can
Okay.
leave the courthouse office.
Yeah, you're excused for today, subject to being recalled.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, do you have any other quick witnesses outside you need to call? Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Sathan Washarami.
To give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, would you state?
Chaplain.
Can you spell your last name?
Another one of those.
WATCHARAMAI.
And were you employed in June of 2023 working, June of 2024 working for Uber?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically on June 23rd of 2024, did you accept a ride for a departure from the Tampa area?
Yes.
And was that from 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane?
Yes. It's apartment.
Do you, when you receive the notification that there is a ride that you are able to accept, have the opportunity to see where it's to and where it's from?
Yes.
For this particular trip, where was it going to?
It was going to Jacksonville.
And how long of a drive was that?
It was about 3 hours.
Did you see that information before you accepted that drive?
Yes.
And is your payment, when you have a ride that's booked through Uber, does Uber take a portion of that?
Yes.
Did you ultimately respond to that Gazebo Pond Lane location?
Yes.
And did you meet with someone you asked to verify that they were the person booking the Uber?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 62A through H.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you 62A and B. Could you take a look at these photographs?
Okay.
And then ultimately 62C. Okay?
Yep.
Is this the location that you responded to pick up that Uber from Tampa to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you, if you can look over your shoulder there to see 62C. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And is the address on the left the location from which you picked up the occupants to travel to Jacksonville?
Yes.
If I zoom this photo out just slightly, can you tell me what it is that's what it is that's on this side of the parking lot here? Is that additional parking?
Yes.
Is that what's depicted?
Again, guys, I'm having to read captioning. I'm watching this on my iPad because my captioning went down. It's glitched and I have to restart the entire computer. So sorry about that, but I am paying attention. I'm looking down, captioning, looking down, captioning. This is slightly delayed, so I'm doing double duty.
Here in 62B. The side of that same location.
Yeah.
Now,
That
when
seems very
you
annoying.
went to go pick up the occupants, did you know from the
Lawyers know what they can and can't get away with. And these guys are pushing the boundaries. And we were just at sidebar. We just discussed this. Why are you pushing my boundary? She's a no nonsense kind of judge.
booking, how many people would be coming with you?
No, but no more than 6.
No more than 6? Is that a rule that you put on the app for how many people you can book or fit in your vehicle?
The car fits 6 people.
And do you remember the kind of vehicle you were driving at that time in 2024?
It was a SUV.
And did you have an opportunity to actually arrive at that location and meet with the people you were going to drive?
Yes, I was there.
Yes, I'm a nobody
Was
important.
loading
You are.
the bags into that vehicle?
You
Yes.
man, you smart, use important. I'm sorry, I got
How many total people were inside of the vehicle that you took back to Jacksonville?
3 people.
And at some point, when you actually departed from the original location, did you stop?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
At the gas station.
And did the occupants of the vehicle get out?
Yes, they were inside to McDonald's.
Did you stay with your vehicle and put gas in it?
I went inside to the bathroom.
Okay, but at some point, do you all?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then do you depart and finish the rest of the drive to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Now, before you even left, is there an option or the ability for you to ask your riders whether they want to continue on with the trip using Uber or whether they want to pay in cash?
Yes.
Is that something that you would do?
I would do that.
If the rider paid in cash, would you charge them less than what they were going to pay through the Uber app?
Of course.
Did Uber take a portion of your payment ultimately?
Yes.
Did you offer that cash ride to the occupants you took back to Jacksonville on the state?
Yes, I tried.
And did they accept your offer to pay in cash?
No, just keep it on the app.
Just keep it on the app? Were they unable to pay in cash? Or were they unable to cancel the reservation?
That I don't know.
When you rode back to Jacksonville with them, did anything unusual happen on the drive back?
Just, I want to be a little more specific in your question.
Did you have any problems with any of the people in your car on the drive back to Jacksonville?
Overruled, go ahead.
Were there any issues with the people inside of your car on the way back to Jacksonville with you?
No, they were chilling.
They were doing what?
They were just relaxing.
Did you talk to the people that were in the car?
Overruled unless there's,
Did you talk to them, your occupants?
Yes, we have a little chat here and there.
A little chat. And at some point during the ride back, were you playing the occupants' music?
We were chatting, and then he mentioned about his music, so
sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
No need, Your Honor. At some point, do you communicate with the people that are in the back seat?
yes,
And are you on the ride back communicating with or engaging with the person in the front seat?
yes.
What was the person in the front seat doing once you all started actually driving from Tampa to Jacksonville?
The front,
Yes.
just normal conversation, and then he just goes to sleep.
And did the people in the back seat also go to sleep?
No,
Did they stay
They were
up
up.
for the drive?
yes.
And what were they doing back there, if you know?
Relaxing.
Could you see them on their cell phones, their devices?
Yeah, they were on the phone.
And at any point, did the male that was in the back seat make any comments to you about the manner that you were driving?
Sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
It's not it is not based in the truth of the matter that's asserted here in court today, but just based on what his interaction was with that driver, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, did you have any issues with your speed?
They will mention something about me speeding, so I slow down.
Okay. Pardon me?
Co-conspirator statements, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection just as to that response.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, was there a period of time where you had to slow down?
Twice.
Okay. And when you ultimately arrived back at the location that you were going to, did you assist the riders in unloading the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to recall where each of the occupants of your vehicle was seated?
Yes.
Did you ultimately have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement? A detective or an officer?
Yes.
And did that communication consist of telephone calls and text messages?
Yes.
For that law enforcement officer, were you ultimately able to identify the locations of where each of the riders were seated in that vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibits 92A through D. Do you recognize these 4 images?
Can I touch?
Yes, you can touch them.
Yes.
And is that your signature and date in your handwriting depicted on these images?
Yes.
Are these the images that law enforcement brought to you for purposes of identifying the passengers?
Yes.
As it relates to the person that was seated in the driver's seat of your vehicle, was that person a darker skinned black male or a lighter skinned black male?
Darker skin.
And the individual in the back seat of that vehicle, was he a light skinned black male?
Yes.
And was there a single female occupant also in the back seat?
Yes.
Was that female seated directly behind you?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 70A through K. Do you recognize this exchange? You can touch them as well.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
Are these the messages or the exchange that you had with the detective?
Yes.
Did you provide to the detective in the course of this exchange the actual screenshot of the booking that you received from Uber for this trip?
Yes.
Did you identify by sharing the address and actual photographs of the map, the locations in which you stopped with the vehicle and the occupants to get McDonald's and gas?
Yes.
Did you also identify in those text messages images of the occupants of that vehicle?
Yes.
And were all of those messages included in the conversation you subsequently had with that detective when you identified the photographs that we've also depicted, or that we've also shown to you?
Yes.
I'm actually going to show you State's Exhibit 92A one more time. Can you actually take a look at that and tell me if you can identify yourself in that photograph?
Right there.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 92A.
Any objection? Okay, what's the objection?
Foundation, authenticity.
Okay. So lay the predicate for the photo.
Sure. Sir, is this an image of you, the one that you've identified yourself in, on the date that you drove the occupants of your vehicle back to Jacksonville?
That's me and my car.
And is this the only time you visited this residence with these occupants?
Yes.
Are the persons depicted in this image the occupants that you drove back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
At this time, the state seeks to admit State's 92A. All right.
State still has not laid the proper foundation for that photograph.
As to, and how have they not?
I haven't authenticated it. Just can we go inside one?
Yep. Be admitted.
Sir, if you'll look again over your shoulder, it states 92A. I understand that you pointed and made some statements while I was up there with you, but please stand up and show the jury what you were identifying as you and your vehicle.
Right now?
Yes.
That's me, that's my car, that's the bag.
Were you helping to assist them in unloading the bags?
Yes.
And immediately after unloading them from the vehicle, did you depart from this location?
Of course, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
When you unloaded, helped to unload this vehicle, did you see what was inside of the bags?
The bag? No.
Yes. You couldn't see what was inside the bags?
No.
You didn't know what was inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there were any firearms inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there was any ammunition inside of these bags?
No.
All right. Did anyone tell you that there was any firearms inside the bags?
No.
All right. Were you able to see through the bags?
No.
Did you get any indication from the bags or the luggage or anything that there were any guns or weapons inside of the luggage?
No.
When you were driving up from from Tampa to Jacksonville, you live in Tampa?
Not anymore.
You lived in Tampa back then when this
Yes.
drive happened. You did?
Yes.
All right. And so when you drove up from Tampa to Jacksonville, with these individuals in the car, did any of them give you any indication that a murder had occurred?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go. Do you have any other quick witnesses you need to get? Okay, go ahead.
Deputy Corey Scheidegg. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Corey Scheidegg.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a total of 9 years.
Can I ask you about June 26th of 2024? Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an alert for a black Chevy Impala that came in from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Were you provided with the tag number 68DLWD and the full VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they, part of that alert, were you requested to go to a certain area in Polk County?
Yes, ma'am.
What area would that be in?
It was a subdivision in Auburndale. I was notified by my supervisor to go to a specific area and conduct surveillance and attempt to locate this black Impala.
And this location in Auburndale, would that be within Polk County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And did you have a local address in Auburndale for you to go and look for this particular vehicle?
We did. The address was, I don't know the exact numerical, but I do know it was on Opal. I believe it's a road in Auburndale, Florida.
Okay. And at that point, let me ask you, what time did you go to that area?
I don't recall the exact time. I know it was somewhere in the middle of the day.
But it was on June 26th of 2024, is that correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And does 475 Opal Avenue, does that sound like the address that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you got to that, I'm going to say that street, Opal Ave? Did you make any observations?
Well, we set up in the area to conduct surveillance, and, maybe we catch the car coming or going. We just so happened to catch the car backing out of 475 Opal Avenue. at which point I was able to confirm the tag on that vehicle and conduct a traffic stop.
When you conducted that traffic stop, who was driving the vehicle at that time?
It was a woman we identified by Miss Allen. I did not conduct an interview with her. We contacted the Tampa Police Department, who was on their way to the area, and they responded and basically assumed the investigation from there.
You stood by the vehicle and waited for the Tampa Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long were you by the vehicle until Tampa Police Department showed up?
From what I can recall, 15, 20 minutes.
And you said it was Miss Allen, is that Miss Lorna Allen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the entire role that you did to assist the Tampa Police Department in this investigation?
I was notified there would also be a search warrant conducted on the vehicle. I contacted, in Polk County, we contact a contract tow company. It's a tow company that we have that will, at the request of us, tow these vehicles to specific locations. I contacted that tow truck to tow the vehicle back to our warehouse where we have all of our equipment, and it's a controlled environment where we can do these things without worrying about outside dangers.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross. Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for you?
Judge, if we could call just one more witness, I think she'll be quick.
Okay,
Judge, the state calls Lorna Allen.
okay.
Why, Lorna?
Raise your right hand, face the clerk, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
I gotta go. I'll be back.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Lorna. Auburn.
That at 475 Opal Avenue. How long have you lived at that address?
I own that house since 2006, and I moved in permanently in 2021.
And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 26th of 2024. Were you staying at that address at that time?
Yes.
How do you know Sean Gaithright?
He's my grandson.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36B. Could you look to that screen behind you? Who's in that photograph?
That looks like Sean.
Your grandson that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of 2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from Tampa. Yes.
And they asked you some questions and reviewed a video that was inside your house?
Yes.
Were they asking you I'm not going to strike that. Prior to that, had you seen your grandson Sean Gaithright on June 23rd of 2024?
That was the Sunday
That grandson, that woman sounds like she's 4 years old.
before the police came, the 23rd, yes.
And prior to Sean Gaithright, your grandson coming to see you, did he call you?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember approximately what time he called you on that day, June 23rd of 2024?
It was in the afternoon. I know it was after 12. It was over in the afternoon. The exact time, I don't remember.
That's okay. Do you remember what time he arrived at your home after that phone call around noon?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. Was it still light out?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of
It was a
2026?
black car.
Is that a car that you had seen before?
No, that was a recent car he got. The one I knew wasn't working, so they got rid of that one.
Did you have a vehicle at your home?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
it was a SUV that belonged to his mother.
Was that gold or tan in color?
It was more tan.
Tan. And at some point while he was visiting you on June 23rd of 2024, did he change vehicles? Did he leave the black car in your driveway or leave it at your house and switch to the tan SUV in the car, or I'm sorry, in your garage?
Yes, after I gave him permission to do it.
Did you see him unload that black car and take some bags and put it into the tan SUV?
Yes,
Do you remember how many bags that he removed from the car and put into the SUV?
either 2 or 3, I don't remember. But I know I was there talking to him while he was moving the bags.
Did you ever look inside those bags?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see inside the bags?
One of the bags had a camera, because we were talking about the camera, his photography that he was doing. And when he came outside, he said to me, "This is the camera." And when I looked at it, it was one of those professional camera, big one that professional photographer use. There was a light source, and there was something that I call it looking like an umbrella that you use to deflect the lights when they're doing the pictures.
Okay. And why did you look into his own personal bags?
I didn't take it from him because we were talking in the house, because when I asked him about school, about the photography, and about his power washing business, then we talk about that, and he said, when he passed me to put it in the SUV, he said, "Oh, this is the camera." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh, nice."
Okay. Were you out in the garage the entire time when he was at that black car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your grandson wiping down the entire car with a cloth?
No.
Okay. So you obviously weren't out in the garage?
No, I was there. What happened when he had loaded the car, the SUV, and I said to him, "Did you take everything out?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Make sure, don't leave anything that you need, and make sure the car is clean." He looked at me and he smiled.
Okay.
So he went back into the car, and I said to him, and he looked in the front area and he looked in the back, and I said to him, "Do you have your charger?" He said yes. And I did that purposely because they always buy fast food, eat it in the car, leave the wrapping and the container.
She was tired of the trash.
And they're always leaving things back in my house. So I said, make sure you take everything that you need and make sure the car is clean. So he looked at me and he smiled. And I said to him, "You have everything? You have the charger?" And he did, and he said yes. So that was what happened. Then he said to me, "Do you want me to put the car in the garage?" I said, "No, you put the car in. I will move the SUV." And I did not want to move the car.
Okay. So did he do that for you?
Yes, he did that for me, and I moved the SUV.
Okay. And so at some point, all of the stuff that he had in that Impala, that black Impala, he moved into the SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had asked him if he took everything out that he needed, and he said yes.
Had you ever said anything different to law enforcement with regards to whether or not you actually looked into the bags?
No,
Y'all, I'm reading.
I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. You don't ever remember saying that the bags looked heavy?
No, I did not say that. No.
All right. And of course, you love your grandson, Sean Gathright, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not your grandson, Mr. Gathright, whether or not he ever owned any firearms or used any firearms?
No, not my good.
He never owned or,
Never owned, never used.
okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
No offense, but yeah, you ain't gonna tell Grandma that he's sitting here loaded down with weapons. Are you kidding me? Come on now. I don't care if it's mama, grandmama, or mama.
Good
I don't want
afternoon.
to tell them nothing. That's the last
All right.
of the day, y'all.
Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
She's not one of Sean's friends, right?
I don't know her, never seen that name before, never see her before.
All right. She's never been to your house before?
No,
That'd be all, y'all.
And when Sean came to the house, you were standing in the garage?
no,
Talking
no, not when he came. When he came to the house, he came to the front door and he rang the bell. When I opened the door, he opened his arms and said, "Grandma," and he hugged me and I hugged him.
Okay. When Sean came to the house, did he tell you why he was switching cars?
He told me that the car that he had, he couldn't put the power washing equipment. It was difficult to get it in the car, in and out of the car. And then he asked me if he could, we were in that conversation, not just come up and ask me that. We were in conversation, and when I asked him about the power washing business, because I know he started that business a year before, and I asked him, how is it doing? And he said to me, it's doing okay. And then he said, we continue to talk because we were eating and talking at the counter. And then he said, Grandma, can I borrow the SUV so I can put the equipment in there because it's difficult to get it in and out of the car. And then he said to me, it's totally up to you, Grandma. And I said, it's okay.
Okay. All right. So he said he needed the truck, the
It's
tan
truck,
vehicle,
the SUV, yes.
to put power washing equipment in it.
Equipment in, because he had a job to do coming up. There was a job he had to do.
All right. And could you actually see what was inside of his bags?
I saw he showed me, we talk about the photographer equipment.
Sorry.
So when I was standing right at the back of the SUV was open. I was standing close to the back, and he took the bag up, and then he said, this is a camera. And I looked in the bag because it was open. So I looked in it and I saw the camera. And as I said, it was a professional camera, not the little small one that we all use. It was a big professional camera.
Okay.
My hearing aids are
All right.
moving.
That was that bag though, right?
That was that bag.
All right. But you didn't see any firearms,
No,
any ammunition, anything
no,
like that?
no.
All right. And then the police came to your home?
That was the Wednesday after. I think that was the 26th, I think.
Okay.
The Sunday he came to the house and the police came the Wednesday after. I think it was the 26th,
Okay.
something.
When the police came to your home, they wanted to view your surveillance footage?
They wanted to view it, yes.
All right. And you allowed them to view the surveillance footage?
I allowed them to view it, but then I realized that they downloaded the footage and I did not give permission to download. I gave them permission to view because it was just a normal visit and there was nothing on there. You know.
Okay. So you're saying the police took the footage from your house without your consent?
Without my consent, yes.
All right. And I see that you have on a mask. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your identity today?
No, I can take it off.
That's fine. No further questions.
Okay?
Just briefly direct it.
Yep.
Ms. Allen, regarding when law enforcement detectives from the Tampa Police Department were viewing that video footage, you asked them to leave, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was after they were viewing that video footage, is that
After they
correct?
started to take footage from it.
You also got a phone call from your daughter, Damalie Lyle, during that time period, didn't you?
No, I called her.
You called her.
I was trying to reach her because I didn't know what was going on.
And specifically after that phone call, you asked those Tampa Police Department officers to leave, those detectives to leave after you received
No,
your
no, no.
daughter's phone call?
No, that was not the reason.
Okay.
I told
But I'm
them that-
asking you about the sequence.
Yes.
You
I-
called your daughter while they were viewing that video footage, is that correct?
I called her, I did not get her. I called a friend in New York, and I said to her, there are some cops here, I do not know what is going on, please pray for me, because she's a Christian. I said, I don't know what is going on, just pray for me.
But regardless, after that call that you made, you asked those detectives to leave, is that true, ma'am?
Yes, I did ask them to leave, and
All right.
my reason is
Go ahead.
they asked me if they could view the footage, and I said yes.
And did you watch over their shoulders?
No, I did not.
Hold on. So go ahead, were you done answering?
No, Judge.
Okay,
Pardon me?
I apologize.
No, I did not finish answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
You were saying that what was the reason, I believe,
Okay,
for asking them
yes.
to leave?
While they pulled me over, I was scared, I was shocked, I didn't know what was going on. I could not use my phone because I said I could not use my phone. The phone was in the car. When eventually they allowed me to use the phone, there's a friend that lives in the neighborhood that I called, and I said I needed some support because I'm just out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So he came over.
That's fair.
After he came over and they asked me if they could view the footage, I said yes.
Okay.
So we went into the house. I was sitting at the table, at the breakfast table, while they were over in the den viewing. I was not paying attention to them. I was talking because I wanted to calm myself down, so I was talking to the friend. But then it dawned on me that they were there a long time ago, for a long time, and I realized that short time could not take them so long. So I turned around and I said, no, there's more going on. I need to speak to a lawyer because I don't know what is going on.
Okay.
And then he backed off.
All right, thank
That
you, I
was it.
appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Nothing further.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, is that
Thanks,
it
ma'am.
for today? It is. Okay. Okay, very good. All right, we worked a little later tonight, but just so we could get some witnesses, relatively quick witnesses on and off. So tomorrow, it's Friday tomorrow, correct? Yes, okay. So we will break no later than noon, all right? So you have my word. We will break no later than noon. So you all need to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Just remember my previous admonition, my many previous admonitions. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news or social media accounts related to the case. Don't do any independent investigation about this case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All right, thank you.
All rise.
Gremlins. Gremlins have been at it today.
Okay.
Not as
thank
bad as
you.
yesterday.
When people are testifying, even when the court is calling in witnesses, all the testimony of witnesses and the addresses of the people who are trying to remain anonymous is being broadcasted to the public.
Okay.
Numbers as well.
Main annoying anonymous.
So are you referring to specific people? Or
Lorna's address was mentioned by the officer, detective, that was broadcasted. I couldn't anticipate that he was about to ask, still going to ask for that, so that was broadcasted, so now everyone knows her address. In addition to that, I think a phone number,
I think George, is it Miss Jewel? Miss,
again, names.
Yes, Judge, that was elicited.
They're dodging. I have a dodge button. See when I push it, they're dodging.
So, I would just ask both sides to try and anticipate, do we have any other witnesses that are gonna have confidential information or information they wish to keep confidential?
Your Honor, whenever we go out and meet with them, I asked the Uber driver who said, no, that's okay. And I said, why don't we do it in the abundance of caution? And he said, okay, because he's asked us before
Okay.
to keep his.
Well, the main thing is that I think the best way to assure that it's kept confidential is we have to anticipate ahead of time, so I can ask the people that are filming ahead of time not to broadcast. So not just the person's face, but their name. If there are any other identifying characteristics like phone numbers or addresses, you guys need to anticipate, you need to tell me so that I can tell them.
Okay, first of all, I want to give a kudos to the camera people, because what the attorneys don't understand is this button right here that dodges everything out. So just let me know, guys. I was talking, and when I push the button and I keep talking and then I let go. So can you let me know, is it blocking me? Because if I go 1-888-567-751 and then release, it's called a dodge button. Is it working? Maud? How about Angela? Did that work? Can I have a response from somebody? Anyway, they have a dodge button. And when they hear a phone number like 936-755-221, and then they let go, so it blocks out and it dodges. The attorneys are not aware that they're dodging. I don't understand why they have to give phone numbers out in court anyway. Isn't that on the attorneys? What do y'all think? Am I muted? I'm not getting any response from anybody. So anyway, attorneys, they're dodging.
Okay, because I don't think.
Tonight and get a list together,
Yeah.
make sure that both sides agree as to who that's potentially coming through.
Okay, yeah, so same thing with defense, like just, if you anticipate there are witnesses that have that kind of information, you just gotta let me know ahead of time. I don't know, I was told that this is not being live streamed.
So it's live. Angela, I'm going to put a number out there and let me know if I dodge. 65443331. Did it dodge? Because I push a button, and unfortunately with the glow, I can't hear. Dang it. Why is it not dodging? Is it not dodging? My dodge isn't working. Okay, but anyway, they have a dodge button. It's a button they push. Anyway, oh well, I tried. I've got to figure out why mine isn't. But anyway, they have a dodge button, and they have been dodging the phone numbers. They've done really well with that. So I don't know why they're giving a heart attack. Why isn't mine working? Testing, 1 1 2 2 4 5. That is weird.
That reason, so that way they have the ability to scrub whatever.
There's a very short lag.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Just a suggestion, Judge, maybe the witnesses that we need to get that information from, we can kind of do that just right at the outset of their testimony.
Yeah, I should be dodging. I don't
Sure.
know.
Yeah, so if it's something that needs to get into the record, if it's what we want to keep it confidential, alert me, we'll do it right at the beginning, and then that way the media knows that they can resume.
Theirs is working.
After that. Okay? Okay. All right, so what's the lineup tomorrow?
We have, is it Gwinnett County? I believe it's, okay, Taylor County.
Sensor's working. Okay, so the video is unavailable. She ended it. Hallelujah. Okay, there we go. So 7653321. I don't know why mine is not working. Did y'all hear those numbers? Because I need to be able to dodge too. I didn't know that wasn't working. Dodging 11223344. That's irritating. Dang it. All right, we'll figure it out. Oh, now let's try it. 11223344. Did that work? Did that work? Dang it! Are y'all hearing the dodging? That is weird. That is weird. That is weird. That is weird. You heard the beeps. Now is the dodge working? 165. It should be dodging. Okay. That's it. I'm done. Anyway. It is what it is. Maybe it dodges the video. Hey, wait, we're going to play this video and see if it dodges the video. Let's do the video. Okay, let's do the video.
But I was at the barracks.
Dodging.
We monitor Keene Police Department's radio as well as Cheshire County.
Did it dodge? Yeah, it was loud. I'm sorry. Where is my... I have a volume control somewhere. Did the video dodge?
Radio at the barracks. There was some commotion. It's in another room, so I didn't totally hear.
Anyway. Oh, well, I'll figure it out. I have a huge glare for some reason. Well, part of the problem is I can't elevate. Yeah, I'll fix it. May have to do some moving of devices because I should have a volume control on my sound. Okay, that is the control, the sound control. Okay. Oh, well, I'm trying, y'all. I tried. It didn't work. Oh, well. It's tomorrow's problem. Yeah, you got that right. It's tomorrow's problem. Like I need a problem tomorrow already. Well, I know. So anyway, everybody, y'all, we'll be back again tomorrow morning. It sounds like a half a day. We'll catch up on the other trial tomorrow. I will zoom. There's a lot of dead space in the Amber Alert trial. So we will do that one tomorrow afternoon and get caught up on that. Tonight is Thursday. We should have football. Oh, I got some prizes to do. Don't go away, y'all. Let me figure out who's playing. Oh, come on. I shouldn't have to keep signing in. You ask if you want me to stay for 14 days. I say yes, and then I sign in again. Yes. Who's playing football tonight? Let's see. We're going to host it in Discord. Tonight, Minnesota Vikings versus the LA Chargers. College football. Jaguars versus Panthers. Nope. Okay. So we're going to be doing 7:15 tonight. So 7 o'clock. Minnesota Vikings versus the Los Angeles Chargers. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. All right, guys. This is the bingo card. Here's your bingo card. There's your bingo. Bingo. I didn't hear Airbnb. Didn't hear anything about clubs. I didn't hear tasers, cell towers. Nope. Official birthday party, nope. License plates reader, nope. Mask, yes, that was said. High-powered pew-pew, that was said. Well, talked about the ARs. Rap music, not social media, not 911, not. So this is all I know. Okay? So, get your bingos in because I'm getting ready. I'm going to note there was no tips today. Y'all need to start tipping my mods. I have 0 bingos. Let me test it. Make sure it's working. Yep, it's working. Y'all need to put bingo in if you bingoed. I liked, I shared, I subbed, I won. Let's do I shared. Oh, it's only June. Why is it, guys? Only June commented, I shared. Come on, y'all. June wins, of course. She gets her name in. Y'all, this is free. Why are y'all not participating? It's free, guys. It's absolutely free. You just comment. We got 2 bingos. It's not going to be me. Going to be Miss Angela. Angela, you got your name in, boo. Yes, you did. Y'all, please participate. It is free. You could win free merch at the end of the month. I got 8 likes. We got 8 likes. I got no music. Oh, well. Joe Schmo did it. Oh, G14, you're the winner. Congratulations on G14. You won. I'll do one more. Angela. Okay, guys. Oh, I forgot about the drum roll. Accidentally hit the drum roll. Okie dokie schmokies. All right, guys. You guys have a fabulous night. Join me in Discord for Football Thursday. I'm going to go figure out why my starter's not working on my grill. It worked one day. Now it's not. I put new battery in it. Still ain't working. I got to figure it out. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, y'all have a fabulous night. I hope to get some grilling done and watch my football. I'm going to set up outside. It's beautiful weather. Get the iPad charged. It's a charging. Everybody, see y'all tomorrow. Blessings. Good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.